there that I would hire. And here's why. Most of them rarely, if ever, go to trial. They just take the last best offer. Hell, you can do that yourself. Do this. If you're looking for a lawyer, Google Morgan & Morgan results and see what comes up. It may shock you. Then Google the firm you're thinking of hiring and do the same. That may shock you as well. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. We won a lot. $30 billion and counting. Morgan & Morgan, or thepeople.com. Who would I hire? I'd hire us.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Doran Dickerson here. Looking for an easy way to raise money for your youth sports team or organization this season? Keystone Custom Apparel has a brand new fan club fundraiser designed specifically for sports teams. Each player receives a custom shirt featuring the names of their supporters on the back. Supporters simply donate $20 per name, enter their name online, select their favorite player, and check out. No collecting money from parents, no complicated order forms, no headaches. Most teams raise $2,000 to $5,000 with this program. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. Yesterday in spring training action, the Pirates scored a 7-5 win against the Detroit Tigers. Mike Clevenger earned the victory. Working into the 5th, he gave up just 1 hit, a couple of earned runs, and 5 strikeouts. Pirates and Baltimore Orioles today, 105. Spring training coverage is brought to you by Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. Drive a little, save a lot. Also in the world of baseball, yesterday, Team USA a 5-3 victory against Canada in the World Baseball Classic quarterfinals. That means the Americans are on to the semis. They'll play the Dominican Republic on Sunday. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, the winds have calmed down. The sun is shining. It's another Saturday. It's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Bob Pompiani with you, flanked by Sean Myers, who is in the glass and doing all the good work today. Sean, how are you this morning?
I am wonderful. How are you doing, Bob?
Good. Did you happen to watch the big USA game last night against Canada?
I only saw some clips of it, but good to see that they bounced back because things were kind of rocky there for a few days.
Oh, Mark DeRosa was thankful they won a game there after what happened the last time when we thought they were automatically.
He knew all along, okay? Don't ever doubt him.
Don't ever doubt him. But they got the win. David Bednar came in the 8th inning, got out of a jam, got a hold, and then Mason Miller locked it down. They beat Canada, and USA's had Canada's number on just about everything these days, in hockey twice over, and now this. And so Paul Skeens will be on the mound tomorrow night, 8 p.m. in Miami against the Dominican Republic. We'll talk more about that matchup coming up. But hope everyone out there is doing well. I know some people still have power outages. I'm being one of them. But hopefully that'll clear up as the day goes on. There were some significant wins here last night. But we're here to have some fun over 2 hours and talk to you about anything you'd like to talk about in Pittsburgh or national sports. It's 412-928-9370. The fan Twitter page is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And if you'd like to connect on the fan text line, it's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Well, there was a lot of other stuff going on as well. A lot of basketball. If you love basketball, we should be here to talk about it. Duquesne went out last night, although they gave VCU a pretty good matchup. They were down 10 at halftime, fought back, ended up losing 71-66 on David Dixon's farewell. You don't see this very often, Sean, in basketball anymore. A 4-year guy, and Dixon had that great buzzer beater win against Richmond at home last week where he hit a shot and nobody thought they'd be able to get it. Time went off, but yet it counted. They won after being down by 30 points. 4 years. That's a throwback. 129 games. I think it's the most in Duquesne basketball
4 years
history.
at one school.
At one school.
That's the very rare part of it, because typically if you think a 4-year player is probably minimum of 2 schools, maybe 3, maybe
now
even
it could be 4. Who would have thought we'd ever be talking about this rapidly? But we are.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago that if you transferred at all, I believe the school you were leaving could limit you to only a certain number of schools, and then you still had to sit out a season and, end up basically not doing anything for a full year.
Right. No, well, that's the way it is for Dixon. Kudos to him, and he got a nice farewell. People were shouting his name. David Dixon. And he deserved it, because you don't see that kind of commitment these days at all. But Duquesne goes out. But that leaves today in the semifinals over at PPG Paints Arena, the Atlantic 10. It'll be St. Louis, which is now 27-4, and they had to come back from a 21-point deficit to beat George Washington last night. They will take on Dayton in one of those games, and the other one will have VCU, which certainly advanced by beating Duquesne, takes on St. Joseph. So that's a doubleheader today. The championship game tomorrow at 1. The other news at 412-928-9370 is Pitt's decision to keep back Jeff Capel for another year. A lot of people thought this might be the end of it. 1 NCAA tournament in 8 years. But if you look at, I think, what Alan Green, the athletic director, was looking at here, it's a situation whereby they're kind of trapped. There's a big buyout involved with Jeff Capel. They're struggling to meet NIL demands as it is. So if you move on, you're going to probably pay somewhere between $12 and $15 million for him to move on, and then you got to hire a new coach, and then you still don't have money enough, I don't think, in the NIL. They need more contributions there to make that possible. The other thing I'll say in defense of Jeff Capel is he was coming off an ACC Coach of the Year, I think it was 2 years ago, 22-23 season, I think he was the ACC Coach of the Year. And they had a good year. They got into the NCAA that time with 24 wins, I think 14 in the conference. And then the next year, they should have gotten in. They had a pretty good year as well. But they were left out. This year, they had a kid coming in, and I can't remember. I think it's last name Jackson. He was supposed to, he's a transfer from Iowa State. He's a big guy. He was supposed to be their starting center. And then he had a medical condition which did not allow him to play this year. I think a lot of what Capel had planned with this guy is to put him at center, move Cam Corn around, and have a bigger presence inside, because they were pretty much dominated inside all season long.
I know, just listening to his radio show that we have here every week throughout the season, that was something that Jeff referenced frequently, is that the roster he thought they were going to have in, let's say, August was no way what the roster actually was when they got out there for meaningful games. Early in the season, I think maybe they had a few more guys, but yeah, that absence all season long certainly lingered, and then they had other guys go down at various points in time. So when they were playing in January and February in the heart of the ACC, they did not have, the full guys available, although that is something that a lot of teams do deal with. It's a reality of college athletics.
Absolutely, but on a team like Pitt, you need everyone to be there to have the kind of year. And again, I'll give him a pass on that because of Jackson and the I think it was a heart condition he had. But here's the other thing moving forward for them. They have a number 12 ranked recruiting class. They have some 4-star recruits coming in. So Jeff Capel has set up shop next year where they can get, and who knows what they had in the transfer portal if they have the money to do it. But now with him staying, they could have maybe extra money to do it. That could be a quick turnaround. That's what we've seen in basketball, quick turnarounds. And Pitt is counting on that. So I understand that decision. I could have understood the other way too. If it was back the way things used to be, and you missed the tournament 8 years in a row, and it's all because you're not bringing in the right people, okay, fine. You know, Kevin Stallings lasted, a couple of years here, and that was bad, but it was only a couple of years. But then things changed with this transfer portal, and all of these are now considerations. In fact, Pitt has a GM, like most teams, about trying to raise money and doing this, and that's the hardest thing, raising money. So we'll see how it goes, but I hope they do get it turned around, and Capel gets one more stay of execution, I guess you can call it, but hopefully they'll turn things around at Pitt. 412-928-9370. We'll get into some Steeler talk, Pirate talk, and also Radko Gudas is on my list here today. But I wanted to talk about something that happened this morning at Sawgrass TPC. They were ready to play the third round of that event, and so it was suddenly delayed. Now, I had visions in my mind of Scotty Scheffler back at in Louisville, where he got pulled over, and they thought he got arrested, was in jail, then released and shot a really good round. I thought, uh-oh, what happened now? But it turned out that there was a shooting nearby at a drugstore, I suppose, where 2 people were shot and killed. The suspect took off and ran through the golf course at TPC Sawgrass. And I don't know how he avoided the bunkers, and I don't know how he avoided the water because it's everywhere down there. They had canines start running around all looking for him. They eventually got him after he stole a PGA courtesy vehicle car. And now he's apprehended. But it turns out he has a lengthy list of jail time, which is another topic that I'm not going to get into. But, I mean, how many times do we have to keep letting people out and not be surprised that they do the same thing? So 2 people died, and certainly our thoughts and prayers with whoever those people are and their families. But, man, things have gotten restored. They opened up the gates, and they started play.
Very bizarre that he would run through a golf course that is hosting a major or a prominent event.
Do you think he even knew there was a prominent event?
Well, that's a good point, but they have cameras everywhere there, right?
Yes.
If you're trying to hide, that's not one place that I would want to go.
Well, I apparently got through there, but about an hour later, wherever he was, they figured him out and caught him. So, terrible story to start the day there, but that golf is underway, and Ludwig Aubert has the lead in that one. All right, we have a lot to get in, Sean, so let's get right to the phone lines at 412-928-9370, beginning with Jay in Pittsburgh. Hey, Jay, how are you?
Hey, good. Good. How are you, Bob?
Doing great.
I have a couple golf questions for you.
I look forward to golf questions.
Yeah, my first one is, who's your Masters pick this year?
Oh, Masters, it's early on. I like people like Siwoo Kim. It's kind of early. I still have time to debate this in my head. So, Jay, I'm not going to I'll give you a host. I think this kid, Ryu Hitsutsani, is somebody I would look to. He's been red hot. I know that he's not the kind of guy. I don't even know if he's in the field. I don't know if he's one, but he's a real up-and-coming player, 23-year-old player. They got so many young players on there. I'd have to go with veterans, though. I'm going to include some of these guys who are playing on the LIV who are eligible to play in that one. But, I mean, it's hard to go against Scheffler. It's hard to go against all the guys that you know in the top 10. I'm going to wait before I give you an answer on that one. What's your other question?
Okay. My other question is, do you think Totteridge Golf Course in Greensburg is almost as hard as Oakmont Country Club?
No. That's
okay.
a flat-out no. And I like Totteridge. It's just not on the same. Oakmont is a torture chamber. If you're not hitting the ball the way you're supposed to, you can be really in for a long walk. It is a long walk when you're struggling.
Okay. Thank you, Bob.
All right, Jay. Thank you. Hopefully you'll keep it in the fairway when you play at 412-928-9370.
Bob, did you hear that we had Going Low return this morning with Chris Muller?
No, I'm glad to see that.
And Craig Menkins. And it's very interesting because Chris is trying to qualify. Now, I'm not a big golf guy, so let me confirm that I have this correct. He is trying to get into a mid-am this year, and he said he's going to have to take a few strokes off, but he thinks it's doable. And he was trying to figure out, there's, I guess, 2 different places where he could play a qualifying round. He said Green Oaks or Totteridge, and Craig Mencken said Totteridge is his best bet. So Chris is probably going to go there. So once I heard
Green Oaks is a good challenge too, though. But if you're looking to maybe, you have to fit a course that fits your style and how you play.
And he thinks that maybe Malsey's game is better suited for Totteridge, which I could have probably also given the answer that it's not quite Oakmont caliber after hearing that.
That's a flat-out no for me on either of those places, as nice as they are. But I'll tell you what, Muller has improved his game substantially. I mean, he gets out there and hits it. And this is after he had knee surgery, but playing very well. So we'll talk golf if you like. I love talking golf. Sawgrass is a good major there. They got some big names on top of that leaderboard as we go through this. Radko Gudas, I wanted to bring him up too because this is kind of stuff that makes me really just get mad at the NHL. So Gudas, after he deliberately knees Austin Matthews, who's now out for the season, not that Toronto was going to make the playoffs anyway because they've stunk this year, and he may have played his last game in Toronto for all we know, but he's out now for the season. Gudas, of course, does not get the in-person hearing. He gets the on the phone hearing, which then can't go beyond 5 games. But please make this make sense to me, Sean.
It's been like a decade where he's had the reputation.
Oh my God! He once had a 10-game suspension.
Yes,
a 10-game.
And he's a pretty talented player, but man, he is just always in the midst of controversy with other players. And obviously, when it's some of the best players in the league that are suffering these injuries, it's even more under the microscope.
Yeah, and trouble seems to find him. Everybody says that, and that's the reason why Sidney Crosby's out. You can tell me that's not a bad hit, and I may tend to agree, but still, everywhere he goes, trouble finds him. 10-game suspension in 2017 when he took a stick to the head of Matthew Perreault. Then he has 4 other 5-game suspensions, total of 5 suspensions. So you have that kind of history. This goes to what I'm saying about the people who are out from jail. Same kind of thing here. Repeat offenders are going to repeat. Right? If you allow them to, they will repeat. And Radko Gudas is repeating. Now, this was an opportunity for the NHL Department of Safety to come out and make a clear-cut statement here, and they chose not to. They gave him a 5-game. Okay, he's going to lose $100,000. But what's the message? The message is, we'll tolerate some of this to a degree. You can go ahead and do it. If you want to eliminate that kind of stuff, then make it hard for him. Suspend him for the rest of the season. Hit him where it hurts. You can't keep allowing guys like that to do this because they're going to continue to do this, Sean.
And that's George Parros's decision, right? He's the guy that I never understood how a player of his ilk, who was known as a fighter and not a skill guy and a guy who would be out there to try to, I don't want to say injure other players, but he was basically going after guys. He was targeting guys as a player. For him to be in this position for years now has always baffled me.
Well, and again, he looks to players like Malkin, I bet, and say, he's one of those guys who, he doesn't understand the physical part of the game. All right, Malkin deserves something, but if he got 5, then this guy who's had a blatant history deserved 10 or more. But it didn't happen, so he's going to be out 5. Matthews is done, and the league continues to tolerate it. 412-928-9370. Speaking of the NHL, the Penguins, they got to get on the schneid. They got a break last night. The Islanders lost in regulation, so Pittsburgh still in a tie with the Islanders at 79, but they've played 1 less game. So the Penguins need to win a game on this trip here, and they got Utah tonight, then Colorado on Monday. I'm willing to bet at some point here Sidney's going to return. He's been getting closer. I don't know if it's tonight. I don't know if it's, the next trip to Carolina after the Colorado game, but he seems like he's closer. And we'll see if he goes tonight or Monday night. But whatever the case, they got to start accumulating more points, because they have the hardest schedule left of anyone here. They got Colorado twice. They got Carolina 2 more times. They have Dallas on their schedule as well. 412-928-9370. Back to the lines we go. We have Big Paul in Washington. Hello, Paul.
How are you, Roberto?
Good. How are you, Paulie?
I'd be doing much better if, part-time Joe was there with you, but, Joe must be out on the link somewhere.
Joe actually he had a memorial for his parents this weekend, I think.
Oh, okay.
So he went to Buffalo.
That being said, I retract what I just said.
No, but you're likely he probably still play golf. I'm not going to.
You're probably right, but that's nice that he's doing that for his parents. God bless the people. They lived a long life, and
they certainly
that was
did.
Tragic for him. But getting back to the reason I called, I just heard you mention accountability. And consequences, you have to have consequences and you have to have accountability, correct? That's what you were referring to, correct?
When it comes to stuff like that, absolutely.
Right. But you did say it, as in society. Well, I agree with you 152%. But here's my issue. How is Alan Green, and that's his name, the AD at Pitt, still employed today after that cockamamie explanation for why he's keeping one of the worst and most woke coaches in the nation still employed at the University of Pittsburgh after another losing season. When are people held accountable, Bob? I'm starting to lose my mind. It seems like you can do whatever you want. If you're owed a couple $1 million, we're not going to get rid of you.
Well, I think
Green, you were hired to make changes.
But he also inherited
changes.
Heather Lyke's decision to extend everyone by long-term deals.
Bob, Heather Lyke was probably the worst AD, but this guy's a close second now because he had his chance to re-up and rewrite the ship.
And he might do it next year, Paul. And again, I think I cited the reasons. Number one, he's got a big buyout, and they're struggling to make NIL money. If you give the 14, it's only for a program that has a hard time raising the money. They are clearly struggling to raise the kind of money to be competitive with some of these other teams.
Well, Bob,
this was not part of the game until recently, and now you have to consider all aspects of it.
And Bob, I agree with you on that in that regard. But you know what's really even worse is name, image, and likeness itself. There is no more loyalty. And fans like myself and you, we're getting sick and tired of looking at rosters and where these guys go.
Terrifically
This isn't
true.
college athletics anymore.
No,
Bob.
it's a
This
pro
is
league.
Professional college
I
athletics.
totally agree. But
Bob,
there is no CBA. Listen, I said that the other day. I thought it was time for a change. But after listening to what he said, I understand what constraints he has. I do. Because you have to consider the money that they're trying to allocate for players, which is most important these days. He has a problem, Bob. I know that, but that ship has sailed. It's wide open, and there's no cap on anything at this point.
Would you not agree that we hired the wrong coach from the word go to begin with?
No, I thought I'll be perfectly honest. Back then, I thought he was a good hire. He came from North Carolina blood. He played, he coached at Oklahoma. He got one of their teams to the Elite Eight. He went to I understand that. He went to VCU. He got them to the NCAAs. I could have at the time. I totally thought he was a good hire. So I'm not going to change my opinion on that because it's out there. My other opinion was I would have understood a change. In fact, I thought it was coming. Now all I can do is look at the reasons why he's staying. And a lot of this is a one-year stay, I think. If 2026 does not go well, the buyout goes shorter or less buyout, and you can get rid of him at that point. So I think it's a 1 year.
I listened to what you said yesterday. You said Jamie's son works for the Pirates. So I was hopeful that what you leaked out there was going to come to fruition. But we're going to be here next year, Bob, and I'm going to be calling you next year, hopefully, and I'm going to be telling you how he should have been fired again, because this is just a train wreck with Jeff Capel.
Yeah, it's not been good. No question about that. And I'm never going to say it was. I'm just telling you that I think the reasons that he gave for this are related to money and how they're struggling to raise it.
Let's look back at the last couple years, all the other reasons why he gave for losing seasons, because it's the same old, and if I had Blake Griffin at Oklahoma, I'd have been successful too, Bob. And I think that we all know what's going on.
But he also recruited him there. That's part of this whole thing.
Well, yeah, he's recruited a lot of people to Pitt. They ain't here no more. One's playing for Kentucky. Recruit guys that are.
He also has a couple of guys in the NBA.
People accountable, Bob. I agree with you.
Paul, I understand that. I do. And like I said, I thought this was going to be the time. But now that it hasn't happened, I can't control that. He made a decision, and I'm trying to explain the decision he made, and I get it.
Since Joe never asked you, I'm going to ask you. Can I drive the cart whenever you and him decide to play around together?
You strike me, Paul, as someone who would be very, very loosey-goosey on that cart. I suspect
I don't drink and drive, Bob.
Well, you don't have to do that to go crazy on a golf cart. I don't either. But, yeah, if you want to do that as a volunteer, I think that makes for some interesting conversation.
To do that, just to spend time, because I could see us having a long our round might take 5 hours to complete, because we'd be too busy arguing about facts that we're spitting out between the three of us, especially Giuseppe Shacarelli there. So
all right, Paul.
You have a good day, Roberto. I'll talk to you again.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Chris Dokish put this out, and I thought this is interesting. Speaking of Jamie Dixon, Pitt in the last 10 years after Jamie Dixon, 151, 168, one tournament. Pitt in the 10 years of Jamie Dixon, 252 wins, 91 losses, 8 tournaments. Jamie Dixon in 10 years at TCU, 187 wins, 132 losses, and 5 tournament appearances. So Jamie has continued to do it. You may not agree with a lot of what he does, but when you look at it there, that's 14 different tournament appearances that he's made. And when he was at Pitt, Man, I yearn for those Big East days. Although I got to tell you, Sean, the Big East has some pretty good semifinals tonight. Or finals, actually, tonight. It's St. John's and UConn.
Yeah, no doubt. The fascinating aspect is he was so consistently good. Maybe not consistently great at Pitt, but consistently very, very good. And by and large, did not send many guys to the NBA.
Steven Adams, but that was an accident. But he got him to play here, but he should have used him more.
And was he the coach when Taft was there, who had a brief NBA run?
He may have been under Howland, yeah.
But either way, it was not something where they were consistently sending guys to the league. Jeff Capel has got multiple players in the NBA. There was 2 on the Washington Wizards the other day when Bam went off for 83, and yet it hasn't.
Carrington is one of them.
And Champagny.
Right.
It just hasn't translated to success. I know it's a different conference by and large. There's a lot of things that are way different than when Jamie Dixon was here, but the way that he was able to do it without necessarily having the absolute most talented guys really speaks to his consistency guiding that program.
And he's done a good job at TCU. They almost beat Kansas the other night. We'll talk about more of those matchups coming up. And Jaden, hang on. You want to talk about Radko Gudas. I want to hear from you, but I got to take a commercial break. So, Jaden, you'll be next up. 412-928-9370 is the number. But before we go to break, I want to remind you about West Shore Home. They're bringing back this huge savings on your bathroom remodel. It's called the Spring into Savings promotion. You have an opportunity here to get some free installation in your bathroom remodel and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the program. It's an in-home consultation at westshorehome.com/fan. You do that. They make bathroom remodeling very easy and simple. And from your free consultation to the professional installation, that's completed by their highly trained employee staff. And they have some great people there. They have it from start to finish for you. And you always thought that this was the only way to get a luxurious bathroom. Well, West Shore Home is about to change your mind on exactly what you hear from other people. Their modern composite wall systems give you the high-end look that you're looking for without the grout, without the cracking, without the maintenance of headaches that you may get from that. It's available in 6 different colors with UV protective finish that really keeps your bathroom looking sharp for years. All you got to do, as I said, is go to westshorehome.com/fan. You will save an extra $500 as well. Get it going. This is the time to do it. Spring cleaning. Trying to add on to your bathroom. Make things different. This is your way to do it at westshorehome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Penguins back on the ice tonight in Utah against the Mammoth. Puck drop is at 9. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, visit 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
We couldn't be more excited about the draft coming to Pittsburgh, but there's excitement about the draft on every front, and we're looking at what's bringing the green, brought to you by True Green. Did you know that the draft is expected to generate approximately $200 million for Western Pennsylvania? That's Bringing the Green, brought to you by True Green, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace with over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Stroll through the fully furnished open concept model home by Buckhorn Showcase and explore the farm-to-table lifestyle. This weekend only, see HGTV celebrity and Emmy Award winner Ty Pennington. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're gonna miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify and psych units only. Offers end 3/31/26.
Hurry into Mike Hamlin Hyundai today during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $4,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
That pallet of pavers collecting dust, the beginnings of a garden, those stray fence posts. Are you haunted by half-finished projects on your land? John Deere is here to say, not anymore. Our compact tractors allow you to swap implements easily, and they're backed by the nation's largest dealer network. You always had the right idea, and with the right tools, those projects can get finished for good. Nothing runs like a Deere. Learn more at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to more.
Please, Seth.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show. Let's go. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
And a big thank you to our show sponsors, PNC Bank, which has been with me here for a long time. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. Also, number one Cochran, go one better, always in style at number one Cochran, and Shenderovich and Fishman, where they got your back, not your wallet. Sean Myers behind the glass taking your calls, and all you have to do to call the program is hit these digits, 412-928-9370. On X, it's at KD Pomp. Sean, what is your X address?
I always have to look this up because I'm so infrequently telling people. It's SD Myers 1. Myers spelled Meyers, much like how Seth Meyers spells it.
But you're not Seth Meyers.
Sean,
don't call me Seth. All right, let's get back to the conversations online now. We have Jaden who joins us on line number 2. Hey, Jaden, how are you?
Hey, good morning, Bob. How are you doing?
Doing good, thanks. What's on your mind?
Well, pretty much, I've been thinking about this Radko, Gudis, and Malkin. Have you seen it was a $58,000 difference in their fines?
I don't think No, but it's about lost money. It's not fines. It's about lost salary.
I see. So I looked it up and it's differentiated it by that. So I'm wrong.
Malkin makes more, so he's going to get more.
I see. All right. Well, despite that, what do you think of the league? Like,
not
being
much.
Okay with a guy like Gudis continuing to play when he's attacking their star players?
Yeah, I mean, they have never
watched Matthews and Crosby, and now this is.
They don't protect the star players, and that's a bad thing. Crosby is gone for two of the biggest games that the Olympics have because of him. And now Matthews, if they had any chance of getting back into it, Toronto, which I didn't think anyway, but still he's done. He's a star player. They don't protect those guys. Again, it's a simple thing for me, and this applies to society as well as sports. Consequences. Make the consequences so difficult to overcome that people do not want to get involved. In other words,
Your last caller mentioned accountability, and I like that, and that's what I wanted to follow up. Like you're saying.
Listen, if you understand that going in, you're not going to do what Radko, unless you want to lose the rest of your season or a lot more. Keep doing it, and you'll see. That was the deliberate knee and intent to injure. And it's funny for me that they didn't immediately come out with. They had to wait until they heard Austin Matthews got out for the season label before they decided to do anything. And that's wrong. Intent is intent. It should not matter. If Sidney Crosby came back, which he didn't, and now he's out for all this time, which opened up another debate about whether or not these guys should even play in sort of these games. What if Paul Skeens tomorrow night against Dominican Republic takes a rocket up the middle, hits him in the head, and he's out for 6 weeks?
Nightmare. My gosh.
I get why they're doing it, but in this case, when we're talking about doling out punishment, the only way you reduce these things in the future is by giving stiffer penalties. If you don't do that, you're just asking repeat offenders to repeat, and that's what they do.
Agreed. Thank you for taking my call, Bob.
Thank you, Jay. You do the same. Thank you. Let's move along to my alma mater out there in Hopewell Township. We have Mr. Bill on the line. Hey, Bill.
Robbie, just so you know, you're fine.
Just so you know, you're the only person get away with calling me Robbie, Bill Fontana. I'm just telling you that. You know me well enough and long enough for you have that grandfathered in.
I got to tell you something. Mark Schmidt, I was his announcer at Robert Morris. What a class act, class guy, class coach. Rob, you know how hard it is to recruit out of Olean, New York.
Absolutely, and he's done it for 19 years, but he did a good job at Robert Morris before that, I thought.
Yeah, he did. Now, I want to one more thing, and you'll holler at this. Do you remember when you went to Hawaii and the late Father Kohler?
Yes.
Used to take you there? Well, you and I returned. When you returned, you and I went to the Ponderosa to golf. Okay? Now, I'm thinking about this guy that wants to drive your cart. And you bought me a towel. You were like 18 or 19 years old. And I'm not going to put you – you had an accident and you used the towel. Do you remember? And
I've had frequent accidents, so you're going to have to remember. I have a system that doesn't necessarily wait for me to get to where I need to go before it happens. Yes, I do.
Well, anyway, you spanked me as you usually do, and you can tell anybody at that station, I will put you and my son Craig and put up $100 for you two to play anyone in a two-man scramble, and I'll put my money on you. I love you, Rob. You're the best.
Bill, thank you. Love you too, man. And I know your son's very good, so he can carry me around. So I'm going to need that. But, yeah, that could be an interesting situation. I look forward to that. Craig Fontana is a very good golfer, so I'll take him on my side. We have back-to-back calls from Hopewell. Is this right, Sean? We got another Hopewell call. Yes, it's Mike. Hello, Mike.
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Tough act to follow up Billy Fontana.
It is. It always has been.
Anyway, talking about Connor Griffin, everybody wants to see him in AAA. Get his hitting down and stuff like that.
Not everybody.
Well, not everybody, but those that do. But for the last 2 years, 3 years, we've been talking about Henry Davis. He's gone down to AAA, hitting the cover off the ball, and he comes up to the majors and doesn't hit the ball. And people ask why, and everybody says, well, the pitching isn't what it used to be in AAA. Well, if the pitching isn't what it used to be in AAA, what good is it going to do to send Connor Griffin down there? He's hit everywhere else he's played, and if the pitching's not good, it's just a waste of time. Keep him in the majors. He's going to make – if he's that good, he's going to make it. Pressure doesn't kill people. Pressure builds diamonds.
I think it's, Mike, it's a good point both ways. I'm of the belief he should be on the opening day roster. But I do understand why people would think he should go down. He's never had a AAA at bat, and I'm not suggesting he spends 5 months down there. What I am suggesting is his average so far in this spring has not been good. He's shown a lot of power. I think he's ready, from a tangible and intangible spot to take a space up here. But I wouldn't be at all opposed to him going down there for a couple of weeks and get off to a good start. And if so, it would also be in conjunction with how the Pirates start. Last year, they had a horrendous April, and it cost them big time. I don't want to see them start badly. And if they do, and if the left side of the infield isn't hitting, that's when you have to make a change if that's the case. If it's me, he's on the opening day roster. I would imagine that most people would disagree with that. Would you, Sean? Would you think that's? What do you think? I think he's shown me enough. First of all, he's physically tremendously built. He's 6'4", 230 pounds. He can run 65 stolen bases. I think he has the power.
There's incentive to have guys like him start opening day on your major league roster, because if things go according to plan and he finishes top 2 rookie of the year, you get the compensation of basically a first-round pick. I know it's technically after the first round. Major League Baseball made this change a few years ago so that teams would have more reason to get these guys up there to start the season instead of manipulating the service time.
Mike, does that answer your question?
That's it. Thank you, Bob.
All right, man. Thank you for the call. 412-928-9370. Casey's in the car, and now Casey is on the fan. Hey, Casey.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I was at the gym yesterday when I heard the whole Matthews thing. I had just now seen the hit. And the thing that got me fired up the most is that how do you, as Matthews' teammate, not go clean him out? Like, you see him go knee on knee with your captain and star player, and you grab his jersey and just push him around a bit.
Did you see their coach Craig Berube, what he said about his team? He basically called them a bunch of spineless, gutless teammates. Basically, he didn't say those words I'm saying, but knowing him, that's how he feels about them, because nobody came to his aid. And at some point, if the league doesn't protect star players, then players have to protect star players.
Exactly, and that's what got me fired up most as a hockey player. Is that if that was my teammate, I'd go clean him out. How do you not protect? It's like the RG3 thing almost. He'd get knocked down and none of his linemen would pick him up. It's what is going on functionally with this team that there's no. I'm a Penguins fan. I don't care about the Leafs really, but just as an outside perspective, there's something going wrong with this team, fundamentally, that this is happening.
Yeah, I think there's a lot wrong with Toronto. Absolutely, I do, Casey, and I think Berube pretty much spelled that out. But he's the man in charge, so he can do a lot of things here. First of all, if they're going to play that game and Anaheim has him on the roster, then if I'm Anaheim's star players, I better watch my back, because if they don't go after him, then they will be coming after you. And again, the league can stop this with one simple rule change. Just come up with a more comprehensive compensation. What's the word I'm looking for? Now I'm drawing a blank on the word I'm trying to get here. What word am I trying to get? Strict. Yeah, in other words for strict. Yeah, consequence. That's the word I'm looking for. A comprehensive consequence that makes sense. You cannot have this in the hands of George Parros. You cannot have this. Essentially, it's one man in there. Is that how I understand it? It's his call more than anybody. They should have other people. If that's the case, have multiple people in there. Why is he the only guy doing it? Or is he? Do you know, Sean?
I do not know, but yeah, it seems like it's something that they need to reevaluate.
Yeah. Casey, I hope they do, because this stuff won't go away if it continues. And Radko Gudas will be back after 5 games, and don't be surprised if he does it again down the road.
Yeah, exactly. Who's next, right?
Really? It's not going to change until something else changes. They got to make the consequences stiffer. Thank you for filling in the blanks for me, Casey. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
No problem, Bob.
All right. Let's go to Steve in the car. Steve, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys today?
Oh, we're good. Just a lot of different things going on here.
At least we didn't blow away in the wind yesterday, right? Hey, I just wanted to chime in on the Connor Griffin talk. The comp to Henry Davis, first of all, I don't think is fair with the whole hitting. He hit, but the Pirates kind of screw Henry Davis up by bringing him up and putting him in the outfield. I think that's what caused Henry Davis. Now he's had enough time where he can put it together, and he's not. So I don't think that comp is fair. But I'm fine with starting him in the minors for the first few weeks to a month in the season, regardless of how good or how bad the Pirates do. I do believe he does need to at least some pitching, like have some at-bats against pitching in the minors. But regardless, I would still bring him up within that first month of the season.
Well, I think that will happen. At worst case scenario, he'll be up here. It's just a matter of when he'll be up here. I think if you look at the Paul Skeens promotion, it happened on May 11th or 10th, one of those days. So it was through the month of April, excuse me, and then into May. And everybody knew he was ready to go. I think people have the same feeling about Connor Griffin. They know he's ready to go. Right. If they want to give him just a couple of at-bats, okay, fine. But you better hope that they don't start badly, and it's because of the left side of your infield not hitting. So, anything else?
That's all I had. I appreciate you taking my call.
Thank you. See, I think most people now most people have shifted. It would seem like 100% majority there were like, okay, we're going to have him up here to start the season. Now people are going the other way. And I get it. There are guys like Trout who spent a lot of time, not a lot, but how many times he had several hundred at-bats in the AAA.
Yeah, he got called up, struggled, got sent back down, and then the next year, once he came up.
What about Juan Soto?
He came up very young as well. I'm going to see.
But he also had AAA at-bats, I think, before he ever started. And he was a teenager where he got, but I also think for at least a couple of weeks he was down there in AAA. One more call before we go to break here, and then we have more calls coming at 412-928-9370. Mark in Squirrel Hill is up next. Hey, Mark, what's going on?
Hey, Bob. Wanted to talk about that Gudis hit. Guy's a dirty player. He hurts it in the Olympics. He hurts this guy. Russ gets 3 games when he hits the guy from Vancouver. And then you had the situation where Gino gets 5 for hitting a guy. And this Gudis, who's a repeat offender like Wilson and the rest of those goons, they end up getting nothing. And what will he do? He'll come back and do it again. And it's a shame.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the point. You're right. Brian Russ, I forgot about that. He got 3 games in Vancouver. And honestly, Brian Russ is not a dirty player. He plays hard. He does not. He's a responsible player. And something like that happens. I honestly thought it was more accidental than anything else. I mean, just the way people are in the slot like that, going for a puck rebound. But, okay, they gave him 3 games. 3 games for, I think he was a non-offender. He never had anything else. And Malkin has had some suspension time. So, therefore, I understood he was going to get some. But if he gets 5, Gudis should have gotten the rest of the season. In my
exactly. And I'll leave you on that note. Mario called it a garage league, and it still is. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. I appreciate that. We got Greg. We got Rich on the line. We'll come back with your phone calls coming up here as we go until 1 o'clock today. But if you haven't been able to win your tickets to the night before featuring Jason Aldean, have you not done that? Well, we've got you covered if you stop out to Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville from 3 to 4 on Wednesday, March 18th. You'll get details at Y108.com. More calls on the way. We'll also get into Penguins and the Mammoth taking place tonight in Utah. It's a dangerous team they got to play, and a lot of great matchups this weekend when it comes to the conference tournaments as we get ready for March Madness selection show coming up on Sunday night. Bob Pompiani with Sean Myers back with more of your calls right after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. In the World Baseball Classic on Friday, Team USA a 5-3 victory over Canada. That was the quarterfinals. That means the Americans are on to the semis. They will play the Dominican Republic on Sunday night. Elsewhere in the world of baseball, the Pirates a 7-5 triumph against the Detroit Tigers on Friday. In spring training action, Buccos battle the Baltimore Orioles today. First pitch is in about an hour. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
Mulsey here. So last week I'm talking with Paige over at Awaken 180, and I asked her if the new weight loss meds were affecting business, and I figured she'd say it slowed down. Nope. She tells me that they've got people coming in while they're on the meds. And I'm like, wait, what? She goes, yeah, either they don't feel good, they want to speed weight loss up, or their results stalled. And honestly, that tracks. I've got a buddy who was on one, and it took 6 months to lose 25 pounds, which is okay. But when you're doing everything right, weight loss is slow, and you don't feel healthy, it gets frustrating. Here's the point. Even if your appetite goes down, you still need a plan. You need the right foods for you, and you need someone who knows what to do when the scale hits pause. That's what Awaken 180 brings, whether you're on meds or not. I lost my 35 pounds in just 6 weeks with Awaken 180, but more importantly, I felt great throughout the process. And I still feel great today, thanks to free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Visit the North Shore Tavern located on Federal Street right across from PNC Park for Pittsburgh's most memorable meal. Enjoy an array of delicious apps, entrees, homemade soups, desserts, cocktails, and of course, delicious steaks and seafood served on a sizzling lava stone. The vast menu changes weekly, offering something for every taste bud. Why not let their staff pamper you while you host a family or work event? The North Shore Tavern, a stone's throw away from PNC Park and Pittsburgh's home for steak on a stone.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. What if Jurassic Park really existed? Well, you need a reliable mobile connection to keep you online at the park. With Xfinity Mobile, you have Wi-Fi where you need it and 5G everywhere else. Whether you're live streaming a T-Rex feeding or downloading park maps, when you're lost in the Gallimimus Run, you can stay connected with Raptor fast speeds. Xfinity Mobile is there for you at home and at the park because it was born ready for you to roam. Xfinity. Imagine that. And now you can cut your bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com and watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. To get started, call. Visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More. Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. Taxes, fees, extra.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use TruGreen. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with TruGreen. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TruGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. It's KDK TV's own Bob Pompiani with the Bob Pompiani Show.
Right here. Ready to rock.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Want to give you the weather here before we go back to the phone lines because it is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. If you're looking to retire soon, let Secure Money Advisors get that retirement on track. Chilly today, high of around 47. All those winds that we had yesterday have somewhat subsided. There's still, gusts out there, but hopefully everyone who doesn't have power will get that power on soon. But that's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. We go back to the phone lines, and let's go out to Rich, who joins us in Forest Hills. Hey, Rich, what's going on?
Hey, Bob. How are you doing today?
Good. What's up with you?
Great to talk to you. Pirates comment and a Penguins comment. Your last caller had mentioned Lemieux's comment about a garage league. I recall, I'm not sure if it was Kerry Frazier or Paul Stewart. It was one of those referees that wouldn't call.
I think it was Paul Stewart. The late Paul Stewart. I think he passed away.
Yeah, wouldn't call penalties that were made against Lemieux because he was too big and he should have been able to handle himself.
Right.
This George Soros mentality is grossly misplaced in the role that he's in. I mean, I'd much rather see a bunch of geeks that never played the game, that went to law school, that would serve in that capacity. I mean, this is still a remnant of old school hockey where you need Colin Campbell and Dave Stewart or George Soros.
Why do those guys all get the job, though? That's what I don't understand. Because they're normally the perpetrators. You look at, when they played, Colin Campbell was like that. Parros is the same way. When he played, he was like that. So what are they there to defend those guys? Because why? Because they're not as good? The whole thing is...
It's the old school original eight mentality. I mean, I truly believe that there is an element in the NHL that wishes they could go back to the original eight. And any city.
So in other words, let's not feature the skill. Let's not feature all the excellent skating that we see and the up and down chances. We'd rather have quicksand approach where nobody's skating because you're afraid to get hit.
And the Olympic-sized rink.
Right.
That's the other. This game could be I think twice as popular as it is if this old mentality would go away. But I know you got other people to talk to, but I wanted to make a comment. I'm cautiously optimistic about the Pirates this year.
Me too.
I think the pitching staff is not going to be your traditional 5-man rotation. I read somewhere that they were talking about Skeens and
Chandler.
Keller. No, Keller being the ones that are going to give you 7 or 9 innings, and everybody else is going to be.
I think that's
4, 5, or 6.
I think that's true.
Well, I hope it's true because a typical 5-man rotation won't allow them to compete the entire year. These guys just don't have that body of work. But the point is thank God that Shelton's gone because I don't think that he could manage that. I'm cautiously optimistic about Donnie Kelly having the wherewithal to manage that, but that's going to be a tough thing for this team to manage. The innings, meaningful innings later in the year are not the same as non-meaningful innings later in the year, which is what they've had a long history of on this team.
Yeah, I do think it's still a bullpen game largely. I would also think if it's Jose Urquidy, who's the fifth starter, he may give you some innings. They need innings for starters, but you're right. Guys like Ashcraft, guys like Chandler, if it's Barco, if it's Jared Jones when he comes back, they're not going to go more than 5 or 6 on a regular outing. So,
well, I mean, it gives those guys a chance to ease into their careers as well. So, I mean, you can really accomplish 2 things at once. And then last. This Henry Davis rant it's so infuriating to me. He was 1-1 in a year where there was no consensus top 10. And I've said this before. His being drafted enabled them to have the money to draft Bubba Chandler. So everybody that's got a thorn up their rear end about Davis, just pretend he was drafted in the 2nd round and Chandler was drafted in the 1st round. None of the 10 players in Henry Davis's draft class has done anything.
No, that's a good point. I agree because we looked at that as well. It's just that I think the expectation of 1-1 is, you inherit those expectations as your 1-1, so you better be able to hit.
Well,
I'm encouraged by what he's done to himself defensively. I think he's really become very good and reliable back there. Now, if he could just take another step offensively, and at this point, I wouldn't expect a whole bunch other than maybe, give me some, 12 to 15 home runs, 50-some, 60-some RBIs. I'll take that.
Well, I think the fans could help by just getting off his back. Just let the guy settle in.
Yeah.
He was a hitter in college with minimal defensive skills. He's learned how to be a quality major league catcher. He'll figure out the hitting. It's just going to take him a little bit more time, unfortunately. But he's done what they've asked him. They need a catcher.
Yeah, and they have options here now. Joey Bart's still back there. So is Endy Rodriguez. He's had a pretty good spring. I'm not sure Flores if he's in their plans or not. I think one guy who should be is Jostinson Garcia. He's really, and I know it's spring training, so I'm not going to overdo it, but he shows a live bat, 23 years old. He'd be very close to my roster, if not on it.
Good talking to you, Bob.
All right, you too, Rich. Thank you very much. 412-928-9370. Greg in Youngstown before we go to break, and then we have Simon Says in Pittsburgh. Hey, Greg, how are you doing today?
Hey, Bob, real quick what this guy was saying. I have no empathy towards Davis. Learn how to hit. His plate presence was horrible the last 2 years. And I don't know if it was the batting coach. I don't know who it was. But you're a first-round pick. You got to produce. I'm not going to cry for these guys. Number two, about Connor Griffin. He's a phenom. I don't care what sport it is, hockey, tennis, golf, whatever it is. Phenoms come up at 19, 20 years old. And he will have his ups and downs in the pros, but initially, I just want to see him with the power and the RBI numbers. I don't care about the average. Averages come a little later, but I want to see the power numbers. I want to see the RBI numbers, and I think he'll be okay. I mean, if the fans jump all over him, he hits 20-some home runs, are wrong because he's not going to hit 280, 290 this year. He's just not going to.
No, I agree with that, Greg. Thank you for the call.
Okay.
I think he's a guy who, he understands the game. He's well beyond his years from a maturity standpoint. And I think he can understand a slow start or going through a slump. He knows, but he gets on base, man. He steals base. He does a lot of things that can help your club. He doesn't have to hit, and I don't think he will. I agree with you on that. He won't hit 280. It's hard to do that right off the bat. But you'll see streaks of the season where he just becomes somewhat dominant, and then you'll see streaks where there's a lull. And I think how Donnie Kelly manages that will go a long way in helping him advance in all categories. Simon Says coming up when we go to a break here. Simon, hang on. We have lines open for you at 412-928-9370. We're talking about Paul Skeens versus the Dominican Republic tomorrow at 8 p.m. in Miami. And that'll be his last start in the USA World Baseball Classic. And then he goes back to spring training, and then eventually the season starts, and he'll be the opening day starter. We're talking about Jeff Capel, who is going to return for one more year. After most people thought he might have been fired, that wasn't the case. We'll get into that. We'll also talk about some really intriguing matchups in the Conference Championship Basketball Tournament weekend. It's all coming up right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Y'all say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Panda. Make this shot and everyone gets to score big savings at Spitzer. Nothing but net.
Make a fast break to Spitzer Toyota today and drive a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 Double Cab from a low $275 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 35,599, VIN TT 044098, RWD Model 7186, 36 months, $39.99 due at signing through TMS, plus title tax license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/31/2026.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Check out Wayland Exteriors at the Home and Garden Show. Need a new roof, gutters, or siding? Check them out and see why they're the #1 roofing company in the region. Family owned and operated. Learn about their Respect Your Home guarantee. Wayland Exteriors, no mess, no stress. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Tonight, the Pittsburgh Penguins have a game at 9 o'clock. They play the Utah Mammoth on the road. It'll be the final game where Evgeny Malkin is suspended from, and his 5-game suspension in total. The Penguins right now still in second in the Metropolitan Division. They're tied with the New York Islanders with 79 points. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by #1 Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sun is shining in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on this Saturday, and we welcome you aboard 93.7 The Fan. Bob Pompiani with you, and we have a shift change. Sean Myers, thank you, Sean, for all your work. And now we have Nicholas Callis, who is behind the glass. How are you, Nick?
I'm feeling great.
Nicholas Callis. It's been a while. I asked him when the last time he was on a Saturday. He said a couple of years ago, but I do remember after you reminded me that your uncle, of course, works at KDK, and I introduced you as Paul Callis' nephew.
Back in the day,
Back in the day. So, yes, we have a lot to talk about today, and you can call the program at 412-928-9370. We'll get into the Steeler acquisitions. We haven't really done that so much, although it's been done quite a bit, and we'll continue to do that. Radko Gudas gets a 5-game suspension. I think it's a terrible look for the NHL. What do you say? And we got some great basketball matchups coming up, including the ACC final, number 1 Duke against number 2 Virginia. Then you have the Big 12, Arizona against Houston. And Houston absolutely obliterated Kansas last night, so it's number 1 versus number 2. And then the Big East, this is a reminder of old days in the Big East basketball tournament. Number 1 St. John's against number 2 UConn. That'll be later tonight. So 412-928-9370. We have Simon Says on the line here. Nick, let's get to him. What's up, Simon?
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Do you like when I say Simon Says, or would you rather me not do that?
No, I like it. It's fine.
Okay.
So I just want to talk to you a little bit about the Penguins. You know, I'm really optimistic about this team. I think it's a little unsustainable without Crosby, but Malkin gets back next game. I really like how Rust has stepped up. You know, guys like Novak, too. And I know it goes under the radar, but even Soderblom with Brazo missing time. But, you know, with Girard out, I'm not a big fan of Solovyov. Clifton's okay, but, you know, I think when these guys get healthy, I'm really optimistic about this team. I wanted to get your thoughts.
I have been all year, Simon. I have. And I said so from the beginning because I liked just getting to talk to Dan Muse a couple of times, just strategy and how he's going to not shy away from younger players, a big believer in 4 lines. And I think you've seen that. Even that game the other night against Vegas, through 2 periods, they had outshot them 14-11. Right. And they controlled the pacing, even without Crosby, without Malkin, without Brazeau, without Girard. They were missing a lot of pieces, and yet they, I thought, dictated how the game was being played. You know, Vegas wants to get some up and down stuff going. They have players who are good at that. The Penguins kind of controlled them, and then all of a sudden there were some breakdowns and odd man breaks, which you don't normally see this team make. And once that happened,
the turnovers.
But also, and while I know some of these were grade A chances, Shelov's has got to make a save or two in those situations just to get them and bail them out.
And I was just going to say that, you know, I really do like Shelov's, but for me, at least of late, I kind of wish they would let Skinner play a little bit more. I think he has more experience. I like what he does with the glove more. And I get the defense broke down a little bit against Vegas. You know, I love Letang, but he looked a little bit like a step behind.
Yeah.
But I really do think Skinner recently, he just looks more experienced. He looks more poised. I'd like to see him play a little bit more than just like the back and forth.
I think you saw what Skinner did in the Carolina game, even though they lost that game. He made some just bell-ringing saves, or, you know, just tremendous, because Carolina was coming at them for a while. And, Simon, I will agree with your point in this. If they get to the playoffs and they're healthy, I think you're going to find a very difficult team to play in the Pittsburgh Penguins. I don't expect anything beyond that, but I expect them to play and make really difficult out. You know what I mean? They have the players to do it, and if they get back to what they did at the beginning of the season, which was capitalizing on their power plays, shorthanding it has been pretty good. They got a 4th line that I think is among the best in hockey. Yep. It's a tough out. So they just got to hold off the Islanders, who thankfully lost in regulation yesterday. So
yeah, thanks for the Kings.
LA Kings messing with the Eastern Conference a little bit. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Simon.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. Anytime at 412-928-9370. So tonight it's Utah Mammoth, and that's a good team as well. They've accumulated some points, and they've had some big wins. Another thing I wanted to get to is, in case you missed it, and you may have noticed this if you were watching, but the Players' Championship this morning down at TPC Sawgrass, they delayed people getting in there because they had a shooting just nearby, and 2 people lost their lives. The guy who was the perpetrator and suspect was running through TPC Sawgrass. And again, I don't know what time of the day this was, but it must have been early. Maybe it was dark outside. How he avoided sand traps and water, I'll never know. And they sicked the canines on him, and they eventually got him, not before he stole a courtesy car from the Players' Championship. But he's been apprehended, thankfully, and they find out that he has been a multiple-time offender. And again, this just inexplicable that people, they call them repeat offenders, and when they keep repeating, don't be surprised if they keep repeating. Let's go to Ryan in New Jersey. Hello, Ryan. How are you?
Bob, couple things real quick about the Gudas. And so I read the article, I think it was in the Trib, whichever paper's not going out of business out there, about the SEA and the Sports and Exposition Authority about Fenway Sports Group reneging on their promises to invest in the district. So and I'm not surprised at all. When Fenway bought the Pens, people thought they were getting the 2005 Fenway. They got the 2020 Fenway. They were very different. So I'm glad to see them sell the team. I'm really worried about the Hoffman Group being undercapitalized. The worst thing in sports you can have is a team that doesn't want to spend to the salary cap that sets a budget. That's basically the Carolina Hurricanes, which, if you notice, they don't win cups.
I don't think it's because of their team roster, and I think it's because they just don't play the kind of hockey they need to play in the playoffs. They have a really good team.
That's part of it, but they're always in the top 8 to 15 at the end of the year in cap space available, and that's a bad sign. If you want to look, you got to spend. I mean, if you want to win, you got to spend. I know that spending does not equal winning championships, but you can't hamstring your resources. That's just my personal view. Back to the Gudis stuff, and I don't like the comparison that he took out Crosby. I know he did. However, Crosby, I think, was more hurt on the previous hit than the Gudis one. I mean, he's a goon, and he's, any flyer trash I'm going to hate. So that's just the way it is. Mm-hmm. But I think the hit the other night, which was pathetic, because then he dove after he stuck the knee out to look like it was unintentional, right. Which he did it twice this year. He did it to somebody, I think, on the Hurricanes earlier in the year. The guy didn't get hurt, but he did the exact same play.
Yeah, I can only get you with my kneecap. He always goes after the big names, too. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the way it is. But what I'm interested about from a league dynamic perspective, and the Pens are kind of in a precarious position because they still look like they're in good shape, but this could get away from them in a 3 or 4 game stretch where they're at now because their margin is down to 0. The games are running short. So I'm afraid that when Crosby and Malkin jump back in, they're not going to go. I mean, they're not going to be. They may have to readjust again. They could really easily kind of be on the outside and drop down to like 10th in the conference in a blink if they don't come out flying and win the next 6 games in a row. So I'm a little worried about that. But the thing about the Gudis hit is Crosby signed one. He's not going to exercise it, but he signed one. Then Matthews signed one, and then McDavid signed one. They signed trade me contracts, 3, 2-year deals at relatively high value, but not top of the market, where they can force their way out of their markets if they want to. And Matthews is the prime candidate for that because they have treated him and Brady Tkachuk like absolute trash up there since the Olympics. I mean, Canada really needs to regulate itself on taking it too seriously.
I would not be surprised if Matthews played his last game as a Toronto Maple Leaf.
And that fits this narrative about the trade me contract because he could force his way out, and they want to bring their hometown boy McDavid home in Toronto. So you could see, and Edmonton has lost. I mean, they got the worst goalie on the planet. We don't need to comment on that. But Edmonton has lost. McDavid, I think, signed a 2-year deal at $13 million or whatever.
Yeah, he did it just for, he wanted to see if they would upgrade their goaltending. And
it's a prove me contract.
Yeah,
prove it to me is what that's sending a message. So he could end up in Toronto in a year or next year, and Matthews could end up somewhere south of the border, which is going to be the Rangers, unfortunately, but whatever.
By the way, you mentioned Jari. I was looking over his numbers this morning, and just
terrible.
Oh my God. Every single game, and Draisaitl's been riding him without saying his name, calling out the goalie all the time.
Yeah, and then Jari started to fight back a little bit, which he had that. Matt Murray had that tendency too to kind of be like, "Well, I can't do it on my own." It's like, well, you can guard your net on your own. You can keep the puck out of the net on your own. I get it. You don't want to face 2-on-1s, but at the same time, yeah, Jari's just been atrocious. And then some of the Edmonton people that you see on like the feeds say, "Well, let's send him down to condition him." Oh no, not Jari. That doesn't work.
Ryan, I will say this. Yeah, I will say this, that Dubas waited for his moment. If you remember, Jari got off to a really good start here. And I think,
then he dumped him.
And then he dumped him, and he got a tremendous trade out of that. This is his last 10 games, Jari. 41 goals against, an .816 save percentage, 509 goals against, 7 games with 4+ goals allowed. It's just...
He's given up 7 or 8 goals in a game. This is nuts. Everything goes in, but we'll see. I'm really hoping the Pens get this one tonight. This is a big game.
It is. This is
the Islanders and the Jackets have cupcakes today. So
and listen, you mentioned about going through a bad streak. This could be it. Now they got to avoid that by beating Utah tonight before they go to Colorado and Carolina again in succession. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it, man. Have a good day. We got the Hawk. Is this the Hawk? This is the Hawk report. Or is this?
This is Hawk. This is not that Hawk. This is the true Hawk.
I was trying to get Callis to do a Hawk thing. You've never done it. Okay, there we go.
This is HAUK Hawk. Bob, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, I just had something I wanted to put out there and get your thoughts on. How is it possible that the NFL draft is supposed to bring in $250 million and Pittsburgh has a $40 million deficit on its budget? How is that even possible?
How is it possible to have a $40 million budget? Most areas do because of lack of leadership and lack of good stuff for the city. I mean, they're spending too much, is what you're saying.
But shouldn't we be able to funnel some of those funds that we're getting from the draft to help the city out? Isn't it kind of insane?
Well, I think I don't know the specifics, Hawk, so I'm not going to try to figure it out. This math stuff, it goes beyond me. But there's got to be, it makes a lot of money for downtown, for the area, in terms of businesses, hotels, restaurants, all the stuff. The cultural district will make, and those are all part of it. But you're right. As far as the city itself, I've got to believe there's a way that they should be able to get something out of that to help their deficit. But I don't know how that works.
Right, Bob?
What's that?
Yeah, I don't either. One would think though that the city should be flush with cash after hosting such an event. It's just kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it though. I think it's going to be a fun event, even though it's going to be crowded, as you can imagine. But thank you for the call, Hawk. Hopefully they'll figure it out and use the money wisely. But the Steelers will have on a year where they host the NFL draft, which is coming up April 23rd, 4th, and 5th. They're going to have the most picks, 12 of them. The Ravens will have 11. The Jaguars will have 11. The Patriots will have 11. So that's a lot of picks, and they won't obviously use all of them on draft people. But what they will do is trade some of them to move up, and it'll be very interesting to see where they trade up, because I think that's going to be one of the keys here. They have people, and I'm wondering. I'm just, we see a lot of the negotiations that are going on. Some of the. And I think they're trying to make people think that they're doing one thing while doing another. And we've heard so many great things about Will Howard, and I believe they're all true, but I also think they're done with a reason. I go back to when Mike Tomlin was touting Malik Willis, and everybody thought Malik Willis was going to be picking out of the blue. It's Kenny Pickett. Could they be doing that with that Will Howard situation and making people think they won't take a quarterback, but they might take a quarterback? And maybe it's, Simpson out of Alabama. I don't know. I mean, that's part of the gamesmanship that goes on with these drafts and some of the words you hear out of them. I know this. They still need a wide receiver. They did themselves well by bringing in Michael Pittman Jr. I like him a lot. I think McCarthy likes him a lot. He is an upstanding guy. He just spoke beautifully yesterday at the first press gathering where he talked about he had stuttering issues, had to work through them. But he's a real good team guy, and he's killed the Steelers on several occasions there. And remember last year he played on a team that, had Daniel Jones as its quarterback, but some pretty good players on the offensive arsenal, like Jonathan Taylor, the running back, like Tyler Warren, the big tight end out of Penn State who made an impact, Josh Downs, and Alec Pierce, and him. So I know this about Mike McCarthy. He likes to employ multiple tight ends. So even though they brought Pittman in, and they lost Calvin Austin too. So I do think you're going to see them draft a receiver, maybe first round. That's what I'm thinking. But it could be maybe second round, depending on some of these other needs they may have. They've done a pretty good job. And again, this is all on paper, so it's easier to say this now than it would be to watch them play, because I think over the years we all tend to look at it. Every team does. Wow, look at this on paper. But on paper, you have a pretty good defensive situation with Jaquan Brisker bringing in from the Bears, because now your safety position, if you thought originally it was going to be Ramsey, no. Ramsey is more effective to me in a slot corner position. You have Jamel Dean, you have Joey Porter Jr., and then you have Brisker and Deshaun Elliott back there. I think that's a pretty good secondary to have. Now, there are going to be some, who knows what's going to happen with the inside linebackers. I know that Patrick Queen was due a payment yesterday. I believe he got it by the Steelers, which would limit any trade discussion, I would think. You also have Cam Hayward signing for another year, but they brought in another guy, Sebastian Joseph Day from Tennessee. He's older. He's 31 or 32, but I mean, he's capable. He's been on some good teams. I think he was with the Rams when they won a championship. And he still is pretty good at what he does. They need bodies there. There's no question about that to complement some of the younger guys they have. So on paper, it looks like a pretty good situation. We'll see what they do in the draft, but it's going to be very intriguing. And those of you coming down, part of something you may never see again in your lifetime. I don't know how often drafts return to cities. They've started this thing. I remember when it was back in one room at Radio City, where the Rockettes play, whatever it is, Radio City. And that was it. It was done in one day. Now it's in the NFL knows how to market better than anybody. They've turned this into quite an event. And this team, the Steelers, made sure it was coming to Pittsburgh. They worked hard in getting in here. So kudos to them, and it means a lot of money coming into the city. At 412-928-9370. Some big matchups tonight I wanted to talk about. Number 1, Duke. Number 2, Virginia. Duke's a little short-handed, but they're going to be the number 1 seed, I would think, the overall seed heading in the NCAAs. But Virginia, the Cavaliers are a very good team. Arizona-Houston is going to be a battle to watch. That's in the Big 12 championship. Houston just dismantled Kansas. Arizona won on a buzzer beater. Both very good teams. And then the one in the Big East, man, this is old school Big East, where you have St. John's against UConn. That'll take place tonight at Madison Square Garden. Jim in Greenshee joins us next. Hello, Jim. How are you today?
I'm good, Bob. Hey, I just wanted to add a couple points. I know Greg called in about Connor Griffin and whether he should start in the majors. And absolutely, as Greg said, he's a phenom. You got to bring him up and let him play for several reasons. I mean, if you look at a much more difficult, physically demanding sport like hockey, we have Ben Kindle, who's 18. He's mixing it up with 30-year-old mature-bodied, grizzled veterans every night, and he's holding his own.
Yep.
Not only that, but you imagine all the jersey sales, et cetera, that nothing would get by bringing the kid up and putting him in the lineup, and the eyeballs, both in person and on TV, that would be, attracted by that. And then the last thing I'll mention is, and you'll remember this, and the older guys will remember, Al Kaline, fantastic Hall of Famer.
Detroit Tigers.
Yep. Right, almost 20-year career. I think 400 home runs and hit around 300 lifetime average. Tremendous outfielder. He was 18 when he went up, Bob. He never played one inning of minor league baseball. He went directly from high school to the pros. So those are my comments on it.
Well, the last guy to be a teenager on a major league roster was Ken Griffey Jr. back in 1989. And, yeah, you're right about that. And I think it's a good point, Jim, that you look at a guy like Kindle, and I think what they saw in him was a guy who understood the game, who was willing to play all parts of the game, the 200-foot game. Yeah, he's 18. Yeah, his body is not anywhere near what it will be, and he's going up against some big-time guys, and yet he's held his own, as you said. If you see that in Connor Griffin, if you see this maturity, which I do, a maturity, he understands it. He knows he's very aware of what he does defensively. He's fast. The hitting will come, but I am not of the belief that he needs to be sent down to AAA. Now, he may need it, and there's nothing wrong with that because Mike Trout went through that. He started up here, he went back down after he started slowly, then reemerged. So whatever they do, it won't be long before you see him here.
I agree, but I think he should start opening day. I mean,
so do I.
Obviously, he's the best defensive player we have. We have suffered with guys that couldn't hit for the last 5 years at every infield position. So, at least you have the best glove on the field. So,
Jim, thank you for the call. Appreciate that. I tend to agree. I think, but whatever the case, it won't be long. That'll be the situation with Connor Griffin if he does not start here. 412-928-9370. I want to remind you that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And also the Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Coming up, I want to get your take on Jeff Capel being retained by the Pitt Panthers after a losing season and only one NCAA tournament appearance in 8 years. But Alan Green spelled it out. There are reasons for this to happen. We'll get into that and ask your take on it. Anything else you want to talk about is fair game until 1 o'clock. Call right here. But right now, I want to tell you about West Shore Home because this is the last day. They've extended this one of their biggest savings event of the season for 1 week only, and it was this past week. It ends today. It's their flash sale. Get 25% off your bathroom remodel. Plus, you will get started with no money down. You'll lock in special finance options that make it even easier to get started and save $500 just for listening to this program here today. We appreciate that. All you have to do is schedule your free in-home consultation now at westshorehome.com. West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast and easy. From your free consultation to your professional installation, By the way, this is all completed by their teams of highly trained employee installers. They don't go outside their organization. They train these people. They're the best at what they do. They install it for you. So they got your back from start to finish, and they won't be dealing with a construction mess for weeks on end. I mean, they do it well. They get it in, get it out. They get going. They leave you with a bath you'll be proud of for years to come. But remember, this extended offer ends today, Saturday, March 14th. So don't wait. Visit westshorehome.com/fan to schedule that free consultation today. It's westshorehome.com/fan to save 25% on your bathroom remodel with West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The USA beat Canada yesterday in the quarterfinals 5-3 was the final score of that game. There's two games unrelated to the USA being played today in the World Baseball Classic. At 3 o'clock Eastern time, it's Puerto Rico and Italy playing. And then at 9 o'clock, Venezuela and Japan, they play. The U.S. won't play again until Sunday. The U.S. plays the Dominican Republic at 8 o'clock on Sunday, and then the bracket will continue from there. But the next games and the next rounds are scheduled for Monday. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for March at Mike's is Fire Whistle Brewing's 139 Engine Red Ale. And the charity benefiting from the proceeds is YASU, Young Adult Survivors United, supporting cancer survivors and caregivers.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy 1 room of carpet clean for free, unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them 93.7 The Fan sent you. Zero Res.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days if your bet loses. And let me explain to you how it works. Place a tournament bet using the token, and if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. That's 10 chances to play all tourney long. And you've got game props, you've got money line, spreads, totals, futures, and more. You can even mix things up with same-game parlays for a shot at a bigger payout. However, you want to fill out your bracket. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, makes it easy to stay in the action day after day. So visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up today. FanDuel, it's time to dance. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Must apply select token each day. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace with over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Show favorite, the Farm to Table Expo, returns with dozens of small local growers and food producers. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Trust us, he knows sports.
Man of distinction, eh?
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back as we continue. Bob Pompiani here along with Nicholas Callis. He's behind the glass taking your calls at 412-928-9370. Pirates have another game today. They've had a very good spring, and we will find out as the roster gets closer to being there what's going to happen. We have a lot of basketball on tap today, too, so I want to get into some of those matchups. And there are 2 big games over at PPG Paints Arena. You're going to have St. Louis, which had to overcome a 21-point deficit last night to beat George Washington. They're 27-4, number 1 seed. They'll be taking on Dayton. And then after that, it's St. Joe's and VCU ended Duquesne's season last night. And a tough game, 71-66. David Dixon, full credit to him. And man, I love to see this throwback. David Dixon spent all 4 years at one school, Duquesne, 129 games, more than anyone else on the roster. He got a nice little send-off last night and well-deserved. 412-928-9370. Let's go to Jim in Jefferson, who joins us right now on the fan hotline. Hello, Jim.
Hi, Bob. You know, there's so many reasons why I think this was a good move and probably a great move for Pitt to keep and retain Capel. And I could get into them. First of all, the man has a 500 record. He's 127, 127. It's not like he's had a completely losing record. He was Coach of the Year 3 years ago in the ACC.
Yes, he was.
Why didn't he didn't get into the tournament there because people like Joe Lenardi and a few others that rate the teams first in, first out had a thing on for ACC that year. And I remember we got, I think, 4 teams into that tournament that year. It ended up three of the ACC teams were in the Elite 8 and 2 went to the Final 4. And they were trying to say that the ACC was a bad league. I mean, it was ridiculous. And then, but let's talk about the players. First of all, he lost a 6'10" Nagoya, and that was personal problems. He lost him as a forward. He lost his starting, and these were all big NIL money, the starting center.
Yeah, Deshaun Jackson, who had like a heart problem or something like that.
Heart murmur, never played. And then he lost Papa Conte, another 6'10" player. So he had to make Cameron Corn a center, who was naturally a forward. So he worked with him and did that. And then B.B. Cummings, he lost him about halfway through there. And then Corn actually had a bad angle for several weeks. I don't know how he did it. But he kept that team playing with 6 and 7 guys. He had that Amari, the young freshman, come in to play. He was able to get some kind of a rotation.
Yeah,
and
listen,
they played hard.
I get it. And they won 4 of their last 5, I think, to get into the tournament. Had to go to Syria. All that's fine. It is a results-based business, though, and that's why I thought they were going to make a move. But I understand. I understand in this new NCAA right now, man, you got to have NIL money. You have coaches' buyouts, which affect the money you can spend on other people, because Pitt does not have a lot of money to spend versus teams like Arkansas, versus teams like Alabama, or all these teams in the SEC who have all sorts of deep-pocketed fans who can support them. Pitt needs more of that, and until they get out, they got to figure out. To me, it's a 1 year. To me, it's a 1 year extension. If things go badly next year, because he has another thing in his corner was the fact that he has a pretty good recruiting class coming in. If he keeps it together,
top 12,
right?
It's the top 12 in the country right now.
2 4-star guys.
Top 40.
Yep.
Two men in the top 40. And one is 93 out of 100. That's another reason.
I understand why the decision was made, but I think the results obviously have got to start changing because it hits you in the pocketbook so many times, like with attendance and everything else.
I have a personal reason too about Coach Capel. He's a good man, and he learned that from Coach K.
Yes, I agree with that.
A friend, Bill Priaco, who knew Coach K very well because his sons went to Army. Well, anyway.
Yeah, I think the bottom line is.
Right, but anyway, what was I going to tell you about that? I'm sorry, I got interrupted there for a second. But Bill passed on something he knew Capel because Coach K used to invite Bill and his son down to Duke every year. His son was Danny was in the Army Rangers. He was hurt pretty badly, but Coach K would bring him down for a game every year, and he mentioned to Coach Capel he saw him over at Pitt, and Bill mentioned about the fact that I had come down with some cancer that I was being treated for. Do you know Capel sat down, sent me a personal. That's the kind of man he is.
That's great.
Okay?
And I hope you're doing well with that, too.
He's a good man.
I agree.
He's a good man, and his players like him. They like playing for him.
All right, Jim. I got to move along.
Nobody knows the ACC better.
He does. And listen, I get why they retained him. I think it's more money related than anything else. The results have got to be better. But there are issues that every team deals with. Injuries, transfers, whatever. It's still a bottom line business. The bottom line has got to be better. You're right. He was an ACC Coach of the Year back in 2022-23. They got to the NCAAs. He followed that up with, I thought, another NCAA appearance. I thought they got screwed out of that, to be honest. But these things happen, and they got to get to the next level here. They do. So he's getting essentially a 1 year extension here, even though his contract runs to the end of the decade, I believe, because that's what Heather Light gave him. I think Alan Green will see how it goes after this year, and if this group coming in is good, then everything will remain as it is. He's done the work on the recruiting, so let's see how that goes. And I get it, but they got to turn it around sooner rather than later. 412-928-9370. We got Tom Cat in Mount Lebanon joining us right now. What's up, Tom Cat?
Bob, as a WVU alum and fan, I have to say, for that last caller, from his mouth or from his lips to God's ears, keep Capel, keep him around, extend him. And
No. I'm not in for extensions. And he already has an extension that runs through the end of the decade. I would say earn it.
Well, as a WVU fan, I would love to see Jeff Capel extend.
Right, because you just beat them by 22 points, didn't you?
Yes, yes. No, it is mind-boggling, though, that they keep him. I was reading some Pitt message boards last night, and the entire fan base is dumbfounded. To have a guy who's had 9 years and one NCAA tournament.
8 years.
And 8 years, and they're keeping him is just astounding. And it is so hard for a school like Pitt or West Virginia to continue in this arms race.
That to me is the number one issue. And you guys know at West Virginia, it's the same thing. West Virginia hasn't had a good team in a long time, right?
It's been 5 years.
It's really difficult to get the money that you need to bring some of these guys in. I looked at what BYU did with A.J. DeBansa, who's going to be maybe the number one pick in the NBA draft. Of all people, I wouldn't expect BYU to come up with the kind of money they did. But if you have people who are with your program and want to help the program, unfortunately, a lot of the money has to go straight to the NIL. If you're dealing with a coach who has a $15 million buyout, all that money that may be destined for the NIL has to go to him first. You know what I mean? So, it's really complicated versus what it used to be. It was simple. You have one NCAA in 8 years, you're gone, period.
Yeah. One thing I was reading last night on the Pitt message boards is that there are rumors that Notre Dame in football has 35 to 40 million in NIL funds available. Now, Pitt and West Virginia, I have heard, are somewhat similar in NIL. They're between 7 to 15 million.
I don't even think it's that big.
Well, West Virginia's is then. So if you're Pitt or West Virginia, should you not be leaning more into basketball where you actually can win a national title with two great players and probably $8 to $10 million versus in football, like West Virginia claims they're $20 million for football. That's still like 40th in the country.
Yeah, but football is a bigger revenue producer. Even when they lose, it's a bigger revenue producer. And I think that's all.
I agree.
That's part of it.
I just wonder at what point do fans of schools like us, Pitt and Virginia Tech, just say, you know what, we can't do it in football. Let's try to win a basketball title.
Thanks, Tomcat. Appreciate the call. It's like baseball right now being, smaller economic cities versus the big dogs. And that's why they may have a work stoppage at the end of this. I think it's very difficult to compete when you know you only have so much money involved. And the way this has gone, and I didn't like it the way it went because it just came off the rails, no guardrails at all to protect these teams other than the ones who have all these big-time money people involved in their corners. So it's not easy. And I get what Athletic Director Green did. I get it. But at some point, the results have got to change. And this will be the year. I think it's a one and maybe done situation, but Capel's got to get his recruits in here. It's a good class to see what he does with it, and they should get back in the NCAAs. And if he does, I don't want to talk about extensions. He already has an extension. I'll just let it play out and see where we are in 3 years from now. 412-928-93.7. Let's go to Guy in California. Hey, Guy, how are you?
Bob, it's a beautiful day for hockey.
It always is.
Certainly a beautiful day here in Southern California. Listen, I said before the Olympics my concern about these mid-season national tournament plays, and obviously the Crosby injury speaks for that. And then the injuries that impacted the league. Fiala's injury possibly cost the LA coaches his job, although he was probably going to be fired anyways. And Las Vegas hasn't been the same after the Olympics either. I mean, the U.S. players, Eichel and Hannafin, are still hungover, and the Canadian players, Marner and Theodore and Stone, they're still in grief counseling. But real quick about the Penguins, my concern is the Penguins may fall down to the wild card 1 or 2, in which case they would play either the Hurricane, or they could end up playing Buffalo Sabres or Tampa on the other side of it. And if they play the Buffalo is just feeling it right now. Unlike Toronto, the Sabres have a pack mentality. And you saw that when they played Tampa. Mm-hmm. And one last thing about the Penguins, Bob, these overtime and shootout losses, we're sitting here again, Bob, talking about the same old thing.
Yeah, it hasn't changed, and honestly, it's to me, it's more shooters. They're not scoring enough. Their percentage of scoring is way down. I don't know if they tried Ben Kindle the other day, which was good. He scored on it. I'll go with different people until I see the results change. Thanks for the call, Guy. Got to go to a break here. It's 412-928-9370. Want to remind you once again that the fan Twitter page is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associate, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. When we come back, more calls up until 1 o'clock, and I believe Paul Alexander is on deck. He'll be here with you throughout the afternoon so you can continue the conversation. I want to also get into Paul Skeens and the lineup he will be facing from the Dominican Republic tomorrow night as USA takes on DR in the semifinals. It's all coming up right after Nicholas Callis headline on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Pittsburgh Pirates have a spring training game today at 1:05. They have a spring training home game against the Baltimore Orioles. The Pirates go into the game with a 15-6 record through spring training. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
BetMGM Casino is ready for winter. It might be cold outside, but the games are heating up. New customers can enjoy a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house using bonus code HOMETOWN at sign up. Play your favorite games at BetMGM Casino, like blackjack and roulette with a live dealer. Or check out their exciting slots like Cash Machine. The thrills of BetMGM Casino are always available right from the palm of your hand. Download the BetMGM Casino app today and get a piece of the action. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
50 years of A10 basketball, and now the championship returns to its roots. Pittsburgh, the Steel City, built on toughness, fueled by grit. The 11th of March through 15th at PPG Paints Arena. The energy is rising, the stakes are massive, and every moment is up for grabs. This is the A10 Men's Basketball Championship. Pittsburgh, we're coming home.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. If it's a Berg sports thing, we got you covered. This is magnificent. This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. We move along here at 412-928-9370. So tomorrow, we got the big World Baseball Classic in the semifinals. One game will feature Italy against Puerto Rico, and that's the day game. At night, it's going to be the Dominican Republic against USA, and that means Paul Skeens will face Nicholas Callas. This lineup: Juan Soto, Fernando Tatis, Ketel Marte, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Manny Machado, Junior Caminero, O'Neal Cruz, Julio Rodriguez. So I'm anxious to see Cruz against Skeens. These are the kinds of things that I want to see with these matchups that they have. I'm not. This World Baseball Classic is fun, but to me, it's not that big a deal compared to Olympics because they do it so early in the season. How many innings will Skeens go, and where are the problem areas with this Dominican lineup? Because it's pretty much loaded.
The problem areas are everywhere. I think they can get Skeens through 5 solid innings. I know the pitching limits now are closer to 80 pitches, 90 pitches. I didn't even realize at the beginning of the tournament they had pitch limits, so I think that's also a good idea. But I'd say he'll give 5 solid innings. I think he can be efficient. I mean, there's a lot of problem areas, but Skeens is what I'm going to say is one of, if not the best pitcher of our generation.
Yeah, no question. And I think those guys will find that out if they don't know already. But it is a loaded lineup. And same can be said about the USA.
Yeah.
I think I saw the name of the guy I don't recognize from the Dominican who's pitching.
Luis Severino.
Is he pitching? I thought it was somebody else.
That's what I saw on the website.
Oh, if it's Severino, then it's different. I understand Severino's got some clout there. But he has a loaded, and he has a loaded lineup to deal with USA as well. So
yeah, MLB.com, Luis Severino.
This is why I watch for a game like this one. I think this is going to be good. But that's tomorrow at 8:00. In the meantime, the Pirates still have decisions to make, and they're getting to the point where they're going to have to make those decisions here, getting set for the opener in just about 12 days from now. Let's go back to the lines. Bob in Turtle Creek joins us right here on the Bob Pompiani Show. Hey, Bob. Rob.
Hey, it's Rob in Turtle Creek.
Rob.
Hey, yeah, Bob, good to talk to you.
You too.
Hey, going back to your caller there, Wildcat down in wherever, West Virginia somewhere. He made the statement that, it was almost unanimous that the Pitt alumni or the Pitt fan base was against the keeping of Capel. That's just wrong. I mean, most of the callers yesterday afternoon to start the show with Pony and Muller were definitely on the Capel side. Reason being, at the beginning of the year, when things started to go south, even at the first part of the ACC season, I was down on him. But the way he held things together, he showed me he could coach. And, who else are we going to get right now? And what are you going to do? You're going to throw away a recruiting season?
I think that's the biggest reason why he was retained. It was the NIL money that they need, and they have 3 4-star recruits coming in. They want to keep that class together, and you can turn things around in basketball pretty quickly if you do it the right way. So I think that was the number one reason why Alan Green decided to keep him.
Well, the thing that I'm so upset about is that things have to change with the NIL. I'm out. I'm completely out as far as a season ticket holder. I was a season ticket holder for years, football and basketball at Pitt, and I'm done. I'm not going to, my hard-earned money, these kids are 18 years old, unproven, and they're coming in and they're getting $3, $4, $5 million a year. It takes me a lifetime to earn that kind of money. No, hell no, I'm not doing that.
No, and I think that's the problem. And you don't know who they are. They come and they go, and it's like a vagabond society, It's rare to get a David Dixon type who spent 4 years at Duquesne and wanted to be at Duquesne. Did you know Carlos Boozer? Reportedly, Carlos Boozer, the number one Duke player who's going to probably be 1-2 in the draft, depending on where Abanza goes, I think was going to get $6.7 million. Cooper Flagg last year got similar money. When you get that kind of money as an 18, 19, 20-year-old kid or whatever, and you may take it and leave immediately, I mean, how does it help your program? Unless that person is so good that you could ride him all the way to the NCAA Final Four. And that's what people are hoping for here.
It's asinine that it's gotten this far. And I can't believe that they haven't come down, the schools haven't gotten together and said, you know what, contracts. If you're going to get this kind of money, you're going to have a contract with us, and that's it. I'm waiting for the first school or the first conference that's going to say, we're not doing this anymore.
Well, I think it should have been in place before they ever got down this street. You know what I mean? They should have had some sort of system in place before they ever said, okay, NIL. They opened it up to free agency, and it didn't matter who you were, where you came from. You can ask for whatever you want. And so, of course, the teams have the deepest pocket as far as their fan base. They're going to get the lion's share. I think John Calipari went to Arkansas for that very reason. And why wouldn't you? If you have guys who are going to give you that much money, your NIL list could be $20 to $30 million if there's no control over how much you actually get or give. So anyway, thanks for the call, man. I'm up against it. I appreciate it. Rob in Turtle Creek. That'll be our final caller today. Paul Alexander will be coming up in just a couple of minutes. It's a big day over at PPG Paints Arena. 2 big A-10 semifinals. St. Louis, Dayton at 1 o'clock. And then coming up, it's St. Joe's and VCU, a team that eliminated Duquesne last night. As far as some of the other matchups really to watch, Duke and Virginia 1-2 in the ACC. Big 12 will feature number 1 Arizona, number 2 Houston, and the Big East old school matchup here. Number 1 St. John's, Rick Pitino against number 2 UConn, Danny Hurley. They have split 2 games during the regular season. This will be one to watch for sure. The Penguins in action tonight, taking on Utah. They need 2 points very badly. The Islanders lost in regulation yesterday, so they're both in with 79 points. The Penguins do have 1 game in hand there. And as far as the Steelers, they brought in Sebastian Joseph Day to add to their free agent group. 31-year-old, 6'4", 310 defensive lineman with the Titans, has won a Super Bowl championship with the Rams. He gets 2 years, $11 million to add to Rico Dowdle, Michael Pittman Jr., Jamil Dean, and Jaquan Brisker. Out of Gateway, he comes back home for that one. So looking forward to seeing what that defense might be able to look like, as this goes on. Also, the Riverhounds will take on Loudoun United FC tonight on the road. Riverhounds come home on Tuesday night for their first game. They are the defending champions of the USL, and they'll be in action in a U.S. Open Cup matchup on Tuesday. That's March 17th over at Highmark Stadium. And that's going to do it. Mr. Callis, thank you very much. Appreciate your time back there. I know you'll be riding through the afternoon with Paul Alexander. Paul will be up here next as we continue to talk sports with you, as we do every weekend right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I want to give you the weather before I go, and that is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Chilly and cooler today, high of 47 tomorrow. It's going to be in the 60s, which is nice. And then we'll see. It's going to change again abruptly. This is March weather, ladies and gentlemen, which you get on a regular basis. I'm Bob Pompiani. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow on the #1 Cochran Sports Showdown, KDK TV, 11:35 every Sunday night. Have a great weekend. Paul Alexander is next.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
High five. Up top. Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Heck yeah! He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread. Yes! The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Doran Dickerson here for PJ Fitzpatrick. Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just 1 day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family.
Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 9 o'clock against the Utah Mammoth. It will be the final game that Evgeny Malkin will serve in his 5-game suspension. The Penguins right now still tied with the New York Islanders. They each have 79 points, tied for second in the Metropolitan Division. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Keeping you up to date, even on the weekend.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Well, hello there. Now, I don't know if you can hear me if you don't have power. I mean, you might be in your car, and maybe home is where there's no power. So there might be some of you that would be in that circumstance, but believe you me, I feel for you if you don't. And not that I'm not completely engaged with you, the listening audience. I am. But I normally have 2 big full-screen, big TVs with sports on that I can watch. And this is tournament basketball weekend. We have championships everywhere. It's the Players' Championship. And I can't believe about the situation there with the shooter running all through the golf course. Killed 2 people. Our country's a little bit messed up if you haven't been paying attention, sadly. Paul Alexander with you. It's been, I think I just had last weekend off. So you got a little break from me. I got a little break from you. And they say that distance makes the heart grow fonder. I don't know if you buy that. I think there's some merit to that. But we're in kind of an interesting period of time. I think that for the first time in a long while, I'm sensing a genuine interest and excitement and optimism for your Pittsburgh Pirates. They've had an outstanding spring record-wise. They did a great job of actually looking like a team interested in winning in an offseason where they added bats and they added players and they signed some people. They avoided arbitration with all of their arbitration-eligible players. And you want to talk about a really flawed system. Think about, and I have no idea what most of you do, but imagine that, every time your contract came up or maybe your annual, evaluation, you would have to go in or maybe have someone represent you and say, this is why I deserve a raise. And then they would send one in or they would just themselves, your manager would come in and just say, I'm not giving you a raise. You know why? You were late 34 times this year. Your attitude has been well below average. The majority of the things we ask you to do, you roll your eyes and you don't seem like the least bit interested in getting it done. Ba, 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 ba. And they just start ripping you about why you don't deserve a raise or don't even deserve to work there. And then your representation and you are doing your best to, one, justify your means, justify your position, and justify wanting more money. I would not want, and I know baseball's basically an individual sport that has like a team concept to it. Everybody has individual numbers. I mean, you have stats in most sports, but it's not really as team-oriented as others. Because it's you against the pitcher when you're hitting, and there's team concepts. You're turning double plays. It's just kind of individual in a lot of ways. But I would just hate to allow my guys that want to, if I really care deeply about winning, I would want my guys to know that they're appreciated and that I'm really happy that they're on my team. If I'm the GM, the manager, any of the coaches, I don't want them to think that we're not happy with who they are and how they're playing and how they're preparing and how their work ethic is and all the things that are so crucial in having success. I just think that arbitration process is really counterintuitive to success. Now, here's the beauty if you're good enough to be a Major League Baseball player, and that's why it really doesn't matter, that you don't have it in your place of work. But if you're playing on a Major League Baseball team, you're on a Major League Baseball roster, the beauty of arbitration for you is, okay, there's a number that's suggested for you, and then you still get a raise regardless. And you're still normally going to be at $1 million plus per year. So these guys that lose their arbitration cases, you don't have to start a GoFundMe for them. They're gonna be okay. They're gonna be just fine. So what is like making your sports thing trip now? What are you into? It's kind of that strange time of the year, and my little post that I put out that, reminding you when I would be here, 1 to 5 today. I am Paul Alexander, if you haven't tuned in before. I talked about how disappointing it is, and I'm not going to pile on any of the local teams. I'm not going to pile on the Jeff Capel decision. I'll certainly entertain thoughts and conversation about that. But there was the period of time when I grew up here. I was a basketball junkie. Played every second that I could. Worked on my game every second that I could. Went to every Pitt and Duquesne game while I was in high school. Just absolutely consumed as much local basketball as I could and played as much as I could. And a lot of the younger folks out there probably won't believe that we used to have, I would think, an average per year, anywhere from 40 to 50 Division I players in the Pittsburgh area. Now, we were also the 7th TV market at that time. So the population was much bigger here than it was a lot of other places. The steel industry was booming. The city was booming. Things were really in a much different place. So I know times change. But now we're lucky if we have 5 locally. 5. And, Pitt and Duquesne, while they weren't, world beaters, they just had such great players, and they played each other all the time, and they were in the same conference for a while back in the Eastern 8 days and other things. I mean, basketball had a much bigger vibe to it than it does now. Now, there's still some good basketball going on. We've had some good years, and I think that what really I miss most is, and again, I'm not trying to dislike, I love what Andy Toole does at Robert Morris, and Duquesne has had some great years, and they have that, updated, real nice facility now. I mean, there's some good things going on, but I think the rejuvenation of basketball came with Ben Howland when he came back to Pittsburgh, or came to Pittsburgh. And I remember our good friend Ron Cook. He spent a lot of time here, and I spent a lot of time alongside Ron. When he was hired, the headline of his column was Ben Who, because he had never heard of the guy, wasn't impressed by the hire, and it turned out to be a godsend. It turned out to be, I'll never forget the day that he was available. And I was working for, I believe, I've worked at a few places, so I have to put that into perspective where it was. I believe it was KDK TV when they hired Ben Howland, or it would have been whatever iteration of Pittsburgh Sports Net was back then. When I started there, my first year at FSN, it was FSN. Then it became Root. Then it became AT&T, and now it's Sportsnet Pittsburgh. So it was either FSN. But the point being, I'll just never forget, he had a very distinctive way. He had kind of almost like a lisp, and he had just, it was just so cool. And I just said, I said to my photographer, it was a TV interview, and I said, don't turn that thing on yet. I said, so, like, where are you from? Where'd you grow up? What kind of basketball do you really like to coach? What's your, you like to press? Do you know, what he goes, defense and rebound. It was just, and we hit it off then because everyone else just sits down and starts firing away and getting questions. I'm like, I'd at least like to get to know you a little bit, have a little idea of your background and your philosophy on defense, your philosophy on players. And I'll never forget the guy that he was so excited about. He had a verbal from one Julius Page, and he told me that he could jump out of the gym. And I got genuinely excited about his tenure and what it was going to be like. He got me extremely excited about Julius Page, and then Brandon Knight. And then basketball was reborn, certainly at Pitt, and I think for the most part in the city of Pittsburgh. And we had a tough parting of the ways, Ben Howland and I, because when the rumors were swirling that he was a candidate for the UCLA job, he was in coach denial mode. And I was doing, when the news broke, I remember I was doing the Showdown, the Sunday night show on KDK TV that they've been doing forever. Great show. And I just went after him. I just said, I thought I had a legitimate relationship. I had great respect for him. We had an honest back and forth. I I had filled in a couple times and done the games for Billy Hillgrove back in those days. And I really thought that I had a legit relationship with Ben Haaland, and I didn't think he'd lie to me. I mean, I would certainly have no problem with, I'd rather not talk about that right now, or I have no comment on that right now, but he flat out lied. And I called him out that night on the showdown. And when I got home that night, he had called me and left several messages on my home phone. Back in the day, you had landlines, and that was the number that he had. And we had a very long conversation that night, till about 1:30 in the morning. And he said, "I wish I had it to do over again. I would have been more transparent. I was blinded by my ambition, and the dream job, that was it. Western California guy and Southern California guy. That was the ultimate. Back in the day, UCLA was, thanks to John Wooden among others, that was the paramount. That was the pinnacle of college basketball jobs, and they wanted him and they hired him. Now, he made a couple Final Fours out there, and that wasn't good enough. They still got rid of him. That's a tough business. And then Jamie, I thought he did a wonderful job when he was here. Now, he put a little too much emphasis on the regular season. It was kind of like a Mike Tomlin feel where, you knew he wouldn't have a losing season, but, the playoffs weren't going to be so great. And that's the way it ended with Mike Tomlin. And it's kind of the way it ended with Jamie. Never made a Final Four. Scotty Reynolds made sure of that, that heartbreaking loss to Villanova. And Jamie would always say, we have the second best, regular season record to Duke. And, he was always like, just spouting these stats about the regular season. And people wanted Final Fours. People wanted wins in the tournament. And that's the same thing I go through with Steeler fans. What about if they go 4 in this or anything? I don't care. Because then you get to draft early and maybe bring in your franchise quarterback. Oh, by the way, Ben Roethlisberger after a 6-10 year. It's okay. Think about Mario and Sid. They're not going to be here if the Penguins didn't have some really bad years. It's cyclical, and it's okay to absolutely, aspire to and dedicate yourself to mediocrity. I don't think that's worth anyone's time. Non-losing is not a standard in which I subscribe to. It's just not. All right, we're wide open. 412-928-9370. Do you miss the madness of March? I feel like there's no madness. There's no I used to go to some school every Sunday for Selection Sunday because you want to see where you're going. Well, no one's going anywhere. And I think that's awful. But are you getting excited for Bucko baseball? They're having a great spring, by all accounts. Now, spring training, know this, means nothing. Your numbers mean nothing. Your record means nothing. But if you're going to play games and keep score, I think it's always better to win. And that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing. So we're excited about the Pirates, worried about the Penguins. What about the Steelers so far in free agency? Is it a done deal that Aaron Rodgers is back? Do we have to talk about Steelers quarterback every day? I think that's probably an obligation. I think they'll take away your sports radio license if you don't, because they don't have one right now. If you want to buy into the Will Howard hype, feel free, but I don't think you're going to convince me that he's the next franchise quarterback. He's a 6th-round draft pick. Okay? And that was for a reason. But it's Paul Alexander. It is Nicholas Harry Callis on the other side. He's going to have a headline. Then we're going to open this baby up. Talk a little sports with you until 5 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they have a game today, spring training, 1 o'clock against the Baltimore Orioles. The Pirates ended up winning yesterday 7-5 over the Detroit Tigers. Going into the game, the Pirates are 15-6 in spring training games so far this year. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Austin Bechtel from my friends at Voss TV and Appliance. Purchasing a new appliance or TV at the wrong place can be costly. Having knowledgeable people on your side matters. That's why I shop at Voss TV and Appliance, family owned since 1960. The Voss family and their entire team does right by every Voss customer. Their relationship begins when you walk through the door or call, and it never ends, not even after the sale. Visit Voss's Southfield showroom today. Call 412-650-VOSS or go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance, the lowest prices guaranteed.
No! It's just a golf lesson, champ. Loosen up.
I can't. See that Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
I only paid.
Finish up on your own. I gotta run.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Live in local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
I would also love, if you happen to be, I'm just seeing, of all people, Adam Crowley just posted a picture of Chris Muller all decked out in St. Patrick's Day green with the family walking in the parade. And Chris says he's 0.0% Irish. Harry, do you have any Irish in you?
I do.
Yeah, how much? Fair amount?
About half.
Nice. I'm about half as well.
My mom's maiden name, O'Toole.
Oh, that's very Irish.
So there you go.
Oh. Now, will you celebrate at some point today?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I told my brother-in-law and my sister, I'd be like, yeah, we can go out somewhere, but I've never been.
Not a big St. Patrick's Day partier.
No.
Okay.
My parents always used to go, and they would drink with their friends, and they'd leave us at home, and I never quite understood why when I was younger until
Now you get it.
Now I get it.
Yeah, now you get it. Now, leaving the kids behind is something, that's
it's responsible.
Easy to understand.
Yeah.
But I would love to hear from you if you are a big St. Patrick's Day person and where your best St. Patrick's Day experiences have been. Now, I spent many years in State College, went to school there, stayed there. So from 79 until 98, State College was home, basically. I mean, I was home for summers the first 3 years, and then it was State College for a good period. And if you're a State College person, a Penn State person, you're very familiar with the first, and that's about as Irish. You know, it's a PH first. I mean, it's not an FI. It's a PH first, PHYRST. The line to get in there today, I'm sure, is insane. I know the kids are on break, though. But they would also do something called St. Penn State Day or whatever. They did their own. So that was a good spot that I would always, and live there as long as I did, I could go knock on the back door and I didn't have to wait in line, those kind of things. You try to take advantage of whatever you can. If they're going to let you in, you get in. So if you are a big St. Patrick's Day person, a big parade person, I'd love to get your take on this year's parade. Did you see Chris Muller? Things along those lines would be a lot of fun. We lost Joe. Where did Joe go?
I told him to stay on hold, and he didn't.
No. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have power. Or maybe he just got antsy. I don't know.
Speaking of that, too, though, my neighbors have generators. I can hear two of them in the neighborhood, and I don't have power right now. I'm jealous.
And how long? How long?
It's been since 7 o'clock last night, no power.
Yeah, my poor sister in Monroeville, she's been out. I mean, the last time she texted, it was 13 hours. That's probably up to 15 to 16 hours now without power. Pomp, I know he lives in Robinson. He doesn't have power. It's it's tough. And I'm now, Harry, does that make you think that, you know what, I'm going to go get a generator?
No.
You're still not going to.
They're expensive.
They are.
I could be jealous, but I'm not. I don't have that money. So
it's like you see, big snowstorm, there's always a run on snowblowers. Yep. I'm not shoveling ever again. That's it. And then, you have a power outage for any significant amount of time. A lot of people go, that's it. I'm getting a generator.
Well, do you remember last year? I don't know. It hit Greentree harder than a lot of the neighboring areas because there was that big rainstorm, if you remember.
Correct. I do.
But Greentree is central and close enough to the city where they were trying to restore power further outside the city first, and then they got closer in repairs. So we were one of the last neighboring boroughs to get power back. And it was
so how long without?
It was 3 days. I spent some time in the minivan.
When you're doing days, man, days is not okay. And then, everything in your refrigerator, obviously everything in your freezer, it's not cold enough, to put that stuff outside and be okay. At least when you lose power in the winter, you can throw stuff outside for the most part. It's going to be okay.
The garage is a big move, too.
Oh, yeah.
It's cold in the garage in the winter.
But to me, I was living in Mount Lebanon. We had a significant power outage maybe, 6-7 years ago. And I said, you know what? That hotel, I think there's a Marriott right downtown. I go, let's go. I'm sorry. We can't do this anymore. We're going. We checked into a hotel because we needed power. But I'd love to hear from you. My good buddy Margot, who works with us on the AM side, on KDKA, taking her first trip ever to Chicago. And it just kind of blew my mind that her first trip to Chicago is going to, coincide with St. Patrick's Day. And I don't want to take any shots at Pittsburgh. This is where I was born. This is home. I'm a very proud Pittsburgher. But I will say this. It's a nice little parade you have here in Pittsburgh. It really is. It ain't Chicago. I've been out there for one St. Patrick's Day. It was mind-blowing. All of the rivers, and if you've ever taken any of those boat tours in Chicago, the rivers go right through, downtown Chicago. It's so cool. They're all unbelievably green. They paint them green, and it is an absolute. I mean, it's like it's Ferris Bueller's Day Off, is what it is. That's what it feels like. And I just think that she is going to have, she's 22 years old. She's going to have the absolute time of her life. And what's difficult to do is, leave Chicago. Now, middle of winter, it's hard to go to Chicago. And, we've thought We have a daughter in Chicago, and I have a sister in Chicago, and it's a really, really great place. But I am not, even though I'm, not that far away from retirement, I am not moving to somewhere colder than where I currently live. Just not going to happen. It doesn't make any sense to me. Now, Charleston, South Carolina, maybe even Charlotte. I don't want to go all the way to Florida. Florida's a little too insane for me. I wish I had done well enough investing and saving to, have a second home in Florida like a lot of my buddies do. That would be outstanding. But a permanent residence in Florida, I'm not ready for that either. And I'm not sure that I'm ever actually leaving here. It's there's something about this crazy place that we just can't get enough of, right? I mean, there's not many people that I know at all that were born and raised here that don't love Pittsburgh. Is it perfect? Hell no. Nothing is. Is the weather great? No. It's one of the least sunny places in the world. I mean, we don't get a lot of sunshine, and that gets depressing. But what is not depressing is, we have now advanced to daylight savings time. I don't know. Whatever. I just know we have more daylight now. I don't really know or care what we call it. I just know we turned the clocks ahead, lost an hour of sleep, and that is something I would bargain for every time. And now, you get to drive home in the daylight. You get to stay out and practice baseball, play golf, whatever it is. You get to stay outside longer, and you have sunlight. You have light, and that is just fantastic. But I'd love to hear, one, I would like some letter grades and some, what's unfinished about the Steeler roster. I thought they made some great moves. Pittman Jr., I love just hearing him speak the other day. And every once in a while I cheat, and I'll listen to the NFL Network because I can. And I heard an Indianapolis Colts coach that was being interviewed on the NFL Network talking about, they re-upped their quarterback, they, re-upped Pierce, and he said the only casualty, and he called it a casualty, he goes, the only casualty of our free agency has been, Pittman Jr. is gone, and we love him. We absolutely love him. Not a better guy in the locker room, not a harder worker, not a better attitude, great player. I mean, this guy catches everything you throw toward him, he'll catch. The only thing is he doesn't have a great yards per catch average. So that means, he gets a lot of the dump offs. It means he's the guy that the quarterback, when things break down, they get it to him because they know he'll catch it. So I think that is a fantastic move. Dowdle, I think, is a better version than Kenny Gainwell. And Kenny Gainwell was your offensive MVP last year, your team MVP in his 1 year as a Pittsburgh Steeler. And he made one of the iconic catches of the year. The one on the penalty where he fell down, caught it, got up, ran in, scored a touchdown. That was outstanding. What a moment. But I think he and Jaylen Warren together, and I see Dowdle as more the first and second down back. Warren is a prototypical third down guy. I don't mind him on first and second down at all either. I mean, I love the guy. I really do. But I think they've upgraded a little bit, actually. And even though Gainwell was really a good player as a Steeler, I think they've upgraded a little bit. Excited about Brisker. Saw him. He's a Gateway Gator. All my kids went to Gateway. Donnie Football did a nice interview with Don Hall, who's a great guy and a great coach. That has to be so cool when a guy that you coached in high school, is having a time in the NFL. And he had a great career. It doesn't hurt that, he was a Penn State guy, too. Of course, I'm going to be a little bit excited about that as well. And I am. And I don't know why it was only 1 year and $5.5 million, but I think it's a bargain for the Steelers, in my opinion. I think their secondary now is much more solid than it was when the season ended. And I think, getting Elliott back, adding Brisker, and they got a little bit younger. They still went veteran at corner. And But the draft, they have 12 picks. They're not going to use all 12, in my opinion. I think that would be crazy. But they have draft capital, as we call it now. So you can move up and get the guys you really want. All right, we'll give you a couple thirds and a fourth for the fifth spot in the second round or whatever it is. They have a lot of opportunity to make things happen. And the draft is here. I'd also like to know your plans for the NFL draft. What is it that you're going to do? You watching on TV? You going on down? Have you gotten some of the, they have there's like a $1,200 package that gets you into some exclusive areas. I saw a $700 package to get you into some cool areas. So what's your plan? There's Joe. Joe came back. Joe, we were worried sick about you. You were here and then you were gone. You okay?
Yes, this is Joe from no, this is Paul from Lebanon.
Oh, why are you listed as Joe?
I have no idea. This is Paul from. I have no idea.
Well, you're Paul from Mount Lebanon. I used to be Paul from Mount Lebanon. Now I'm Paul from Peters.
Yeah, you're from Paul from Peters Township, and we miss you, brother, here in Mount Lebanon. I'm tired of looking at Marty Griffin and Ken Rice. I wish you were back here, brother.
I much rather look at Ken than Marty, but yeah, I see. I feel your pain. I do. I feel your pain.
Yeah. I'd like to talk to you about the Steelers and the Pirates, Paul. Regarding the Steelers, I like what they've done. I think here's my wish list, Paul.
Okay.
They only have two wide receivers, Metcalf and Pittman. So at this draft, I go the first and the third round. I get the receivers. Okay.
First and third.
Yes, sir. And the second round, we get a guard, because some other left. We need a guard, and mark my word, Paul. They already know that Aaron Rodgers is coming back. Aaron Rodgers is just playing games, but he's all wrapped up as a Steeler.
Well, the only other place that he was going to possibly land was Minnesota, and they've already signed Kyler Murray, so that ship has sailed. So I think you're right. If he plays, now he's kind of wacky enough that, maybe he might go on one of his dark retreats and not see the light of the NFL shining anymore. And, that may be his reality, that the light of the NFL no longer shines because he's now in a dark place and he wants to stay there. So who knows?
We're giving him a lot more weapons, Paul. We got Metcalf and Pittman. We got the tight ends.
Are you excited about having Aaron Rodgers back?
Yes, it's sort of a bridge until 27 draft. That's where we get our franchise quarterback, Paul. But he's sort of a bridge. I can live with that, Paul.
Yeah, but I could also live with Mason Rudolph, and why spend the $15 million? Because he's not really, Mason with his younger mobility and his willingness to step up in the pocket to make throws. I just think I saw Aaron, when he was getting hit or he was getting hurried. Man, he just wanted to get rid of the ball. He had no desire to step in, or what the great quarterbacks, Joe, to win games, sometimes you got to be willing to take the hit to complete the pass. He's taken so many hits so far, he's done doing that. And I want my quarterback that still has that want to make plays that matter.
I saw Mason Rudolph against the Chicago Bears last year, Paul.
Yeah, it wasn't
He
good.
threw more passes to the Chicago Bears than to the Steelers.
Yeah,
That's why he was taking.
But you have to understand, Joe, I don't even know. I mean, I love to play golf, but unfortunately my schedule doesn't allow me to play nearly as much as I would like. So when I finally do get out, I am so rusty and I'm so out of sync that it takes me a good while to feel like I can play golf again. Now, when I was playing 3 and 4 days a week, which I did a period of time, I was a 4 handicap. I mean, I was playing enough that, I could really play. You have to give Mason Rudolph an opportunity. I mean, you can't just start once every 5 years or once every 15 games and expect to be a great player. I think if you gave him a full plate and you prepared him as a starter right from the get-go, right from the start of camp, you prepare him as a starter, I think he would give you more than Aaron Rodgers can. He doesn't have the football IQ. He's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. But he's 43 freaking years old.
He's only 42, Paul. He'll be 43 in December.
Yeah. But my point is,
Right.
You know,
right.
it's just that he had a great career, a Hall of Fame career. He won a Super Bowl, much to our, didn't make us happy at the time. However, I just don't think there's enough left in the tank that it makes sense to bring him back. And I like the guy. I do. I like him.
What do you think of Will Howard, Paul?
I think nothing because I know nothing.
Will Howard is better than any quarterback in this draft except Mendoza.
But why did he last? I mean, Joe, do you remember how much money people spend on their scouting staff?
Right,
and all the interviews they do. So if he's better than any quarterback in this draft except for Mendoza, why in God's name was he a 6th-round draft pick?
I have no idea, but look at Tom Brady and Brock Purdy.
But that's one guy. There are 2 guys. 2 guys in the history. And I can name, and here's another thing, too. I can name, we can spend the rest of our day. I'm here until 5 o'clock. Okay. We can spend the rest of our day here talking about first-round quarterbacks that sucked.
Right.
So they don't get it right. So maybe they were wrong on Howard, and he's great. That would make my day. I would be so happy. Seems like a great kid. He has a size. I don't think he has a big arm. I think he has an adequate arm. He doesn't have a great arm, but maybe he is the next Brady or the next Purdy. But why would we believe that? What have you seen? We've seen nothing. And there's a lot of guys that have won national championships at the college level that haven't done, anything at the NFL level.
Just a quick comment about the Pirates, Paul.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad that I see what Nutting and Cherington have done. I like what they've done. Their top 6 in their lineup I like, but their bottom 3, you have the third baseman, then Gonzalez, then Henry Davis. I mean,
well, let me say I'll address all 3 of those. Triolo is not an automatic out. I mean, he's had periods of time, and he's a great glove. I mean, he's a great glove, and I can live with that. If you're a great glove, you don't have to hit out of this world. But he can hit a little bit. Gonzalez, don't give up on Nicky G. I think he has shown some real splashes of offensive ability and as a good hitter. And Henry Davis, the reason they didn't let him play catcher when they first signed him was he was awful defensively. So he spent an entire year learning how to be a great defensive catcher. And right now, he's probably one of the top 6 or 7 catchers in baseball defensively.
But, Paul...
So if he can dedicate himself to hit, then he can maybe do that as well.
1/3 of your lineup, 7, 8, and 9, is hitting the Mendoza line, Paul.
Well, their whole team was below that last year. And you know what?
Henry Davis...
Here's what has to happen. Those guys, if the guys that they brought in hit it all, and they rise to the level of Cruz and Reynolds, those 3 aren't going to be that big of a deal.
Henry Davis, I realize he's Skeens' personal catcher, but when you're hitting $120, I mean, there's no place for you in that lineup.
But you have to give him another year to figure that out because he is great defensively.
He's been here for 5 years, Paul.
I know, and you have to give him another year. You have to.
Paul, it's always nice talking to you.
Joe, nice to speak with you as well. But when I'm driving through Mount Lebanon, I'm going to beat my horn. You'll know it's for you.
Okay, Paul. Have fun in Peters Township, okay?
All right, Joe. Take care. Hey, Big C in Fort Myers. I went a little bit over time there. We got to let Harry Callis have a little headline here. Then we'll get right back to you after the break. Right here on the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The United States beat Canada yesterday in the World Baseball Classic to advance to the next round. There are 2 games unrelated to the U.S. today. Got Puerto Rico and Italy playing at 3 o'clock. Then Venezuela and Japan play at 9 o'clock tonight. The USA won't play again until Sunday. They play at 8 p.m. against the Dominican Republic. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. And Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
SchultzFord.com.
SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com. SchultzFord.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America. Fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA 074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 40 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. And we met you at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com. We're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Paul Alexander with you until 5 o'clock today. Everything's wide open. Let's see what our man, the Big C in Fort Myers, has to say. What's up, Big C? Thanks for being patient with me.
Hey, Paul, thank you for taking my call. Appreciate your service, sir, very much.
So what's on your mind, my man?
So 3 points. First of all, I want to discuss real quick, quarterback, receiver, and defensive line. I don't want to see Rodgers back. With the speed of the game, Rodgers, you nailed it. He's not willing to hang in the pocket to give his receivers time to get open for a play to develop to deliver the ball. He's not going to take the hit.
And I don't blame him. I don't. I mean, he's seen enough combat. You know, I mean, he's put in his time.
100%. Give the man a Purple Heart. I mean, but at the same time, I can't deal with any more screen passes to Spencer Anderson, right?
Correct.
We can't live by that. So we need to move on. You need to get younger, faster in the pocket. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the receiving core. I really like the Pittman signing.
Sure.
I think he pairs nicely with DK. I'm a little concerned as to why they got rid of Calvin Austin. Who's going to be in the slot now? Are they high on Roman Wilson, or are they going to draft somebody?
I think they're going to give Roman Wilson a shot. And from all accounts last year, especially in camp, I mean, he opened some eyes. You know, a lot of people were wondering, you know, he got hurt. You know, his rookie year was a disaster. It was like it didn't even happen. They loved his performance in camp last year, so I think they're pretty high on him to kind of be that slot receiver.
Yeah, and with McCarthy, I think he might get the best out of him. I'm happy for Calvin that he's going to shine over there with Jackson Dart on offense. But the other thing I want to mention is I'm glad they got some help on the D line because they have been getting torched the last couple of years on the defensive line. They have been giving up huge ground. And, they talked about the linebackers. It's not all the linebackers. If you don't have the horses up front to eat up blocks, those guys can't stay clean.
And here's what people don't realize, and let's educate some peeps while we can, Big C.
Go ahead.
When you're talking about Queen and other guys, they can't shred blocks. Okay, they can't shred blocks. If your defensive line is doing what they're supposed to, they ain't getting blocked.
Correct.
I mean, the Aaron Smiths of the world made sure his linebackers, his James Farriers and Larry Foots, they didn't get blocked.
Correct.
Because they ate up 2 and 3 linemen at a time. These D linemen aren't doing their job, and said the linebackers can't do their job. Football's the ultimate team game. You want to be a running back without an offensive line? You want to be a quarterback without receivers? It ain't going to work.
100%. And Chris Hoke is very smart. He often talked about how Coach Cowher would counsel them constantly. Hey, stay in your gap integrity. Eat up the blocks.
Correct.
That's what kept Ferry and those guys clean, able to make they have the linebackers. They just can't get in the position because they're getting the guards are getting to the second level on them.
They're getting mauled, man. The D line has been getting mauled. Now, the one guy that's been the exception, he's defying age, is Cam Hayward. He's been outstanding.
He has, but I'm glad they got him some help this year because he's going to need a blow this year. And I think, that one extra year does make a difference. You might see a drop-off, but if you can spell him and keep him fresh, I think you're honest. And you got to change the scheme. You have to change the scheme defensively because the 3-4 defense, as good as it has been, I think it may have seen its look at the last 2 Super Bowls. They were teams that ran a 4-3 and got pressure with their front.
Well, I was going to say, if you get pressure with the 4 guys and you don't have to blitz, well, yeah. I mean, but those are 4 exceptional defensive linemen. They don't have that right now. And another thing is, I'm tired of the T.J. Watt experience.
100%.
He tells the coaches when he's coming out. He tells the coaches, I'm going to only rush from this spot. I don't move me around. I don't cover. I don't do this. The inmates have been running the asylum for too long. I mean, and you're paying a guy paying a guy $40 million, and you can't tell him what you want him to do. You're not allowed.
No,
it's ridiculous.
And what are we paying you for if you want to tap out and you come out? You play the game.
It's 3rd and 8 in the 4th quarter, and it's a 1-score game. And I look over on the sideline, T.J. Watt's hanging out.
Correct.
The great players of all time, you had to pull them off the field. They didn't voluntarily check out.
Oh, no.
That's BS. I don't care. You know what? He seems like a great human being and a great guy, and in his, he can make plays. He's obviously a great player, but he's not one of those all-time great. He's not. There's just something missing there with me, and that's one of the main things. I don't want to see in a crucial game in a late situation, a 3rd and 8, 3rd and long, whatever, and he's not in the game.
Right.
Why?
You know what, Paul? This is what I don't like to hear. Just one other final point before I go back to my. When they talk about he leaves it all out there on every play. Well, what player doesn't?
I was going to say, if you're not doing that, I mean, that's just your job.
Exactly. You of course you're throwing it out there. You don't think Trey Hendrickson, Myles Garrett, and all those other ones, and Max Crosby that are coming off the edge. You don't think they're throwing it all out there every play? So why is he?
Do you think when the coach goes, "Hey, we're going to rush you from the other side this time," you think he's going to do it or not? I mean, the other guys do it. You got to move people around. You become, again, the Steelers. One of the worst things they've been over the last 5 or 6 years is predictable. They've been so freaking predictable. That doesn't work.
I agree. And then the final point I want to mention on here is everybody talks about the Rodgers experience, and Mr. Rooney talks about we want to win now, win now. Everybody know, if you look at their record, they were 10-7 the past 3 years. They were 9-8 the year before that. So over the past 4 years, they've gone 9-8 and 10-7. So will somebody please explain to me in this vast universe how Aaron Rodgers made the Pittsburgh Steelers any better? You could have went 10-7 with Mason Rudolph.
Correct.
You could have went 10-7 with anybody else.
And you can easily get blown out in a playoff game with those guys as well, which they do 100%. Every year.
I'm a proponent of letting the young kid play because you've got to know at some point if he's the guy. You have to know. There is nothing wrong with Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, and maybe getting somebody out in the market that you could have got. Hey, they could have got Murph for 1.3. They didn't want him. He wanted to go to Minnesota. I understand that. But 10-7 over the past 3 years, if somebody can explain to me how having Aaron Rodgers last year made them a better football team, I'll entertain it. Paul, this is
It was an
educational.
easier offense to watch, but it wasn't any better.
Well,
Does that make sense? It was easier to watch.
Sure, it was easier and it was fun to watch. But you know what? when they kept talking, he gets rid of the ball in this fat. Well, yeah, it's easy when you're dumping it off to offensive linemen.
Exactly. You got to throw it downfield. You don't use the middle of the field. Big C, we're speaking the same language, my man. Take care. Enjoy that Florida sunshine.
Hey, I'll tell you one thing, man. If you think about retirement, it ain't a bad spot, man. Just don't move to a flood zone. You'll be okay, Paul.
No,
Nice
I have buddies with places down there. I love Fort Myers. Fort Myers is a great place. Let's go to Beth in Monongahela. Hello, Beth. Or Beth Ann. Beth Ann, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Hello, how are you?
I've never been better. How about yourself?
I'm great. First off, I want to give a big shout out to Jalen Warren.
Don't you love him?
I just love Jalen. Oh, my God.
Have you seen the videos of him pulling a soccer net behind him?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Amazing, amazing.
He's an undrafted free agent, folks.
No, Steelers shall keep him.
There's a guy that believed in himself and keeps proving himself every year. I love him.
Amazing what God can do.
So what else you got, Beth Ann? Just want to give a shout out to my man Jalen.
Yes, my fiance, Patrick Sampler, he says Big Ben should coach and be the player of the team. Offensive coordinator.
You know what, Beth Ann? All due respect to your fiance, there could not be a worse choice to be a coach than Ben Roethlisberger. He was the last one in the building and the first one to leave as a player.
But
they don't make good coaches. Now, game on the line, fourth quarter, you need a drive or a Super Bowl drive to win a game. That's when I go to Ben.
Right.
But I'm not going to Ben as a coach.
Build the team around Mason Rudolph. He's young. Give the man a chance.
He's not young anymore, unfortunately, Beth Ann.
Younger than Aaron Rodgers.
Well, yeah, we all are. Well, actually, I'm not, but a lot of people are. Beth Ann, enjoy your day.
You too.
All right.
Jalen Warren.
Love Jalen Warren. No, coaching, Ben was not, he's just not that guy. He was not a student of the game. All right, let's go to Mike before the top of the hour. Hey, Mike, what's shaking?
Paul, you guys touched the call prior to the one just now, touched a little bit about the scheme. And, I've called in since Ryan Shazier got hurt thinking, you know what? Casey Hampton's not on the team anymore. Aaron Smith's not on the team anymore, and nor is Harrison and Woodley. So why do we play a 3-4 and constantly watch our nose tackles get pushed to the side in the first game of the playoffs? I mean, it's just been the same script, and
they've been gouged like they'd never been gouged before in the run game. I mean, you used to know, you knew you couldn't run against the Steelers with Dick LeBeau as the coordinator. You could not run because you know what? He sold out to stop the run, and whatever you did, and he lost the playoff game in Denver because of it. He never thought that Tebow would be able to throw the ball as well as he did, and he got burned by it. But that was the only time I remember him getting burned badly with the defensive scheme.
Yeah, and when Tomlin took it over the scheme, this is where it changed. When LeBeau left, they interviewed Keith Butler, and Butler said, are you going to run LeBeau's scheme? And Butler said, well, we're going to do one thing different. We're going to allow the 3 down linemen to rush the passer.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden you have a coach that's just screaming, we need splash plays, we need splash plays. And you got the front 5 guys all trying to get to the quarterback.
No, you can only have the 2 outside guys doing that.
But
you also got to move them around. And then you can be, somewhat the element of surprise is part of your defensive scheme. But no, they don't do that. They just do the same damn thing every damn time.
Well, and to me, Paul, if TJ doesn't want to move around, to me, all right, let's go to the 4-man front. You got Benton, Harmon, clogging the A-gaps. But TJ's hands in the dirt all the time anyways. He's our defensive end. And then to me, I would trade Highsmith and I would convert Wilson to an outside linebacker with Herbig.
Yeah, with his speed.
4-3 scheme.
With his speed, that works.
I'm telling you that. I mean, I don't know, man. Not to.
I don't think they have the horses yet, but if they get 2 more D linemen, Mike, I got to run to the top of the hour. Thanks for the call. I agree. That predictability and TJ's unwillingness to be moved around really hampers their ability to surprise anybody or to do anything that even looks different. All right. 412-928-9370. Mr. Nicholas Harry Callis has an update, and then we have hours to go on the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Penguins, they have a game coming up tonight at 9 o'clock against the Utah Mammoth. The Penguins right now are second in the Metropolitan Division, tied at 79 points with the New York Islanders. And this game against the Mammoth tonight is the final game that Evgeny Malkin will serve in his suspension. His first game back will be against the Colorado Avalanche on Monday next week. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
March is full of lucky days. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, that means more green in your pocket. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. And take advantage of our push, pull, or tow trade-in assistance. Get $3,000 minimum trade-in value for your vehicle no matter the condition when you purchase a new Mitsubishi. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Call 470-594-5294 for offer details.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy one room of carpet clean for free, unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them 93.7 The Fan sent you. Zero Res.
When you're in Pittsburgh, you drink local. Iron City Beer, brewed here since 1861. It's Iron City time. Get Iron City delivered to your hotel, home, or door in as little as 60 minutes from beverages2u.com. When the world comes to Pittsburgh, we drink local. Grab the limited Iron City Draft Collector's Can. Delivered to your door by Beverages, the number 2, the letter U.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
There we go. Oh, we had a button stuck. At least we have power. We had a button stuck. I was muted. I was technically muted. I can't use that as an excuse, though, for forgetting to give you the weather last hour. So I'm going to give that to you right now. Today, we're going to be sunny and a high of 47, a low of 34. Tomorrow, 68. Overcast, but 68 feels good. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Also, should remind you that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line, that's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, our personal injury law firm, where they always say, never a fee unless we get money for you. So there we go. All right, so we got the button squared away. And one quick shout-out before I get to Mike and Shaler. Neshannock girls basketball coach Luann Grabowski has won 800 games. 800 games. Unbelievable. Congratulations to an incredible coach. And from what I understand, I don't know Luann well, an even better person. So congratulations. 800 wins is a milestone. Let's go to Mike and Shaler. Hello, Mike. Mike, you there? How'd I do that? Well, I was just hitting buttons to try to get myself back on the air.
So, yeah, Paul, the cough button is actually wired to the dump on our transmitter, and you dumped us on accident.
Well, see, the cough button was illuminated.
Yeah.
And since I couldn't have my voice get over the air,
right,
I hit the cough button thinking that was preventing me from being on the air.
It's not your fault at all. It happens.
Okay.
I think we got Mike now.
So we're back. We're back now. All right, Mike, you with us now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Well, yeah, because, we couldn't hear you because I was hitting all the wrong buttons. So it was all my fault. It was on me.
Hey, don't even worry about it. It's a beautiful day.
It is. It's sunny. I love the sunshine.
Yeah, it's Saturday. I'm patient. So, hey, I like the theme of, the last couple calls and what we were just talking about is defensive line. What would be a move that, they could make right now? And I like the pickup with the defensive lineman they got yesterday, the guy who was with the Chargers.
Correct.
All these draft picks, I personally, I think it's too many draft picks. I'm not sure if something between second and fourth round, if there'd be a trade piece. Really like to see them get Jalen Carter from the Eagles. And I think that, just thinking about a move that would really change things and put them in a contention spot.
He's a game changer.
Oh man, I would really, really like to see them get a player of that caliber, and I think they still have enough salary cap room to where they could make something like that happen. I don't think they should give Keanu Benton a second contract. I think that they should bring in a stud like Jalen Carter. So that's just kind of a little food for thought.
They have all that. They all that. Mike, I agree, and thanks so much for the call. Sorry we had a little issue there, but the draft capital of 12 picks, that needs to be used to go target, players that can, contribute immediately. If you use all those as draft picks, I mean, we just saw, and a lot of guys did a nice job here on the Fan, documenting the class of 2022. It's all gone. You can't, 4 years later, an entire draft class, and Kevin Colbert would be the first to tell you, if you want to have success as a GM and as a franchise in the NFL, you certainly have to hit on your first-round picks. And you better hit on some others as well. And you better have some third- and fourth-round picks become great players. Those things have to happen. And the Steelers used to be, until Omar Khan took over, they were draft and develop. That was their whole mantra. That's what we do. We draft and develop. They made some great free agent signings. They made a couple good trades. They traded for Jerome Bettis. They made a free agent out of James Ferrier, Jeff Harding. So they have done that. Minka. They traded a first-round pick. I had friends losing their minds because it was banged into their heads that you don't trade first-round draft picks. And I'm not a fan of it unless you get a proven player like they did with Minka. I mean, that was proven. That made perfect sense. Now, I think he was at odds with the overall aura, the overall culture. I mean, how many times did you could just tell that Minka would say things like, we don't practice hard enough, we don't work hard enough, we don't study film enough, They just weren't getting coached. There's no, to me, there's no secret that I think just this change, the regime change, is going to be a huge step, I hope, in the right direction. It just seemed that there was no accountability. There was no, again, inmates running the asylum. You know, the players coach thing. Now, I know Mike McCarthy's a super nice guy, but I hope he has some tough love in him. Because you can't coddle these players. You can't let them tell you, well, I don't play on third downs in the third quarter, and I don't move to the other side, and I don't know. No, you don't tell me what you're doing. This is what we're doing. And I hope there's some changes in that regard. We'll see. Let's go to Alan in Forest Hills. Hello, Alan.
Yeah, hey there. 1 second. You can hear me, right, Paul?
I got you. Yeah, I got you loud and clear.
Okay. I need your help with something important. Bear with me. Are you much of a movies fan?
I like a good movie, absolutely.
Okay. Do you normally watch the Academy Awards at all?
You know, now that it's become so political, I can't stomach it.
I get that.
If they would stand up, like Gervais said, stand up, get your little statue, and then sit down and shut up. then I'm in. Because if you start lecturing me on, wearing a mask or doing anything stupid like that, I'm out.
I follow. Here's my problem, and I need your advice, okay? I'm a big movie fan. I always watch the Academy Awards, but they are on the same time that Paul Skeens pitches tomorrow at the WBC.
Oh, sports
what do I do?
Well, you watch Skeens and you tape the Academy Awards. That's easy.
I was thinking that too.
That's easy.
I was thinking that too.
Because to me, as much as, the whole tape thing and all that stuff has really been a nice advance in technology, when sports is live, I need to watch it live. I cannot tape sports and watch it later because I need to know the result immediately. I can't delay my knowing of the result. I just can't. So I have to watch anything that sports is live, I'm watching. All that other stuff can be on tape for weeks, and I won't even care.
Paul, I haven't missed watching the Oscars live in over 50 years.
50?
Over 50. I'm 67. I've watched that damn thing every year since since I was in high school.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I think Skeens is an exception. I think he's worth the exception because you still can watch it. I mean, does it really matter if you watch the Academy Awards live?
I'd like to, but I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you.
You could also go, do you have the capabilities to go dual screen?
I don't. I don't. I'm going to try to.
Can you bring another TV? Bring another TV into the room.
I thought of that too. We're still on cable, so I don't have an ability to do that.
What about? Okay, so can you get the Academy Awards on a laptop?
Oh, what a thought!
There you go.
I will see. Oh. If I can, you solved this.
Yeah, I think that'll work. Just put that on your laptop or put Skeens on your laptop and you're golden.
Thank you, Paul. That's terrific.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
All right, take care. I got to help out my fellow Forestillians. That's where I was born and raised. Barclay Avenue in Forest Hills. And where was I the other day? And who was I talking to? But normally when I mention Forest Hills, the topic of Vinny's Pizza comes up because it's still there. I mean, Vinny's been gone for a while. And they had a period of time where the first person that took it over had bought the business rights as well. So they were obligated to pay, a monthly fee to continue to be doing business as Vinny's Pizza. And they quit paying. So the daughter said, you're out. You failed to live up to your end of the bargain. You're done. And then the new proprietor and business owner of Vinny's Pizza is doing a great job. Fantastic. So it's almost like a religious experience if you haven't. I know that there's a Shelly Pie alternative, and I'm giving out some free plugs here, and that's okay. She was a longtime employee and waitress at Vinny's, and she does as good a replica pizza in Turtle Creek as you can find. So If you're a Vinny Pizza fan, I mean, to me, it's 271-9181. It's a number I'll never forget. 271-91, because my number growing up was 271-5161. And sometimes we would actually get the occasional wrong number. But those were the days before you had to dial the area code, so I'm dating myself a good bit. But good to hear from Alan in Forest Hills, because that was an exceptional place to grow up and call home. I can tell you that right now. Anyway, had a fair amount of Steeler calls, only a couple Pirate calls. The Penguins, I think, are one of the great stories in the NHL, but all the years that I've been here, and I've been in and out on, full-time sometimes here at the Fan since its inception, and it's not a huge Penguin station. It never really has been. I know we're getting some, our good buddy Tyler Kennedy's been doing a nice job. Jay Caulfield used to have a normal spot on here. So we've had great guests Tyler does a great job. He's getting better and better. And, here's a guy that's, he's a Stanley Cup champion. And he had his own, when he'd score a goal, which he scored a few. Kennedy. Loved that at the arena. That was all just good stuff. But the one thing that I'm really missing, I'm missing the madness of March. Like, I'll probably do a couple, brackets and do that kind of thing. But, without a local team with a prayer, it just doesn't, Selection Sunday, like, does it even, it's not even an event. If you're not, if you're not covering a team in your area that has a watch party for Selection Sunday, does Selection Sunday even really exist? In my opinion, not really. It just doesn't. Oh, well. Oh, my good buddy Anthony in Oakland shows up. Hello, Anthony. How are you, my friend?
Thank you, sir. I'm starting to appreciate Mike McCarthy. I like what he's done with his staff. I know they're going to be in 3 and 4 wides because that's been his history. Because I went back and started looking at some of the stuff he did in Dallas and even back to Green Bay. He's from the Holmgren West Coast offense.
Which, oh, by the way, when done right, and you take that into a Bill Walsh kind of element. I mean, good luck stopping an offense that has talent, running a nice West Coast attack, because it's hard to stop.
Yeah. Well, Andy Reid, Gruden, they were all on the old Holmgren Walsh West Coast. Shanahan, when he splintered off, he became more. He incorporated more of the stretch play in the run game. If you remember, that's how he was. You were saying, where the heck is he finding these runners and they're all getting 1,500 yards?
Well, it kind of started. It was the zone blocking that Denver incorporated back in the day. Remember how well they ran the football? It was a zone blocking and the stretch. I mean, that's how you run the stretch. It's with zone blocking, and you need the backs that can read it and go. And they did a great job doing that.
And that's what you have now with the McVay and the Kubiak branch. They're more from the Shanahan. So I'm happy because we're going to see more like Andy Reid's offense, and Gruden's offense. And that's a good thing. And I like, so but I also know he's wise enough to see that he watched the tape of Aaron Rodgers. He's saying all the nice things. He doesn't want Aaron Rodgers back.
No.
Because he saw what we saw when they played playoff competition. They smoked him.
Yeah. And what happens is it's not so much that, you're taking all these hits. It's that you're afraid to take hits, and you hurry yourself up to the point you're not going to wait for someone to come open. You're not going to throw somebody open, and you're not going to step up in the pocket to take a hit and make a throw. I need a guy willing to step up, take a hit to make a throw. And Aaron, to his credit, he's 42 years old. He's done doing that.
Yeah.
I don't need him here. If you're not willing to do that, I mean, think about, any profession. If you're not willing to do some of the dirty stuff to have success, I don't want you on my team. Is that fair?
Right, and that's why you had all the traffic around the line of scrimmage because they know he wasn't going to go deep. He was not going to allow the deep passes to develop. Exactly. And that's why when they tried, he was missing. Because the time at West Coast, as anybody's followed football, as long as you and I have, Paul, it's timing in the West Coast.
Oh, it slants over the middle. It is timing, and it is quick throws. But at the same time, after a couple successful slants, a little double move or, just a straight out, skinny post or whatever.
Right.
I mean, all of a sudden, you dictate that's what I love about the West Coast. You are keeping that defense on its heels. It's not dictating what you do. You're dictating what they do. No.
And so, listen, the 3-4 was invented for the West Coast.
Correct.
The Giants invented they did that for the West Coast.
They also had LT. that made it a whole lot easier. It didn't really matter what you were doing schematically. You had the biggest game breaker, game wrecker in the history of the NFL.
Yes. So look, I'm happy with the nose tackle the Steelers got from the Titans.
Yes.
Because folks, this is what sometimes you can always tell people who don't know anything about football, Paul, when they keep talking about the inside linebackers or the linebackers per se in the run game. It's not. Listen, folks, it's what Hampton. It's what Smith.
Yeah.
It's what Teasel did. They took up blockers. They didn't allow the tackle or the guard or the center to get to your linebackers. So you keep them clean, and that's what's been missing.
Well, so when you hear fans talking about this guy can't shed a block, well, it's because his defensive line is allowing him to get blocked. Right. That's the problem. That's where it has to start. Like we were talking about a running back that's getting hit behind the line of scrimmage. That's not on the running back. That's on the offensive line. If you get hit before you even get to the line of scrimmage, you're not going to have a great career, game, moment. It's all going to stink. Same thing with a linebacker. I mean, Ferrier and Foote were unbelievable. Two of my favorite linebackers ever to play for the Steelers, when I covered them. Now, granted, Ham and Lambert are a whole different world. Russell, those guys. Right. But those two guys were two of the best linebackers I'd ever seen that I covered. James Ferrier played at 218 pounds. You know why he was able to do that? He was never getting blocked because his defensive line was just, the big snack was just snacking on those offensive linemen.
Right. And that's what allowed Peasy in that crowd to just take out the quarterback.
Yes.
Because they knew there was no one going to be there. You couldn't stop them all.
Yeah,
so when they would bring everybody to the line, they sneak Polamalu through. They didn't have a chance. Like the people go back to the prime example. What you and Paul, you and I are talking about. Go back to the Indianapolis playoff game, the 2005-2006, and watch that last quarter and watch what they did to the great
when they took that interception away from Troy. I thought the fix was in.
Yeah, I did too.
And they were definitely. I covered that game in person, and they were definitely pumping that sound into that stadium too.
but there was two great sacks. One by Peasy.
Yep.
And one by Ferrier that iced that game. It was a beautiful. Oh. And you remember.
And by the way,
Polamalu took two blockers.
That young quarterback named Roethlisberger was pretty damn good too.
He was. That was a beautiful thing.
It was awesome. That run to the Super Bowl. It was on the weirdest, coolest, craziest times of my life, and I loved every second of it.
And now here's what they've done. Now Hayward will have some. He doesn't have to play all the time now.
No.
Now you move Benton out. You've got Black. You've got Harmon, and you've got this new fella from the Titans, and now he can rotate in. Now we don't have to kill him.
And they've always been at their best. That's what, John Mitchell, the outstanding D-line coach for the Steelers, always did. Fresh legs, man. Always had fresh legs.
Wasn't that a beautiful?
Fresh legs.
We're going to see stuff around here we haven't seen since Todd Haley. We're going to see Thor and sometimes five wides. It's going to be a beautiful sight around here, folks.
If we have someone that can throw it.
Well, you know what? He'll probably bring in Cooper Rush. But he doesn't want Rodgers back. And he's saying, look, Mr. Rooney, we could do some things without Rodgers.
Yeah.
If we don't have a successful season, next year in the draft we'll find one. But I'm going to go with Howard. I'm going to go with Rudolph. I'm going to go with Rush. And I'm going to find somebody. Because remember, Rush won in 6 games in Dallas when their quarterback got hurt.
Yeah, no, he's a good backup, but, they don't have a starter. Anthony, I got to run to a break. Always a pleasure, my friend. I love you right back, dude. Take care. All right. Nicholas Harry Callis with an update, and then we'll keep this rolling. 412-928-9370. It is the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, they started a game at 1 o'clock against the Baltimore Orioles in spring training. Henry Davis has a home run in that game. Adley Rutschmanson for the Orioles, he ended up hitting a home run of his own. And through the third inning, it's a tie game, 2-2. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for March at Mike's is Fire Whistle Brewing's 139 Engine Red Ale. And the charity benefiting from the proceeds is YASU, Young Adult Survivors United, supporting cancer survivors and caregivers.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Because shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, like Green Car Journal's 4-time Family Green Car of the Year, the Mitsubishi Outlander. And with a 10-year warranty, 2 years of prepaid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside coverage, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Call 412-453-8035 for warranty, maintenance, and roadside assistance details.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Live and local, even on the weekends.
Let's go!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back to the show. Paul Alexander with you until 5. It's a little crazy. We got knocked out here in Green Tree power-wise. So we have our electricity back. We might be on a backup energy source. I'm not sure, but we don't have any TV capability. Either our cable's out or whatever it is, but I'm a little lost without being able to watch sports while I talk about sports. I love to have sports on when I'm in the sports deal here. So looking at dark, blank TVs It's not ideal. I mean, it's certainly not. Those of you without power, I mean, I feel for you. We've all been there, and it's awful. Our man Pomp, who preceded me, still doesn't have power. My sister in Monroeville doesn't have power. It's tough. It's brutal. At least conditions aren't severe. I mean, we have kind of, we're going to be around 47 as a high today. I'll get you that fan weather in a little bit. By the way, Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line, that is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's go to James in the South Hills. Hello, James.
Hey, Mr. Paul.
How you doing?
We're basically neighbors. You're in Peters. I'm in Nottingham, right next door.
Well, I'm actually technically in Nottingham.
Oh, okay. Then we're in the same township. How about that?
But everywhere I turn, every time I turn anywhere, it's a Peters Township thing. So I feel like they're neighboring, I guess. They're adjacent.
Yes, they definitely. There are some areas where the street signs on one side of the road have the Peters Township Indians insignia, and then the other side just has a regular street sign. So there you go.
Yeah, exactly. It's new. I've been there since October. I love it.
Awesome, man. That's great. Maybe I'll see you driving around.
Okay.
Hey, I wanted to tell you, man, I've bumped into you a few times in public. You've been nothing but a gentleman and a scholar with me, so I appreciate that very much.
Oh, you're very kind. Thank you.
And I'm just puzzled, Paul. I'm 58 years old and been following Pittsburgh sports my whole life. And I'm not a pro or anti-Will Howard guy. I'm neutral, Switzerland. But why bother even drafting a sixth-round guy quarterback if you're never, ever going to play him? Why even put him on the roster? I'm just serious. It's a rhetorical question. Why bother?
You do need 4 arms to get through camp. You have to have 3 guys throwing the football, running a scout team, putting things together. So that's kind of one of those, maybe we're going to get Tom Brady. Maybe we're going to get lucky. Maybe we're going to find a future backup. So it's not a big risk in the 6th round. When you take someone in the 6th round, you're realizing that there's not a strong likelihood that he's going to be a big contributor, in his future. So it's no risk.
Almost like a wasted roster spot in a way, though, wouldn't you think, for a quarterback?
Not really.
If you're down to your 3rd or 4th guy, just put a Hines Ward in that played quarterback in high school or college, or you're not going to win anyway when you're down to your 3rd or 4th string quarterback.
Well, I mean, technically, without a franchise quarterback that plays at least probably 13 or 14 of your games, you're not going to win at all. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of positions on that 53-man that. Unless you're a contributor on special teams, there's really not. And now they have the extended and the expanded, practice squad. Right. So, I think it's like playing the lottery. You take a quarterback in the later rounds, hoping, that you may have something. And you may have something with Will Howard. I have not. I mean, a lot of people have anointed this guy as being some sort of. Rodgers said some amazingly nice things about him. First thing McCarthy says when he comes in, y'all really excited about Will Howard. I'm like, why are we excited about Will Howard? I mean, someone tell me he didn't take a single snap. He hasn't taken one even preseason snap in the NFL.
Understand.
But I'm not ruling it out. He might be, one of those guys that just was overlooked for whatever reason. And here's the thing that cracks me up about the NFL and the draft and the scouting and all of that. They rarely get the draft right. Everyone's now pointing out the 2022 draft in Pittsburgh. There's not one single player left on the team.
Well, you're on the money with that.
They swung and missed completely. But you know what? The franchise isn't shutting down. Those guys that drafted, Kevin Colbert's gone and Mike Tomlin's gone, but even if they were still here, they weren't going to lose their jobs because they swung and missed in 2022. Here's what no one will ever come to grips with, and I try to, especially the draftniks out there, that they really think they have it figured out. It's not a science because not one single person that you draft has played 1 second of NFL football. So you really have no idea what that next level is going to be like. Now, there's some guys that you can just watch. You can just see. You're like, you knew Dan Marino was going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. But he was the seventh quarterback taken in his draft, for heaven's sake.
Correct.
Well, there's very few guys that you can actually say unequivocally, there is no doubt this guy is going to be a star in the NFL. You just don't know.
Well, Paul, you're about my age, so you'll remember this name, Ronaldo Nehemiah. He was a can't-miss superstar in the making because he was an incredible athlete, and look what happened.
Well, there was a great, I don't know if you remember Film Music.
Oh, yes, very clearly, yes.
He was an outstanding, and he's no longer with us. He was an outstanding columnist, great writer.
Him and Bruce Kyden both, yes.
And he one of the greatest lines, and he was the first USA Today sports columnist hired. When USA Today launched, Phil Music was their sports columnist. That shows how good he was.
Oh, he was fantastic.
But here's what he said about Ronaldo Nehemiah. Yes, athletically, he was a hurdler. I mean, he was phenomenal as an athlete.
Right.
He said that when he is on the football field and he's trying to play wide receiver, he looks like a drunk in a hurricane. And you know what? I mean, there's not many guys that I've followed or that I can remember like a line that they wrote but for whatever reason, I was never going to forget that because I knew, and I was a sports writer in high school. I've written some magazine articles. I like to think that I'm an okay writer, but I don't have that in me. The people that have that ability to be like that laugh that you had right there, that says it all because that's just like an unbelievable line. He looks like a drunk in a hurricane.
Well, he kind of nailed it, didn't he?
He sure did.
Oh,
but
my
I mean,
goodness.
those are the kind of things, and I think Gene Collier's that guy. In our, I mean, we're so lucky to have him. Myron, when he wrote for Sports Illustrated, I mean, he was one of their best feature article writers ever. He was a gifted writer. Ed Bouchette was a great writer. We've had a lot of great writers. I mean, we really have. But the thing that just cracks me up about the draft, they graded, they rated. And then we move on. We never hold people accountable for, wait a second, you're the guy that said this guy was a can't-miss corner in the NFL. He stinks. He never made a play. He never did this, never did that. And the problem is, and this is what, the reason that Jaylen Warren, who was clearly better than Najee Harris, the reason that he was not given the number one job and given more carries and given them more of the load was that makes them look stupid because he was an undrafted free agent and Najee was a first-round pick.
You nailed it.
There's so much politics involved, and as soon as you draft a guy in the first round, you're going to give him every single chance to succeed so you don't look bad. It's not how he looks. It's how you look. They're not worried about how the kid looks at all. They don't care about that. Now, some organizations care about their players, and I don't mean to be that that callous about it, but they're more concerned. They're more concerned. Here's a prime example of what happens in the NFL. So the Vikings GM, and I forget his name, he's the one that passed. He let Sam Darnold go. He said, "Yeah, we don't. Our future isn't Sam Darnold." So before he did that, he was extended. They probably gave him another 3 or 4 years as their GM because he had been doing a good job. But then Sam Darnold goes to Seattle, and what's he do there?
Just won a Super Bowl.
Yeah. So what did they do in Minnesota? After they just extended their GM? They fired him.
Right.
So it's not without reason that these GMs and these scouts, they realize that their livelihood and their future and their career depends on their drafts looking good to the public, looking good to the talking heads, looking good to the rest of the league. And when you get rid of a quarterback that the very next year wins a Super Bowl, you're done. You're gone.
Not good.
You're out. Yep. That's just the way it works. So I get it why they're so they want their draft picks to succeed, but then quit saying the BS like Mike Tomlin. We're just going to play the best. We're going to bring, like even the Pirates, they'll tell you, we're bringing the best 26 guys north. So you're going to tell me Connor Griffin, if he doesn't come north, he's not one of the best 26 guys?
Well,
he's out of this world. I mean, this guy's like he's one of those like once in a million. He's Mario. He's Sid. He's that guy. But
didn't they tell us the same thing about Polanco when he first came up?
Well, yeah, and he looked like that for a while. He looked like he might have a little Darryl Strawberry in him.
He did.
I mean, he did.
Yeah, I can give you that. Yeah, I can see that. But can't even slide? I mean, come on.
Oh, yeah, that ended his career, I think. That attempt at slide into second base was it.
I mean, I could slide better in Little League, but...
Yeah, we all can. But it's a business, and there's a lot of optics, and there's a lot of BS. And it's like that. It's our whole world. I mean, this whole world is based on lies and half-truths and just BS. And, the truth is the hardest thing to find in any industry. Every avenue, every moment of our lives are just clouded with BS. We can't trust our government. We can't trust anybody anymore. We can't trust when a NFL head coach is in front of us or a GM's in front of us. They're not telling us the truth.
Bust out the fine-tooth comb.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, Paul, I do trust you, and I tell you what, I'm not going to mention his name on the air, but a relative of mine, family relative of mine, works with you in the Pittsburgh sports media. And you know him very well. I can tell you his name off the air if you want. But he always speaks extremely highly of you when I see him. So.
That is very kind, and thanks so much for the kind words, James. I don't want anyone to be outed for liking me. That could be something that could be very damaging for his career.
No, he's a long-time stalwart in the Pittsburgh sports team like you are, and he always says Paul's like the most solid guy he knows. So.
Oh, that means a lot, James. Thanks. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
You too, brother. Thank you.
All right. James in the South Hills. But that makes my day. That is just very kind to know. And, I just have to lay it all out there that, I grew up listening to Billy, Myron, and Stan. They were all on WTAE Radio 1250, and that was the lineup that I just grew up on. And they all three... Now, Myron was he was the entertainer. I mean, the guy he would do these songs, these parody songs, and he was hysterical. But he knew exactly what he was talking about. And if he said it, he meant it. Stan became my hero and a dear friend, and I miss him every day. And Billy's still going as strong as ever. I mean, Billy's wife, she would be my substitute music teacher when I was in junior high school. So, I mean, I've known and loved the Hillgroves forever. I love their whole family. Jack does a great job on this station. They're just, they're phenomenal. But Stan Savran, after they gave a certain Pithead football coach what turned out to be a lifetime Mike Gottfried contract, Stan knew who the president of the Golden Panthers was. It was his overall boss at WTAE. And when they signed that extension to Gottfried, Stan came on and said, the Golden Panthers are nothing but jock sniffers. He said that on the air and, of course, was let go later that day. And he didn't care. Now, I've been let go from a couple different places as well. And you know what? When you tell the truth and you don't care and you're not as diplomatic as you should be and you don't say what people want to hear, it doesn't go well. But it doesn't change the fact that I'm always going to tell you what I believe and what I think and what I know. That's just how I do it. And, there's a lot of shtick out there. There's a lot of, they call it clickbait now. You want likes. And I don't care about that stuff. If I tell you something on the air and I tell you that it's true, it's been validated. It's been confirmed. It's actually true. And if I just, a lot of what I tell you is my opinion, it's truly what I believe. And believe me, I'm going to be wrong as much as everybody else. I'm very human. I'm very flawed. I make mistakes. But I tell you what I believe and what I feel. And what I've done my entire career is stay on top of things. Talk to the people that are in charge. Talk to the people that are making the decisions. I've sat down with Dick LeBeau. I've sat down with people that are so freaking knowledgeable. I talk down and I pick their brains. I've watched film with very great defensive minds back in the day. Why? Because I wanted to learn what I was talking about. I wanted to know what I was talking about. And, being right's fun, but it isn't all that. But know this. If I say it, I believe it. You don't have to agree with it. But that's what we do here. 412-928-9370. Paul Alexander with you until 5 o'clock. Harry Callis has an update for us right here. And then we'll just keep this train rolling right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The World Baseball Classic moves forward. The U.S. won yesterday 5-3 over Canada advancing them to the semifinals, and their game against the Dominican Republic in the semifinals will be tomorrow at 8 o'clock at night. Still a quarterfinal matchup, too, as a matter of fact, being played today. On the other side of the bracket, it's Puerto Rico and Italy playing against Venezuela and Japan. The winners of those games will play in the semifinal game in the World Baseball Classic, which is set for Monday, the day after the U.S. plays the Dominican Republic. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Get ready for a night of laughter with Jim Brewer, bringing live comedy to Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Thursday, April 30th.
I'm like the youngest guy. They play pickleball down there. It's cheating tennis. It's a wiffle ball, and you stand from here to 3 feet.
Buy your tickets now at librarymusichall.com and experience top-tier stand-up entertainment with Jim Brewer, April 30th, another Drusky Entertainment event.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Paul Alexander with you up until 5 o'clock. Talking all things Pittsburgh sports. And I'd love to hear some St. Patty's Day parade reports. How's it going? When I was walking through the hall, I heard, I don't know if you follow the Jagoffs. John and Rachel, they have a really good podcast. And they're always, if there is a cool event going on in Pittsburgh, they're there telling you what's going on. So I heard them from the St. Patty's Day parade. Where else would they be today? Of course, they'd be at the parade. And they were talking about how so many people were from out of state and out of town because we do St. Patty's Day big. And I was also mentioning earlier, and I've seen some pics already, I saw the boat that actually dyes the rivers green in Chicago. I saw the boat going out early this morning. I saw video of that. The only place that I've done St. Patty's Day in 3 places. State College, and the first is a wonderful St. Patty's Day experience. It's only a bar, but it's back when the first family was playing their own original music, and it was a great experience. It was something that I'm so happy that I was able to do multiple times, and I loved it. But I would say my greatest St. Patty's Day experience, I'm trying to think what year it was. It was a while ago. It's been a minute. I was out in Chicago, and it was absolutely spectacular. Now, I'm a huge, huge fan of Chicago to begin with. Just such a great vibe. I mean, say what you will about Pittsburgh, and I am born and bred, and I love it, but if you had friends in from out of town on a Tuesday night, and they were just ready to go, they were staying at a hotel downtown, they're on the company dollar, they have a nice big, expense account. Hey, where are we going? You got to work hard to find weekday fun in downtown Pittsburgh. And I think that's kind of criminal in so many ways. I just think that I'm embarrassed by that. Now, at my advanced age, and, I've had kind of my crazy fun, that's all pretty much behind me. It's sad that that's not now in Chicago. I don't care what day of the week it is. I don't care what time of the day it is. If you want to have fun and you want to hit it hard and go, it's not a challenge in Chicago. In fact, you just get to pick where. So where do you want to do? What are you feeling? What would you like to do? I've had so much fun in Chicago. It's insane. Back in my covering Penn State days, covered the Big Ten. So early in August, probably first weekend or so, they have a 3-day, Big Ten, football media deal. And they have a nice, media rate at a nice downtown hotel. And this is why I was able to sell. And this is, it's my days at Channel 10 in Altoona, of all things. Like, do we really have to send you out there? I'm like going, yes, because I'm going to do a half-hour preview show on the Penn State football season. So I'm going to have every head coach. They're like, oh, yeah, I get to sit down with every head coach for 15 minutes. I sat down. When Saban was at Michigan State, I had 15 minutes with Saban. But here's what the irony was that really would sell it on them was, I also get to sit down with Joe Paterno for 15 minutes. Why can't you do that here? Because he's not going to give me a one-on-one here, because he'd have to do that for everyone else here. But if I go to Chicago, that's what I get. I'm like, oh, okay. So, I hate to come clean on this. They made the coaches all available in like a 3-hour span. And you got it all done in 3 hours. And then they would also bring 2 players. Each team would bring 2 players. I took 2 Penn State football players. It was so perfect. To their first ever Major League Baseball game. The Pirates happened to be in Chicago at the same time. I'll never forget it. It was Carlos Garcia was the shortstop. This game was incredible. The Pirates ended up winning 12-11, and there were 2 bench-clearing brawls. And these 2 guys, these 2 Penn State football players who had never been to a Major League game before, and were like sitting right, Jimmy Trudinich, the great PR, he's now the historian. He got me great seats. We had 4 seats right, like basically right on the dugout, and it was just fantastic. And they're like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I go, they're not always quite this good. And they're playing at 2 in the afternoon. So anyway, there's such a vibe in Chicago, and they really do St. Patty's Day at a very high level. Lou in Bentleyville, pardon my rant there. I was just getting a little excited about some St. Patty's Day stuff. What's on your mind, sir?
It's all right, buddy. I'm glad to hear you live here on here again. Yesterday, I hope everybody's been safe during these windstorms, man.
Oh, boy, it was.
We lost our power here in Bentleyville from 7 o'clock last night until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well, thank God you have it back, right?
It's been like tree branches are everywhere. I went out and picked up a bunch of them, but like I'm just gonna wait till it gets warmer. I'm not even doing it.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere. It'll wait there for you.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I hope everybody's been safe, and hopefully people that lost their power, they can get it back, because that's not fun.
It's not, and it sends a lot of people to their local hardware store to buy a generator because they don't want to do that again.
Yeah, the problem is here, though, where I live at, is just the high winds. When we get the snow, doesn't really bother us. Thunderstorms, not so much. But when you get the high winds, it'll knock the power out.
Yeah,
all the time.
And we have what, 55, at least 55 mile an hour winds. So yeah, they're going to knock a lot of power out.
Yeah, but my question to you was, I really hope, and I'm upset, and I really hope that. I mean, I know that we're saying that Connor Griffin, can't make the roster because they want to save a year of arbitration or whatever that is.
I don't think they're worried about that. I really don't. I don't think it has anything to do with business.
He deserves to play. The one thing that's going to make me mad is if we have Alika Williams on this roster and then you have Connor Griffin in AAA. Like, that's going to drive me insane. This is the year I feel like we can win this division. I really, really do.
Now, Lou, I'm with you on Connor Griffin. I want him to start up here, but you have to understand, without one single moment of AAA baseball, I mean, he's never seen the pitching like he's going to see at this level. And I think he's mature. He's already married at 19. He's mature beyond his years. And just seeing him in spring training, and again, I haven't seen him in person, but I've seen him on the video, he's mashing the baseball. The guy, he's a phenomenon. I mean, he really is. But if they start him in AAA for, a month or two, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
I agree with you on that.
It's really not. But here's what my point is. I'm on your side on this, Lou, 100%. He is their best defensive shortstop. So even if he doesn't hit, that shouldn't affect his defense. And hopefully he'll get more comfortable and hit as he goes. Remember, everyone, Polanco has to be brought up, and, they didn't, and then they brought him up. He came out of the gate, first 15 games, he was hitting like a champion. And then, they have videotape of him, and they started what pitches get him out, and then that's all he saw for the next, 2 or 3 weeks, and they had to send him back down. And that's okay, too, because he made it back up. Now, he didn't end up being the player that we all wanted him to be, but it's okay to bring him up, send him down, bring him back up. All of that's okay. And it's not going to be the end of the world if he doesn't start with the big club, right out of the gate. I hope they do, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, I was down there every year. I remember Kutch's first spring training. He was 18 years old, right out of high school, and he was a very confident young man because he was very skilled. And it was 3 years of him telling me, yeah, I'm gonna start in AAA, or I'm going to start in single A. I'm gonna start. And he was devastated. He became an MVP and probably the best Pirate we've had since Willie Stargell. So that didn't really affect him, and they made him prove that he was able to handle AA, handle AAA, and then they brought him up. So I think if they want to have a chance, they're going to have a productive Connor Griffin. If they're going to be a contender in the division, Connor Griffin's going to have to be productive.
Okay, and I got 2 more questions real quick for you, but I'm very excited for this baseball season. I can tell you this is the first time in a long time that I've been excited. But as far as my first 2, they're quick questions. Number 1 is, I'm going to hang up and listen to you after this. Who was your favorite signing in the offseason the Steelers made? And my second question is, are you happy with Capel coming back? I'm going to listen to you and hang up. You have a wonderful evening.
All right, Lou, I'm glad you got your power back on, my friend. That's all good. My favorite signing, I'm going to have to say it's Pittman. Just love the character. I loved Pickens' talent. It just those kind of players, they wear me out. They don't try. They're a distraction. They're a cancer. They're just, I don't need any more of the Pickens stuff. None of that's going to happen with Pittman, and you have a great player. So I love that. Chris and Swisswell, I got to get to the top of the hour break here, but then you'll be first out of the gate because we have a Nicholas, Harry, Callis update, and then we're going to have plenty of unbelievable sports conversation right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. But first, how about some weather for you today? Mostly sunny and 47 degrees, a low of 34 tonight. Tomorrow, 68 degrees and a low of 38. We're going to have some clouds, though. So weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Now, let's turn it over to Harry.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bengals play tonight at 9 o'clock against the Utah Mammoth. It is the final game of Evgeny Malkin's suspension, so he will return to play when the Penguins play the Avalanche on Monday. Penguins right now at 79 points in the standings. They are tied with the New York Islanders for second place in the Metropolitan Division. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
March is full of lucky days. And at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, that means more green in your pocket. Drive home a new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander or Outlander PHEV for 0% APR for 72 months. And take advantage of our push, pull, or tow trade-in assistance. Get $3,000 minimum trade-in value for your vehicle no matter the condition when you purchase a new Mitsubishi. Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Call 470-594-5294 for offer details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Crowley. It's St. Patty's weekend, and that means you need beer. One of my personal favorites, Murphy's Irish Stout, available at Hampton Beer Outlet for just $27.99 a case. That's right, just $27.99 for a case of Murphy's Stout. Perfect for this weekend. So get to Hampton Beer Outlet for Murphy's Irish Stout at $27.99. Whether you're going to the parade or hanging out at home, having a party with friends, you can't beat that price. $27.99 for Murphy's Irish Stout. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
50 years of A10 basketball, and now the championship returns to its roots. Pittsburgh, the Steel City, built on toughness, fueled by grit. The 11th of March through 15th at PPG Paints Arena. The energy is rising, the stakes are massive, and every moment is up for grabs. This is the A10 Men's Basketball Championship. Pittsburgh, we're coming home.
With Aetna, I always get a quick answer, and I don't have to search on the internet. They go above and beyond to help me with whatever I need.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctor's offices when requested. We show up with access to convenient care options. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Come on, Taylor, inform us. During the Jeep of Pittsburgh's Declaration of Deals sales event, what's your difference?
Bob, we keep it really simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're gonna beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. It's as easy as that.
And if you can't?
We haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Jeep of Pittsburgh at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports don't stop for the weekend, and neither do we.
We are going to have so much fun this weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
My man Paul in Mount Lebanon, really not a Henry Davis fan, and I get it. The guy, when you're picked number 1 overall, 1-1, first round, first pick, you're expected to be kind of a star. And I'll give him credit for one thing. His defense was suspect as a catcher. He worked so hard. He is now not just solid. I mean, he is a very good defender as a catcher. But then he ended up hitting $120 last year. So I don't know. Can you play a guy that hits $120? I mean, if you have a team full of great hitters, I guess you can, but they don't. But he just hit a no doubt about it home run here against the Orioles. And, you get more information than you need. Like now we're obsessed with exit velocity. If the ball gets up in the air and goes out over the fence, I don't really care how fast it went. But the good news is it would have been a home run in 30 of 30 major league ballparks. You know, there are some, I mean, when Cincinnati opened that new ballpark, I mean, I think I could have hit a home run out of there. I mean, it was a little bandbox. There's been a couple ballparks that were just, the dimensions were such that a lot of, long outs were easy home runs. But I feel extremely comforted. This was not a cheap shot. This was a 100-mile-an-hour missile that was a home run in 30 of 30 major league ballparks by its distance, 396 feet. All right? Chris, thanks for your patience. You're next up. What's up?
Hey, Paul, how you doing?
I've never been better. How about yourself?
I'm good. A little off-sports question here, Paul. I know it's not going to make my Mount Rushmore of sandwiches, but where do you put a good sloppy Joe?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not the biggest sloppy Joe fan. The flavor's okay. It just doesn't have it's too sloppy. I mean, it's just the texture. I like a sandwich with some firmness and some continuity. It's like putting chili on top of a bun. Like, what are we doing? I wouldn't put chili on a bun, but a lot of people put chili. And my wife loves a good sloppy Joe, and I'll eat them when she's in the mood. But they're not high on my list. It's like putting chili on a bun.
Well, I'll put you down for the next time I have a reason to have you over for no sloppy Joes for Paul.
No, I'll eat them. I mean, I think they taste good. I do.
Well, maybe you should try a fork. Just take the bun and put it on a plate.
No, I'd rather just have chili.
I love chili too. Hey, last year when Griffin got to Altoona, I went out of my way and went and watched him play.
Isn't that a great ballpark?
Wow, it's lovely. And my son plays for a youth program that's affiliated with the Pirates, so there's a little bit of juice. I went up there early, and I went into that building as early as they'd let me in, and I watched every step of everything he did. First of all, this is last, August, and I'm telling you, if you put him in a lineup with a bunch of, say, 23 to 27-year-olds, you ain't going to be able to tell by his body, his frame,
he's
that he's that age.
He's a big dude, man. He's a big, solid dude.
He is a big, strong dude. And after watching him, I came home and was talking to my son, and I said, well, I have high hopes for this program with Skeens and some of the things they've done. I said, but if they come north without him, I don't want to say they're an unserious organization, but he is one of their best 26 players in that system, and it's like not even close.
No, of course not. I made that comment a little bit earlier. I'm like, they may tell you that they're going to bring the best 26 guys north, when spring training ends. But if Connor Griffin's not on that roster, they're lying.
Yeah, they're just, on there again. Losing games in the beginning of the year are just as damaging as losing games in the middle or late in the year. And I think their best chance to a good start has him in the lineup. And if it doesn't, and they end up being, a low wild card or miss completely, I'll never forgive them. They're there. This kid is a unicorn. He
no
is
question.
Totally different.
I had our good friend, I'm sure if you've listened to the station a fair amount, you've heard our good friend Chuck in Uniontown. And last time I was on, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, he said, you know what? There's no reason in the world to bring Connor Griffin up, to start the season because he needs some time, some seasoning at AAA, went on and on. And, he made a good point. And I even went with one of my favorite Joe Paternoisms, which it's much better to do something a little too late instead of too soon. But like you pointed out, not when it's a unicorn. And I think I finally brought Chuck to the reality. If you can show me someone that's going to do a better job defensively at shortstop than Connor Griffin, all right, maybe I'll listen a little bit, make sure that he's ready for the next level. But he's going to be he won a gold glove as a minor league shortstop. This guy can handle the position extremely well. And, oh, by the way, he's handling spring training. He's handling major league pitching very well at spring training as well. And if he absolutely is overwhelmed and overmatched, then send him back down. He is not the kind of person that's so weak-minded that, oh, my gosh, I'll never recover. Like, well, what if you ruin his Well, if he is sent down and that destroys his confidence, he wasn't who he was supposed to be anyhow.
No, I totally agree. And again, I watched him, during warm-ups, IO, game time, everything. First of all, he is way faster than you think he is, and he has great footwork for a middle infielder of his size. I watched him do a couple things. He went for a ball in the hole, and it wasn't a little in the hole. It was all the way in the hole. And he got to it way quicker and way easier, and he made a one-hop throw, and it all looked totally effortless. And I'm telling you, that's a play that a lot of major league shortstops who are starting right now, they're not only are they not turning and making that throw, they're not getting to the ball.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, this kid's freaking, he's totally ready. And, I don't want to hear about leaving him down. I just don't want to hear it.
And he is. It's not like a pitcher either because, you're concerned, Jared Jones. I mean, you're worried about giving him too much work. You bring him up too soon, and look what happens. You have arm trouble. You're not dealing with a pitcher right here. You're dealing with an everyday player, an everyday shortstop that definitely can handle the position, as you just pointed out. And at the same time, he is an awesome offensive threat. And I'm sorry, he's an old soul. He's already married. His wife is with him at spring training at 19. This guy is ready. I mean, if you're ready to be married at 19, you're ready to handle pitching at the major league level. I'm sorry. Marriage at 19 is a lot. Marriage at 65 is a lot. Marriage at any age is a lot. And he seems to be handling that. My point is, the kid's not he's not everyone else. So don't treat him like he's everyone else. Well, everyone no. Sidney Crosby didn't need any time. Mario didn't need any time. I know it's a different sport. Ken Griffey Jr. came up as an 18-year-old. He was 18. Now, I know Ken Griffey Jr. was a first-ballot Hall of Famer and an all-time great, but this kid's a number one prospect in all of baseball. What's to say he's not, the next Derek Jeter or A-Rod? I mean, he looks to me like A-Rod. That's who he looks like. Probably a little better defensively.
He looks very much like A-Rod. Possibly even just a little quicker, his first step, a little quicker. And the other thing is, you talked about Kutch. I'll never forget the first time at spring training, I saw him swing a bat and just the speed, his hands and his bat speed just kind of made your eyes pop out of your head.
Oh, his speed was crazy. I remember it might have been his rookie year, maybe his second year. We timed, because we have, timing on the video that he hit a triple and he knew he had a chance to get a triple off the bat. So he went full speed from the get-go. From the bat hitting the ball, he was on third base in 11 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's flying.
Maybe that does. We all talk about 40s now. We talk about. I don't know many people in the history of baseball that could go from bat hitting ball to sliding into third base in 11 seconds.
Yeah, it's absolutely flying.
That's insane.
Again, the foot speed is similar, and the hand speed. The speed.
And he's a big dude. Kutch is a small man.
Yeah.
He's not a big guy at all.
Kutch is little in comparison to most professional athletes.
Correct.
I don't care where you're playing. And but no, like I said, I went out of my way because I wanted to see this kid. I've been kind of halfway following him out of the corner of my eye because I was running across him at youth baseball tournaments, several years ago, and his name was floating around. And I thought, well, okay. And then the Pirates took him, and I'm like, all right. I'm not going to his A games, but if they move him close, I'll go. And I did, and believe me, I got an eye full, and I thought, yeah, they are out of their minds if they leave him behind. You can't do it.
Well, and I'm not going to die on that hill because, baseball's 182 games. And if they bring him up, middle of May or early June, and he, has a little seasoning behind him and he hits the ground running and he doesn't have any of those, real, dire droughts and slumps. And, some of those things can be positive. I mean, I'm not going to say that bringing him up is, life or death. I mean, it's not. He's 19. He has a whole career ahead of him. I mean, I hope they sign him to a 10-year contract right now.
Oh, believe me.
That's what I would love to see.
I'm praying that they're working
on that. So I'm hoping
that.
That's the two things that happen. They sign him to an extended deal, 130, 140 million, whatever it ends up they have to pay, and then they bring him up because there's no risk at that point because he's yours. And you've made him yours, and you're going to handle him however you see fit. So I hope that happens. Because the crime is in baseball, if you're not one of the big spenders, and if you draft the most incredible unicorn talent, you can't keep him. I mean, Garrett Cole was fun for a little bit, and then he was a Yankee. I mean, I'm tired of being a farm club. I'm tired of the sport being designed in a way at the professional level where if you're a small market team and you draft one of the great players of all time, he can't finish his career with you. He doesn't even have a chance to do that because you can't afford to keep him. And that is something I would at least like to see him for 10 years. So go ahead and sign him now. I don't know if Bob Nutting has the stomach for that or the desire for that, but, he gave Key Brian Hayes, more money than I thought he'd give him, even though that ended up being, it was a nice try. We thought he was going to be, a really big-time player. He wasn't. And, Connor Griffin might disappoint as well. We have no idea. The people that can't miss all the time. That's just a fact of life. But for everything that we've seen, everything you've seen, everything that anyone has researched and looked into, there's no reason not to believe this kid's going to be a superstar. I think he's going to be. But we could be wrong. But I'm not worried. I'm not going to lose my mind if he's not with the roster, the big club roster out of the gate. It's not going to – I'll be disappointed. It's not going to be that big a deal as long as they get him up in pretty quick fashion. Like they did with Skeens. They got him up pretty quick.
Yeah, like I said, I just think that if the argument is – your best 26 come north. You can't make a rational argument that he's not one of your 26 best players in that organization. You just can't.
Yeah, but maybe they can say he's definitely one of our best 26, but we want to give him a little bit of an opportunity to check out some AAA action, and then we'll get him up as soon as he shows us that he's ready.
Well,
that's not exactly irresponsible.
No, it's not irresponsible. But, again, you got
it would be very disappointing. It would. I want to see the kid at the major league level as long as I can, and that would be starting with opening day. That's how I want it to go.
You got a straight-up unicorn in your system. I just don't think, just like Sid you just go with it, and you understand that this kid's got a different set of advanced skills that are going to be just fine.
Yeah, I agree. Chris, thanks so much for the call. Really enjoyed it. Enjoy your baseball season coming up. Stephen and Jeff, I got to get it to Mr. Nicholas Harry Callis, and we'll get it right to you out of the break right here on the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's been back and forth between the Orioles and the Pirates. The Orioles had a 5-3 lead. And then in the seventh inning, Marcell Ozuna, he hit a 3-run home run, and the Pirates have reclaimed the lead from the Orioles. It is now 6-5 Pirates in that spring training game. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey the Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
So we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Giant Eagle, Pool City, True Green, and Broken Bow Records.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Less finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify, and select units only. Offers end 3/31/26.
Hurry into Mike Hamlin Hyundai today during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $4,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Keeping you up to date, even on the weekend.
Did you hear that?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, never a fee unless we get money for you. Want to get right back to the phones, 412-928-9370. Paul Alexander with you up until 5 o'clock. Stephen in Glassport checking in. Hey, Stephen, what's up?
How you doing, Paul?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking.
Hey, I'm right now. I'm playing the MLB 25, the show, and I'm being the Pirates. I got Justin Verlander as my starter. I think the Pirates are going to do better this year than last year.
Well, let's hope. I mean, they only had 72 wins last year. I really hope they do better than that.
Is it next week they play, or is it the following week they play the regular season?
2 weeks. You got a little time. Got a little time. End of March.
All right, there we go. I think the Pirates are going to win 100 wins this year.
Woo!
Paul.
You know, we haven't seen that in forever. Man, what gives you that kind of optimism, Stephen? That's crazy.
Hey, where's Andrew McCutchen at now? Did he sign with the Texas Rangers? Is he going to be on the roster?
He's not been promoted to their 40-man yet, but there's a good chance he will be.
All right, nice. I like to see him play for the Rangers. All right, bye, Paul.
All right, Stephen, you take care. Yeah, I'm happy for Kutch. I think it was a sign of greater expectations that the Pirates didn't sign Kutch this year. I'm a huge Kutch fan. Please understand that. Known him since he was 18 years old. First time I interviewed him, he was 18 in Bradenton. And he's been nothing but class ever since. But you need to start getting a little bit younger and a little bit better. And that is no affront to our man Kutch at all. It's just they thought they could find, better bats in the lineup than what Kutch presented, and they didn't want Kutch playing the field anymore. Father Time is undefeated. Let's go to Jeff and Shaler. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Paul, it's always a pleasure talking to you, man. I try to get you every time you're on.
Well, God bless you. Thank you. It's very kind.
I followed you a long time. I just wanted to talk real quickly, and I'm sorry I came in late. Now I'm running some errands, and I wanted to touch base with you about this Connor Griffin. Boy, do I have baseball fever, by the way. I don't know how you feel right now, but, man, I cannot wait. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is that I haven't heard one bad thing about Connor Griffin.
I don't think you will.
No, and honestly, I don't know how you feel about this, or I don't know how your callers have felt about this, but I don't know how you feel about Connor Griffin starting in the minors. I just wanted to get your opinion about I just feel like he's the guy to give you a hot start, Paul, and I wish the Pirates would make that jump into the muddy water and just bring him up. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm all for it. If he's one of your best 26 players, which he clearly is, bring him up. And the beauty of the situation is if he appears to be a little bit overwhelmed or overmatched, you send him to AAA. Send him to Indy and say, figure it out. We'll get you back up here when you're ready.
Is there still a chance that he's coming up, or don't we know?
I don't think they've ruled it out because he would have already
assigned him. I'm sorry.
No, they would have already done that, and they have not.
Oh, that's great. Okay, well, hey, Paul, thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Jeff. Take care. Enjoy those errands.
Thanks. I need them. Thanks.
Yeah, you got to get them done, man. Got a to-do list.
Got to get them done, man. Got to get them done. Nothing better than listening to Paul Alexander in the way, though.
God bless you. You're very kind, Jeff. Thank you.
See you, Paulie. Take
care,
buddy.
Have a good one. All right. I want this gentleman to tell me how do I say your name, sir? Hello.
Are you talking to me?
Oh, it's a lady. Oh my gosh. What is your name?
Well, I don't know if it's a lady, but I am a female. It's Cheeky.
Cheeky.
I want to talk about Connor Griffin and
I want to talk about your name first. How do we get what's Cheeky?
It's kind of not relevant, but okay. So, I want to talk about Connor Griffin in a contextual way. So here's what I know. It's trendy. Baseball is trendy, right? So we've seen recently in the last few years a trend of bringing guys up swiftly, and also they're young. So just last season, we had beautiful debuts from Mick Abel, Mizorowski, some hitters that were young. And we can all remember Starling Marte's first at-bat. He wasn't 19, but he was probably 22, 23. And with baseball, traditional, right? But if one manager does something, it's like monkey see, monkey do. They will all start doing it. So there's a trend right now. And the disappointment with not starting Connor Griffin, who, by the way, is not a unicorn, he's a good player, is this. We have the second most hated owner in the MLB, next to the Oakland Athletics, or just the Athletics now. That's the disappointment.
Well, I'm not sure that at 19, the skill set that he has, he's the number one prospect in all of baseball. A unicorn is maybe a little bit of a, a little hyperbole. I'd agree with that. But at the same time, we have not seen, as a Pirate position player in particular, anyone with the overall skill set. He won a Gold Glove as a defensive shortstop. He has unbelievable power. He has great speed. He's a five-tool player. He's as close to a unicorn as the Pirates have had in a very, very long time.
So if he is, and we're not bringing him up, it's a financial consideration, there's your disappointment. And I also have one other question.
And here's the thing, though, Cheeky, hold on a second. Have a conversation. None of this is final. So if he doesn't come up for the opener and he's here in 3 or 4 weeks, I'm not sure that's a huge deal. You hopefully have him. I hope they sign him to a 10-year contract right now. I think he has that much potential, and I think he's that good of a sure thing that I would go ahead and invest that money in him, because if you don't, he's going to be a Yankee or a Dodger as soon as he can, and they're not going to be able to touch the money he'll command. So I would hope they do something crazy. That's not real trendy, by the way, right now. And as far as bringing people up early, the Pirates, just a reminder, Jason Bay was Rookie of the Year at the age of 26. He was a Rookie of the Year at 26 years of age. So the Pirates are not real hasty in terms of getting guys up. They're not. Never have been.
I have one other quick question before I go. I do not see the cause or any kind of correlation between being married and being able to see a pitch in the show. I don't get it.
No, it's a matter. No. Here's the other thing that people don't realize.
Okay.
He has a life that he's leading. He's not just a baseball player. And no, being married's not going to help him hit a curveball or a slider or anything like that. What it shows to me is, and what everyone said, everyone that's met him, everyone that's talked to him, and Dan Kelly, Donnie Kelly, every time that he talks to him, he goes, every time I talk to him, I have to remind myself that he's 19 years of age, because he doesn't act like it at all. The point being, they're so worried about what are we going to damage him, his psyche, and we bring him up too soon. Is he going to be okay? Yes, he's going to be okay, because not many people, not many young men that I've known, I certainly was not ready at 19, nor did I even consider getting married at 19. The fact that he's that mature and that far advanced, like, no, this is the one for me. I'm going to go ahead and marry her now, because why wait? They've been together since 8th grade. She's the one. He's extremely mature is the point. So to be successful at anything, Cheeky, you have to handle all aspects of your life, not just the sport that you play, not just the job that you do. You need to be secure and okay in all aspects of life. So him being married to me says, damn, this kid knows what he wants, knows what he's about. He's a very, very mature young man. That's the point.
I got you. Well, I was fortunate enough to play cards recently, about 6 weeks ago, with a guy who went to school with him, played ball with him in school. And everything that everybody's saying about him is true. Absolutely. Again, I think there's financial considerations for not starting him and bringing him and letting him play AAA ball.
See, here's why. Here's again, you know how I avoid that, Cheeky? I sign him to that 10-year contract right now, then none of it matters.
You're right. You're 100% right, Paul.
Then
100%.
none of it matters, Cheeky. Always a pleasure. All right. She didn't want to tell me how she got her name. Let's go to my man Boyd in Philadelphia. Boyd, it's been a minute, hasn't it?
I was going to say, is this the same Paul Alexander that crossed the Delaware River with George Washington?
It is the one and the same. And I was the guy. I was just out of the picture. I was kneeling down in the boat.
When I tuned in today, I thought, man, this has to be Smithsonian Institute Saturday or something along that line.
Something along those lines.
Always good to hear your voice and speak with you, Paul. Well, a couple things I can hit on quickly. This past December, I went to my 8th Pirates fantasy camp in Bradenton.
Wow.
And great time, by the way, just absolutely phenomenal time. You'll never have a better time. Anyway, without getting into names, I talked to several former Pirate players that still have a connection to the organization. They just raved about Connor Griffin, and also I heard immensely good things about Bubba Chandler.
Well, I heard an interview with him today I found online. He was taking shots at Paul Skeens, saying, this guy's never known adversity. You know, they bit this guy, number 1 overall. He's just been, he's been coddled and, just taking shots. So I love the fact that here's a guy that can throw it 100, and now he's bringing a little heat, toward Paul Skeens, who's already won the Rookie of the Year and the Cy Young, and he's taking shots at him. I love him.
Yeah, so it's a good young team, and anytime you have a preponderance of young players, you don't know how are they going to stand the test of time over 162-game schedule. But I think there's certainly a reason for optimism, and it could be a very interesting season in Pittsburgh for the first time in a long time. What I wanted to ask you about, Paul, just get your opinion, though, with the collective bargaining agreement set to expire, I believe, on December 1st. There's been a lot of talk. Obviously, it's probably too early to make any kind of an educated prediction, but what do you think is the realistic hope of MLB being able to implement both a salary floor and a salary cap, which I believe is necessary to really, for the good of the game overall, to reduce the disparity between teams such as the Dodgers and the Mets versus, the small market teams. I think it's high time. I mean, baseball has been running amok for really ever since free agency began back to the mid-'70s. So it's been 50 years, literally, where they're the only major sport that doesn't have any kind of cost containment plan in place. Do you think there's a realistic shot of getting a salary floor and a salary cap?
If we get both of those, which is so needed, I think it's just absolutely imperative that they put a little control into the game. Yeah. We can thank the Dodgers, because that means that even the Mets, the Yankees, the Red Sox, all the other big spenders are like going, this is out of control. Because nothing was going to make them say that, because they were the ones that were out of control.
Well, right, exactly. That's
so now that the Dodgers are like, Dodgers took the out of control to a whole new level, they're going to go, we can't do this. This is crazy.
They've lamented the fact about the Dodgers ruining baseball, quote unquote. If the Phillies sign, Kyle Schwarber, Zach Wheeler, Bryce Harper, et cetera,
right.
The mega contracts. Where were these people saying that free agency and big spending was ruining baseball?
They were at the top of the food chain. They were at the top of the food chain was where they were. Yeah. And they weren't worried about anyone else.
Where was it?
They're so narcissistic in baseball. It's insane. They don't care until something challenges their livelihood, something challenges their ability to succeed. They don't care if the other low-level, small-market teams are just, getting. They're a farm club. They're a farm system, for heaven's sakes. It's like they're like the Washington Generals. I mean, the Pirates to me have resembled the Washington Generals over the years. And if someone's good enough to be a Globetrotter, they take them. Garrett Cole, you're a Globetrotter. You're out. You're free. You're gone. It's just been disgusting to me. And I hate the way that baseball's formulated. I hate it. But
that's the perfect analogy.
I think we can thank the Dodgers, because I think they're pissing off the other big-time owners that overspend enough that they're going to maybe concede to some regulation. I hope.
I agree. I think your analysis is spot on. And I hope it is, because something clearly needs to be done. It's needed to have been done for decades now.
Why don't they all just watch the NFL and go, that's how you do it?
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean the NFL
I mean, think
has
about
provided the perfect.
like I had
paradigm.
when I was in college and I was trying to have a nice time with the fair sex. The dancing thing was never one of my strengths, but I had 3 rules. If I had a fair amount of alcohol, which kind of took away some of the reservations I would normally have, and there was someone on the dance floor that was moving pretty well that I could imitate, because I can imitate things pretty well. And the girl that I was going to dance with was someone that I would really want to spend time with. If those 3 things were in place, I was in. If not, I ain't dancing. I mean, it was that simple. So I think there's enough in place for all of baseball to finally go, you know what? It's time. It's just time. And I'm hopeful that happens.
I agree. I'm desperately hopeful that it happens. It's
but here's the damage part that's difficult is attendance is up, ratings are up, revenue is up. They don't think it's broken, so I'm not sure they're going to be willing to fix it.
There was a time when I would agree with you, but now I think.
Oh, I hope I'm wrong. I'm just saying that could be a lot of people's, like Bob Nutting. Like, is his business plan, is it okay? The guy spent very little money in terms of what he, came out of his pocket, and he's taken a whole lot home. It's hard to convince him that it's broken. And that's the guy that should vote against the collective bargaining. And again, if he was in it to win it, he would vote against the damn collective bargaining agreement every time it came up for vote, but he always voted for it. Why? Because he's lining his pockets without having to spend.
Exactly. Yeah, but that's what has to change.
Yes.
It's the whole revenue process, revenue sharing process that we have now. I was reading one article some time ago. I don't know if it was Jason Mackey or somebody else, but anyway, they were saying how with the way revenue is distributed, that small market teams like the Pirates are literally making hundreds of millions of dollars a year.
Correct.
Well, if there's revenue sharing, the spirit and intent of which is to make your team better,
right,
then I think there has to be a requirement in place where these owners have to spend that money on just that process, making their teams better, not adding their bottom line.
Yeah, and it's just, see, to me, and you don't get to pick the owner. You can't fire the owner. If the owner is just a pure businessman, businesswoman, business person, you're in trouble because there's so many ways to kind of cheat the system and win. I want a crazed baseball guy with $1 billion that wants to win. That's who I want my owner to be. And we don't have that owner. And you know what? When you're not cheating and you're not doing anything embarrassing, we don't have to like it. We don't have to like him, but he's not doing anything illegal. He's not doing anything untoward. We can't. I mean, we have no option. I mean, I'm going to boycott. I'm not going to boycott. I'm going to go to as many baseball games as I can because I love the game and I love PNC Park. I love the experience. So I'm not going to the game. He's not never getting another dime of my, well, you know what? And I love the players. I'm going to root for them and I'm going to cheer for them. I like them. I mean, it's just, I want it to be fixed. The NHL, they took it on the chin for a year, and I think they're pretty healthy right now because of it.
Well, hopefully MLB learns a lesson.
Oh, I hope so, Boyd. Great to hear from you, my friend. It really is.
Likewise.
All right, you take care. All right, there's Boyd in Philly. Sam, you are up next, but we have a Harry Callis update and a quick little timeout, and then we get right to Sam out of the break right here on the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, I got some live updates for you now. The power came back on. So our cable's back, and now I can tell you what live updates are happening. It's 8-6 right now. The Pittsburgh Pirates are leading the Baltimore Orioles in that spring training game, and there are 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. So 1 more out, and the Pirates will earn their 16th victory of this spring. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're excited that the draft is here in our backyard now.
We couldn't be more excited about the draft coming to Pittsburgh, but there's excitement about the draft on every front, and we're looking at what's bringing the green, brought to you by True Green. Did you know that the draft is expected to generate approximately $200 million for Western Pennsylvania? That's Bringing the Green, brought to you by True Green, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
West Shore Home makes bathroom remodeling fast and easy with their crews of highly trained employee installers. And now they're extending one of their biggest savings events of the season, 1 week only. This week, get 25% off your bathroom remodel. Get started with no money down and save an extra $500 just for being a fan of the program when you schedule your free, no-obligation consultation now at westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan for West Shore Home's extended flash sale. See website for details.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Score a slam dunk in a new GMC Sierra 1500 with up to $11,000 off or 0% financing. Or lease a V8 for just $299 a month for 24 months. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw. JoeBallGM.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, buy 1 room of carpet clean for free. Unlimited rooms of carpet. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them 93.7 The Fan sent you. Zero Res.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier-to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/appliance delivery for more details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today is 40 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com. Live and local sports news on the weekends? Imagine that. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Can I just say, oftentimes what you need in life is to be reminded that so many things that we have are taken for granted. Every time I'm in here, I have the luxury of watching sports live on TV. Come in today, due to the heavy winds and all the other stuff that went on, we didn't have cable, we didn't have TV. But now that it's back, I appreciate it so much more. Just a little lesson in life. We take way too much for granted. I know health is one of them. As they say, you can have 99 problems, and that's a lot. But if you have one health problem, you have one problem. Make sense? Yeah. Sam, thanks for your patience. You're next up. What's going on?
Hi. If you're just talking baseball, I apologize.
No. We're wide open today. You know, this
okay.
right now, we're kind of, unless you're a huge college basketball fan, I mean, this is your season right now.
No.
Other than that, we're in free agency in the NFL. We're spring training in baseball. We're getting toward the playoffs in hockey, so we can talk about anything.
All right, my question is, Drew Aller had a pretty disastrous year last year at Penn State.
Do you think?
I was wondering if you knew what his status is going into the draft.
Yeah, you'd have thought he was on the Titanic, for heaven's sakes. I mean, it was not only had a season-ending injury, what was supposed to be a national championship run turned into an absolute collapse of a season. I'll tell you what, he impressed at the Combine, threw the ball extremely well, moved well. Looks like the injury's behind him. I'm hearing late second, maybe early third.
Really?
Yep. And I think
now
with his size and his arm strength.
Last year, they were saying they were interested. Are they still interested?
Well, obviously Tomlin's gone, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't gauged their interest in Drew. He's going to get a chance to play at the next level. I don't think there's any question because he's big, strong, with a big arm. He's a great kid. He's a great young man. But the one thing that always stood out for me was he did not play his best in the biggest games. When he needed to play his best, he would shrink a little. So
agree.
I would think, though, with the one thing he has, he has the size, the strength, and the arm, and great mobility. He's not a runner, but he can move. I think that if someone is going to take a little time with him, he could develop into, I think, a pretty good starting quarterback in the NFL. If not, he could be a really good backup.
Well, I hope he gets a shot.
Oh, he'll get a shot. I mean, he's done too much. I mean, you go back and you look at some of his earlier games. I mean, the guy has looked pretty phenomenal in a lot of situations. So it's in there.
Oh, yeah.
It's in there. And I don't see we don't let people develop anymore, Sam. We just decide that, okay, he's played badly in 3 big games. He stinks. He'll never figure it out. That's just not true. That's just so. I mean, that's our whole society now. Someone makes one statement, they did one thing, or they have one opinion. You judge them on that completely. I hate him. He's an idiot. What? I mean, you don't know me. What are you talking about? Like, this guy has a 6'5" body. He weighs 235 pounds, and he has a big arm, and he can move.
Right.
There's not a lot of people in my world that are that. So if you have the patience and maybe someone that knows how to make someone better, these coaches, their job is to make you better. That's kind of what you're charged to do. I would love to take a chance on Drew Aller. I would love it, but I'm not sure anyone's going to take that much. But you also, here's the other thing, fans will turn on you right away. If you're the GM that signs Drew Aller and you give him a chance and he falls and he doesn't make it, you're fired.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think
they got to be careful.
I think a lot of people, he reminds me of, not physically, but of the situation with Sam Darnold, bounce around from team to team till he finds somebody that can help him, or he helps them. I hope he gets a shot, though.
Yeah, I mean, Sam, he's going to be in an NFL camp in August. There's no question. In July. There's no question about that. Sam, thanks for the call. All right, thank you. Yeah, no question. I mean, you can't teach 6'5". You can't teach the way he throws a football. I mean, you can improve it. And you can't teach, the fact that he's played at a major program and had some success. Now, it's a black mark against that. In the bigger games, he didn't shine. But it doesn't mean that it's not in there and it can't be coached or it can't be brought out. The kid's, 21, 22? I mean, we give up on people way too soon. Way, way, way too soon. Let's go to Scott in Canonsburg. Hello, Scott.
Hey, Paul. Sorry, I hope I'm not, adding on to your what you just said there. We're giving up way too soon. But I was looking at the Pirates roster, and they say don't put a whole lot of weight on spring training. But if you look at some of the stats that we're seeing, and the incumbency, all these veterans that have supposedly been playing for us for so well, but obviously haven't been paying off because we obviously have had losing seasons. You look at some of this young blood that's coming up behind it, and I don't hear any rumbling at all about the password even making it to the major leagues this year until after a little while in AAA, or with De Los Santos over at shortstop. These dudes are batting with huge bats. I mean, But De Los Santos is like 500 right now, 2 home runs and a double. That's even more than what Griffin's doing with less strikeouts. But he's not even in the conversation.
And nor should it be, Scott. I mean, Griffin's a whole different animal. I mean, there's no question about that. And
I don't doubt that. I'm talking about some of the backups.
Thing that you learn very, very early if you follow baseball closely, and it's easy, because, a lot of pitchers in spring training, they get a start, they're going to go 3 innings or 2 innings, and their pitching coach may say, hey, I want nothing but fastballs today, all right? We're not here to win a game. I want to see your fastball command. So once the hitters figure that out, they're like, no, I'm just going to tee up I'm getting a fastball every pitch. I'm going to be fine. They're not trying to get guys out. They're working on being better when the season opens. So that's why I disregard those numbers completely. They are irrelevant. They really are. Okay. I want to see them. I want to see them at whatever level they start. If you're in Double-A, all right. If I'm seeing anything near 500 with home runs, yeah, I'm moving you right to Triple-A. Because that's people that are trying to get you out. And the same thing with the September nonsense. When a guy comes up and for 2 weeks he just, shreds the baseball, slow down. I mean, you're playing like 6 of the 7 games you're in, both teams were out of contention. They weren't playing for a playoff spot. They were out of it already. So if you learn to disregard spring training numbers and September numbers, but then take a look when they've had 2-3 months at Double-A, 2 or 3 months at Triple-A, those numbers will give you a much better indication of whether or not they should be taken seriously. Until they've done that, you don't.
But what about 2 or 3 years at the major league level, and you're not hitting over 250 consistently? Then you're a player.
Then you know what, Scott? You're a pirate. You're a pirate for life. That's what the Pirates do. If they're not going to go out and spend money, they sign free agents, for 1 year, and it's a guy that, was good 4 years ago and hasn't been good for the last 4. So the Pirates are a bad example of, like Henry Davis, he was a 1-1. He hit 120 last year. This is his 5th year, and he's certainly going to be on the roster. We're talking about the Pirates, Scott. We're not talking about other major league teams. So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. And they won 76 games 2 years ago, 72 games last year, and that's why. I mean, people go, why are the Pirates so bad? Well, they don't go out and sign talent. They don't pay for talent. It's that, why did Jeff Capel have, the record he had? They had the 2nd lowest NIL payroll in the ACC. Now, I'm not saying that Jeff's a great coach and should have been extended or kept or whatever. I'm saying you basically get what you pay for in all walks of life.
On your other point, though, then you're saying that don't count on the numbers for spring training. Well, Henry just got his first hit today, and it happened to be a home run. But if they were tipping off that, they're pitching only fastballs the whole game, and he's not able to pick up on that, then we got a real problem.
Yeah. And again, they drafted him 1-1. They ain't getting rid of him. And you know what? For drafting him 1-1 and the guy hits 120, they haven't fired their GM either. So when there's no accountability, and I mean, come on, we're talking about the Pirates. And I know I don't want to put the wet blanket on the season, but I've covered the Pirates for the majority of my freaking professional life. I endured the 20 straight seasons. I walked into that locker room after every freaking game and had to interview guys about, hey, another loss. How are you doing today? Hey, Jason Kendall, how are you today? What? Believe me, I understand. The frustration is real. We had 13, 14, and 15, a little bit of a oasis in the desert, if you will. And it was fantastic. I loved every second of it. But now we're right back to the same old Pirates. So I don't know if you expect them somehow, some way to miraculously be good. They do draft guys and they have guys come up and they show some promise, but they're not going to be here long if they're really good. And I'm not sure they're getting the greatest mentorship or coaching. I have faith in Don Kelly. I do. I think he is a great baseball guy. And they still have the same GM that's been providing nothing for how long? So I know a guy that's going to, guys hitting 500 in spring training. I know you get like tempted to go, oh my God, why isn't he on the team? Because it's spring training.
Yep,
that's why.
I got you.
But But it's
have a great day, man.
But Scott, let me leave you with this, and I am going to go for the top of the hour, but I'm going to keep an eye on the guys that hit 500 in spring to see what they do in a 2-month span or a 3-month span at either AA or AAA. And if they continue to hit above 300 and still show some power, you might have something. But you have to examine that. You have to examine that.
That's where I was going with that, Paul. It's not to have the myopic view that, hey, we had a starter for the past 3 years. Yeah, that's all well and good. We were on a losing team batting 225 when you got a kid in the minors who's itching to be up here batting 300 to 500. They didn't get his butt up here.
I agree.
And stop this incumbency crap.
Yeah, I don't think, they're not very loyal to anybody. They just want cost containment, cost control. That's all they care about, Scott. Have a great day.
You too, buddy. Have a great day.
All right. Top of the hour, we have one Nicholas Harry Callis with an update and one more hour of glorious TV-aided sports conversation right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. But before I go, you know what I have to do, Harry? I have to give you fan weather. High of 47 today, so that's an improvement. Winds are down a bit. That's an improvement. Low of 34 tonight. Tomorrow, 68 degrees. Yeah, man. A lot of clouds, though, and a low of 38 tomorrow. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, looking to retire soon. Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Harry.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Pittsburgh Pirates were able to win their spring training game 8-6 today over the Baltimore Orioles, their 16th spring win this year. World Baseball Classic for the U.S. continues tomorrow when they play the Dominican Republic in the semifinal round. Two quarterfinal round games will be played today. Puerto Rico and Italy are going to play. Well, they're playing now. The game started at 3 o'clock. Venezuela and Japan, they are playing at 9 o'clock p.m. The winners of those two games will go on to play in a semifinal game set for Monday at 8 p.m. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Check out Wayland Exteriors at the Home and Garden Show. Need a new roof, gutters, or siding? Check them out and see why they're the #1 roofing company in the region. Family owned and operated. Learn about their Respect Your Home guarantee. Wayland Exteriors, no mess, no stress. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Home equity loan rates are as low as 5.25%. For full terms and to see if you qualify, visit AllegiantFCU.org. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Federally insured by the NCUA. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Panda. Make this shot and everyone gets to score big savings at Spitzer. Nothing but net.
Make a fast break to Spitzer Toyota today and drive a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 Double Cab from a low $275 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 35,599, VIN TT 044098, RWD Model 7186, 36 months, $39.99 due at signing through TMS, plus title tax license registration, $490 doc fee, 0 security deposit, 10K miles per year, ends 3/31/2026.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service, they'll be your hometown heroes.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Thursday, March 12th to Saturday, March 14th. Come see adult film star Tiny Texie only at Cheerleaders.
I'm Bob Burke,
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. We're here so you don't miss a thing.
I'm turning it up.
Live and local on the weekends. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Fourth and final, as in ours. Paul Alexander with you up until 5 o'clock. The pleasure of hanging out with Nicholas Harry Callis.
How are you feeling, by the way? Because you said 3 hours is the sweet spot.
It is.
But you got a 4-hour day today.
I do. And it'll be a little taxing. But 2 isn't enough. 4 is just a hair too much. 3 is perfect. But they always had our shifts, and they still do have them as 4-hour shifts, the regular shifts. So 4 is fine. I'm fine. I'm energized today. It's a weekend, and we haven't been together in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
We used to do a lot of weekend shows together before you got the morning gig.
We did.
And they were fun. And what I always got a kick out of, I used to be very, very precise on time. Like I was one of the few. I mean, I listen to this station all the time. I really do. But like Starkey's just a disaster with time. I mean,
that is the Wild West of a show.
I mean, it's just there's not even a clock that goes. That I mean, it's a great show, but it's not even close to being like on a clock.
So we were shown the numbers, and apparently the national corporate people were trying to give recommendations, and our boss, Craig, right? He was like, well, these guys just do anything, and it works. People still listen. The ratings have never been higher. So,
yeah, it's, there can be analysis by paralysis by analysis. That always, if you're engaged and you love what you're doing, you're knowledgeable and you're entertaining, you're going to be very successful in this town. I left a pretty perfect full-time TV gig to launch The Fan, first ever morning show. My partner at the time was like, are you out of your freaking mind? And I said, no, I'm not. I said, I'm not guaranteeing it's going to work for me. And I had a nice run that didn't last as long as I wish it had. But, things happen in this business, and I've certainly known that. But as we're proving now, because we have great talent on this station, and this is the greatest sports town in America. And that's what I'll tell anybody that prior, CBS made a big, what was that, 2010 we started? Yeah, 2010.
Mm-hmm.
My first boss in radio, the great Sam Rogers, he was my boss in State College. He was the program director of a real nice station in State College, my first boss. Love him to this day. He moved his way up. He was a really big deal in D.C. And he had called me and said, hey, we're flipping a music station down here. We're going all sports. I'd like you to come down. I'm like, dude, that's tempting, but I don't trust D.C. I don't think that's a very good sports town. I just don't. And then, like, a month later, former overall boss here called me and said, can we have lunch? And I went, what station you flipping? He goes, what? Hey, who told you? I go, I follow the trends in the business. I've already been offered a job in D.C. by a CBS station that's flipping a music station into an all-sports station. I turned it down because I don't trust them as a, I told my buddy, I go, you're going to be country in like a month. I mean, come on. It's not, people down there, they're just not, like, remember when the Capitals, the Penguins would beat the Capitals every year in the playoffs, and the Penguin fans would take over their arena in the playoffs. That's not a good sports town.
No.
You can't let that happen in the playoffs. So, but I said, when it finally came around to them offering the job here at the Fan, I said, absolutely, I'm in. So I love radio. I love it. I think it's obvious that I love this. It's fun. I really enjoy it. And I knew it was going to work. Not necessarily because of the talent that were involved, not necessarily the people running it, just because of you, the people right now listening. You can't get enough of this stuff.
I mean, it's really surprising because I kind of grew up into sports talk radio, but how foreign of a concept it was. Because I think the first one, WFAN in New York, was launched in 08 or 09.
Correct.
And then a bunch of these other markets started to figure it out. Like, oh, wow, people have an appetite for sports. Quite literally 24/7 sports talk.
But no one has the appetite that this town has.
I agree with that, too.
They just don't. Doesn't exist elsewhere in this country. I mean, Boston has great sports. A friend of mine from back in the day here is running their all-sports station up there. Ken Laird. I don't know if you remember that name. Maybe worked at TAE for a while. You're a little young, maybe. But he worked his way up there and went much like Craig. I mean, Craig started here. Craig produced a lot of shows that I did back in the day. And now he's, the brand manager of the Fan, and he's done a great job. Ken Laird is very similar. He went from on air to running the show up in Boston, and they have a much bigger population. It's a much bigger market. They have 4 professional teams, and, they have some decent college athletics. Not like we do. BC's okay, but no. But it's just a wonderful place to be, and I never doubted for a second. And now that I think that they've combined, we're streaming, right? So I actually have an event after this. I'm not dressed this way for the stream. I mean, I would always shower before I ever came to work, no matter what.
Nice tie.
Yeah, but I'm headed to an event after this, so I had to get dressed. I have to go right afterwards. So, but the point being is, I knew that this was going to work. I just knew it. I mean, I used to fill in the mornings doing sports on a competitor, and all they ever really did, and that was a music station, but they did more sports than they did music. And I'm thinking, what needs to happen? Get rid of the music. I mean, it's time. I mean, I love our music stations here. I love music in general, but if you give people what they want in terms of good conversation, good opportunity for them to interact, and all of the above, you can't really screw it up that bad.
No.
You can't.
I agree.
You just can't. And if things are lagging, like we're not getting a lot of calls right now because, a lot of people just listen and don't participate, and that's fine. But the number is 412-928-9370. We're wide open. This type of situation right now in March, we have a lot of Pirate talk today, which is great because, spring training is winding down. Opening day is approaching. So it's a great time to talk baseball. If you're a college basketball fan, this is heaven. You have Selection Sunday, I believe, tomorrow. And then you have, the NCAA tournament, which everybody fills out a bracket. So that gets everybody involved. So that's a great topic. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get a ton of college basketball conversation because we're not relevant. Pittsburgh's not relevant right now. Not relevant enough. We're just not. I mean, man, when we had things going, the Big East was humming and Pitt was humming, man. I mean, Selection Sunday was huge. I mean, the tournament was huge. It's just not right now. Hopefully that changes. Hockey is now winding toward the playoffs. We only have maybe 17, 18 games left for the Penguins, right around there. They're very much, what are they, second in the Metro right now? Number 2, they're trending in a playoff. You know, they haven't had the playoffs in 4 years, so they're trending in the playoff direction. So obviously the NHL is the Penguins are a great topic. The Steelers 24/7, 365 are a good topic. We are so Steeler, phobic. It's crazy, but I'm okay with that. I really am. And when people would call, why are you talking about the Steelers? It's June. We should be talking about baseball. I'm like, well, you might want to tell the Pirates to be relevant. You might want to tell the Pirates to be worth talking about. And so far, they handled their offseason in a way that they are very relevant because they look like they're trying to contend. And people want to give the Pirates all the credit. Oh, the Pirates did a great job. No, the Pirates are finally doing what they're supposed to do. Build a winner. Try to compete. Try to be good. Try to win a division. Try to make the playoffs. They should do that every year. Now that they finally did it, yeah, they're relevant again. What happened there? Did you see that?
What?
We now have 7 people on hold.
Oh, yeah, I noticed. I put them all on hold, yeah.
Is that crazy or what? We didn't have a single person. Now we have everybody. Let's go to Dave first. Dave, I'm going to get to all these calls. What's up? Dave, you there?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm here. How are you?
I've never been better. How about yourself?
You know, my daughter babysits for one of a Big Pit alumnus, and they had a stadium, like a prototype of a stadium, and she asked the guy, where is this? Is this coming in the future? He said that Pitt has a site that identified for a stadium at the intersection of Wiley and Center, which is, I looked on Google Earth, is right adjacent to where they were planning another building at one time. I'm just checking if you know anything about that.
Well, there's always things circulating. The problem is, Dave, is who's paying for it? Now, right now, Pitt was second lowest paid NIL in men's basketball in the entire ACC. Now, one campus I've spent a lot of time, I covered games there before my daughter went there, but then my daughter went to Cincinnati. Pitt needs to go send like a crew, send 20 people out there that are in charge of all the things that are important. Just get out there, look at Cincinnati, look at their on-campus facilities and say, we need to be that. Period. And so Dave, I can't confirm that. I know there's been a lot of different hopes, wishes, dreams that they get an on-campus facility. I think it would make a huge difference. Probably seat around 45 to 50,000 would be my estimation that I would like to go for. But I think that would be a huge game changer. And I think it would help the program immensely. But right now, if you don't have money to pay players, I don't know where you're going to get money for a stadium. Let's go to Leslie in Elwood City. Hello, Leslie.
Hey, Paul. How's it going today?
I'm doing fantastic. How about you?
I'm doing real good, too. I enjoyed your show. I love that Talus is producing. You guys put on a great show.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I wanted to invite you into the YouTube chat. It's fun in there. I think that you would have a great time.
Is it dangerous? Are people mean?
No, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is
Sometimes
dangerous.
they're mean.
I try to stay, I spend a lot of time on social media because I have to. And a lot of times I'm entertained. A lot of times I see some really heartwarming things. And a lot of times I just see vile, ridiculously awful things that I don't need to add to my life. I don't need that to be a part of my life.
Yeah, sometimes it's more like, oh my gosh, what did I just read? But if you can get past that, there's a lot of good stuff going on in there. There's a lot of good sports opinions, and you have all your favorite lunatics, Johnny the barber, Johnny from Farrell.
And that's kind of, and Leslie, I don't know how old you are, but I grew up listening to WTAE with Billy and Myron and Stan, and they had regular callers that had handles like Ralph the Plumber, and they had all sorts of great. Maybe that's what's going on YouTube, just in a different kind of way. I think that's kind of cool. If there's a lot of people that are regulars and their opinions are, respectfully exchanged, I would love that.
Yeah, I mean, it is for the most part. I mean, you're going to have trolls. There are trolls, but there's good trolls too.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a lot of fun. I'll have to check it out.
All right, sounds good.
All right, Leslie, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate it.
All right, bye.
All right, have a great rest of your weekend. Mike and Aliquippa, I got to get to a break, and then I'll get right to you. I promise. Right here at the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins have a game tonight at 9 o'clock. They play the Utah Mammoth in what will be the final game that Evgeny Malkin is suspended from. He's been on a 5-game suspension for a violent act he committed against the Buffalo Sabres a little over a week ago. Penguins go into this game at 79 points. They are tied for second among teams in the Metropolitan Division. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Texter, explosions in ears usually are similar to ligma. What's a ligma?
You don't get the joke?
No. Is that a disease?
I have to tell you off the air, it's not.
Did I get got?
A little bit, yeah. Ligma.
Oh, Harry just told me.
I heard it. I think everybody heard that. That was very loud. Everybody heard that.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Cup Soccer comes to Highmark Stadium Tuesday, March 17th at 7 p.m. as the Pittsburgh Riverhounds take on Steel City FC in the U.S. Open Cup first round. Experience the intensity of knockout soccer. Don't miss this win-or-go-home matchup. Get tickets today at riverhounds.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator,
with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Thursday, March 12th to Saturday, March 14th. Come see adult film star Tiny Texie only at Cheerleaders.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back. Sorry, Mike, I tried to get back as quickly as I could. But we're paying some bills. Sometimes you got to do that. So where were we? Just talking about how fun this is to do and how there's no other town that can come close to the quality of fan, the knowledge of the fan, the intensity of the fan. We got it all. I remember Chris Collinsworth, who was not popular in this city at all. And what people don't realize, when you listen to your local broadcasts, like you listen to the Pirate games here, the Pitt games here, you know, you have a lot of homerism. And as you should. You know, the Pitt broadcasters are paid by Pitt. The Pirate broadcasters are paid by the Pirates. I mean, do the math. I mean, and plus, when you're around the guys as much as they are, when you're around the coaches as much as you are, the manager as much as you are, that's who you're rooting for. So that comes out over the air. When you listen to a Steeler game or watch a Steeler game, the broadcasters on the national side are relatively objective. And they're supposed to be completely objective. They're not rooting for anybody. They're giving you the game and they're breaking it down. So all of a sudden you're hearing something with a little bit of a critical maybe edge to it. You're like, oh, I hate that guy. He hates the Steelers. He hates the Pirates. No. They're doing their job. But anyway, Collinsworth one time out of nowhere said, Pittsburgh's crazy, man. Even the women there are super knowledgeable. Meanwhile, that was very misogynistic and condescending because I know so many women that are just unbelievable sports fans. And yes, I would say that we have better female sports fans than any other city. I don't think there's any question about that. And it's just the way that this is part of our fabric. This is part of who we are. And even if you don't like the host, you don't like what they're talking about, there's a good chance you're still listening. I mean, that's the true test. And I had, the text line I would hop on too much. When I was doing this full time, I got too caught up in the text line. I would want to win my battle. I would want to prove my point. But it's a lot of fun. I think it's the one place, hopefully, left in our world where we can agree to disagree. I have no problem with differing opinions. And a lot of times, people will at least move me a little bit closer to their argument when they make a great point. I'm going to listen. Now, the only time, and believe me, I get scolded at home if I hang up on somebody or it gets a little too testy, but we're passionate about sports. It's never personal with me. When you take it to that level, then you and I are done. If you will attack me personally as opposed to my opinion, we're done. And I'll never attack you unless you're just somewhere that, you're really going after an individual instead of the player or the coach. You're going after the whatever. We can have strong disagreements and still be perfectly fine together. And unfortunately, in our world now, that's extremely rare. And it's very unfortunate because through great debate, you often find great compromise. And that's what we used to be able to do. That's what this country was founded on. The founding fathers would have huge raging debates, and then they would find a way to compromise where everyone realized that, okay, this will work. We're going to take a little bit from this, a little bit from that, and between the two sides, we're going to figure it out. And that's, unfortunately, everyone has such a hot temper, and they think it's just silly how people that have a keyboard and an internet account become an expert in all things. Everything. Now, there's experts in the Middle East now that have probably, couldn't find half the countries on a map, but they're experts. You know how that goes. But anyway, I enjoy differing opinions because you can soften someone's stance. You can completely help them do a 180 and go, man, I never thought of it that way. You're right. I've done that numerous times. I failed to see it that way. Thank you for enlightening me. So my mind's open, my mouth's open a good bit because, you have to carry the conversation. And I just still love what I do. I really do. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line brought to you by the Edgar Snyder & Associates personal injury law firm. They always say never a fee unless we get money for you. So how about that? Hey, how about this Wednesday? Something I can share with you. This Wednesday from 10 until 2, it should be the Pomp and Joe show. From Baseball Card Castle in advance of our special Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon. Stop by, listen to bid on selected items, or donate by texting NEED to 50155. All auction proceeds will benefit Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. All right, very cool. Very cool indeed. That time went extremely quickly. And thank you so much. The calls have been great. I think we've had a lot of fun for not exactly one of the, not a high level of sports happening. I mean, if you're the college basketball fan, that's your thing. Yeah, this is your time. But we still have, that national championship Monday is a ways away. We haven't even selected the field yet. But once you get those brackets out, it's on. It's 100% on. That's my AB impersonation. Is on. How about that guy? What a talent. What a nut. Things get a little crazy. You know what? A lot of people don't realize that oftentimes success is every bit as hard to handle as failure. Think about it. They have all this documentation about these people that win the lottery, win the big ones, the big lotto, whatever it used to be, whatever. When they win that, sadly, I think it's about 70% of those people end up bankrupt or dead or in jail because they were just, they were living, maybe even paycheck to paycheck. They were getting by. They were fine. Then all of a sudden, bam, generational wealth lands in their lap. Everybody wants some, and it just doesn't work out sometimes. I guarantee you, I can handle as much money as you want to give me. I can handle it. I'd give a lot of it away. That would help me a lot. Let's go to Rob in Turtle Creek. Hello, Rob.
Hey, good afternoon, Paul. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Hey, I know you got a trip scheduled this fall to Arizona. And
that is true, Sedona.
Yeah, my wife and I were there this past year, and her company's headquartered out there, so she had a business trip, and her boss said, hey, you and Rob ought to, take the week after and, do some of the sites out here. And that's exactly what we did. We were kind of worried because it was in late July, but it couldn't have worked out better because the temperatures were about 10 degrees below normal that week.
Nice.
And although it was like 108 degrees when we were at Lake Mead in the Hoover Dam, it still wasn't too bad because it was dry. It's a dry heat.
It's a dry heat.
But you'll love Flagstaff, man.
Yeah, I've been out there, so I'm very excited to get back. Yes, I love Flagstaff.
There's a place called Fat Bagel. If you really like New York style bagels,
I do.
They are as close as you're going to get, man. I can't even find anything like that around here. So
Fat Bagel, that's on my list. I'm going to write that one down.
It's right on Route 66. Can't miss it.
Awesome.
But anyhow, and go to the Low Science Center out there. They have a great thing since it's one of the first cities that has a ruling about light pollution at night. You really get a fantastic education on the solar system. It's actually on the roof of the Science Center, and it's a good time, I'll tell you that.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Definitely going to check that out as well. Thanks, Rob.
In 89A from Sedona to Flagstaff, gorgeous. Just absolutely gorgeous. The switchbacks going up the mountain, fantastic.
I'm getting even more excited. I was already excited. You've got me even more excited. That's so cool.
Well, it made me want to go back to school because NIU, or what is it? It's NAU.
Yes.
Northern Arizona University's there. What a beautiful campus.
Isn't that where Ben Howland coached before he came to Pitt?
I believe so.
I think it was.
And it is a growing school. It's been growing probably for the last 20 years, and it's a gorgeous campus, man. I'll tell you what. And you get the seasons there, too. You get 4 seasons.
Oh, yeah, they get snow at Flagstaff.
They get 100 inches of snow a year, Paul.
Yeah, I know. That's crazy.
But anyhow, reason why I called is, number one, to compliment you on your program for taking calls. Number two thing about Pitt Stadium. At one point in our lives, my wife, somebody that was a corporate exec at her company was an ex-Pitt Panther, and he had a program in line. As a matter of fact, he's a Gold Jacket member, NFL. So, but anyhow, they had a plan for a stadium up on top of the hill. I'm not a fan of that location, simply because parking, accessibility, and such. But my plan was always, if I had my druthers and I had a whole pile of money like a Tepper or like that, there's a lot of crap housing in South Oakland.
Yeah, but they need every bit of it.
Well, yeah, but there's if you watch the way the campus is changing with apartments and so forth, a lot of that's going to become, I don't want to say kind of defunct housing, probably in the next 20 years. and down where the post office is in that area, they could build a nice bowl type stadium down in the area and have it.
Well, they need to take a trip to the University of Cincinnati. It's exactly the same distance from downtown as Pitt is from downtown here, and they fit everything in there, and they've done a lot of the same things. When my daughter was there, they were cleaning it up, providing better housing, providing everything, and they have everything on campus, everything.
Yeah, 45 to 50,000 seat stadiums.
Perfect.
All that's necessary. You know, if they luck out and have a couple better years, then you play a game or two.
Right. The stadium's there if you need to use it. If you have Notre Dame coming in or Penn State coming in, yeah, you go over to Acrisure. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, whatever they're going to call it in the future.
Yeah, who cares?
Back to Heinz. But anyhow, yeah, great to talk to you, Paul. I hope the baseball season turns out great because
me too.
Otherwise, we won't have much to root for until
puts everybody in a better mood. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Steeler quarterbacks for 3-4 months. I don't. I want to talk about baseball.
No, I'm so tired of it, and I wish you were on in the afternoons instead of those two knuckleheads that are on there.
There are knuckleheads, so we got to take care of them, Rob. Thanks so much for the call. I appreciate it. Dane and Johnny, hang in there. I got to take a quick break. We'll be right back on the Paul Alexander Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates won their game 8-6 over the Baltimore Orioles today in spring training, making it their 16th victory in spring training. They're 16-6 so far this year. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. And Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Live and local, even on the weekends.
Let's go!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Welcome back to the show. Winding down here with Paul Alexander on this Saturday. Hope you enjoyed the St. Patty's Day festivities. Dane in Dallas is checking in. What's up, Dane?
Thanks, Paul. Great talking to you. And I've lived in Dallas for about 10 years, and I've also lived in eastern Pennsylvania, although I grew up in Pittsburgh and lifelong Pittsburgh sports fan. I'll tell you, I think that I tend to disagree a little bit. The fans in Dallas are equally passionate, and Philadelphia fans were incredibly. And I think we all have that same emotion, the ups and downs. And I remember when the Patriots were playing this year after they beat Denver, I listened to the talk radio in Denver, and the people in Denver were suicidal. So I think, sports is something that unites our country. And so I think if you haven't been around the rest of the world, I think people are equally emotional.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of emotion, but the ratings always pan out. We have the highest rating TV for local baseball, for local hockey. The Steeler ratings are just, when there's something going on sports-wise in Pittsburgh, no one touches it in terms of the ratings. So the numbers are undeniable.
Can I ask you one other question?
Sure.
So I've been a lifelong Penn State fan, and I wonder if you have a perspective on why Penn State basketball has never reached the same level as football, wrestling, women's volleyball, given the Big Ten.
Well, they had a great period of time, and I happened to be there at that time. They were putting the finishing touches on Rec Hall. Bruce Parkhill was the coach. They went undefeated at home, upset UCLA in the tournament. They actually played that game in Syracuse. And then the first 2 or 3 years of the Jordan Center, 20-win seasons, NCAA tournaments. But Bruce Parkhill wanted to get out of coaching, and they didn't have the right guy in place. Jerry Dunn was a great assistant, but not a great head coach. So they kind of let it. They had an opportunity to capture the momentum, but it could happen again, just like Indiana. Why couldn't they can't be competitive in football? Why can't they be competitive in football? Well, they got the right guy, and guess what? Not only were they competitive, they just won it all last year. So that would be the same thing. If Penn State could do what Indiana did in football, if Penn State could do that in basketball, and there's no reason for them not to, they have to commit to it. They have to invest in it. And they got to get the right coach.
Thanks so much.
You're welcome, Dane. Enjoy. Let's go to Owen in Keystone Oaks. What's up, Owen?
Hi, this is Owen. I was just calling for Steelers.
Yeah, what do you got, Owen?
We got to get a different quarterback, not named Aaron Rodgers at the ripe age of 45.
Well, he's only 42, Owen, but I agree with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's time to hit the rebuild. I like the Pittman thing. If we can have one down year, early pick, and that's when you get a good quarterback.
Yeah, they got Ben after a 6-10 year. That worked out pretty well.
Exactly. I agree.
All right, Owen. Thanks. All right, have a good one. Yeah, I don't know what, it's a bridge year or, you want to win 10 games again and get blown out in the playoffs? Sure, Aaron's your guy. If you want to maybe give Mason or Will Howard an opportunity and maybe it doesn't work as well as you had hoped and you maybe don't have a winning season and maybe you're able to draft the future franchise quarterback, that would be ideal. I'm not a fan of tanking, but I am a fan of rebuilding when necessary. I'm not a fan of sustained mediocrity. I'm not a fan of non-losing as a standard. I'm not a fan of any of that. So the last 10 years for me as a Steeler fan, which I am when I'm not working, I'm a fan. I want the Steelers to win. I'm not gonna deny that. It's been purgatory. It's been a disaster. It's been awful. And I know it's not Cleveland or it's not this. All the people that get on their high horse, you don't know what it's like to be a New York Jets fan. No, I don't, nor do I care. I've been a Steeler fan my whole life. And it's Mike Tomlin that said the standard is the standard, and it was under Mike Tomlin that the standard became non-losing. And anyone that has a problem with that, you need to take a look at reality because that's exactly that's what happened. And he became a player's coach, and everybody's happy here, and they don't work hard. Just ask Minka. He had a much tougher time, playing for Saban at Alabama than he did for Tomlin as a professional in Pittsburgh. So it's time to get back to playing really hard and demanding from your players commitment, demanding unbelievable effort, demanding all the things that need to be done to create a winning culture again, to actually be a team when they say, Well, who looks good in the AFC this year? When's the last time they said, well, hey, keep an eye out for the Steelers? And you know what? This whole notion that, Mike Tomlin did such a great job. What? First 6 years, yeah. After that, sorry. Just And again, I don't even know why I'm bringing that up, but what I'm bringing up right now is thank you, Nicholas, Harry, Callis. You were outstanding, my man.
Well, thanks.
Enjoyed being hooked up with you again.
I appreciate it. It was fun.
And have a wonderful trip to Bradenton.
I will, thank you.
It's going to be an absolute, you're going to love it. I've spent probably 15, 20 trips down there. I don't know how many, but it's been a lot. Thanks so much for the great calls. Thanks for listening. Thanks for being a part of this great sports talk town. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'm out. I was almost out. I had one more weather to give, and I have just enough energy to do it. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today will be a high of 47, a low of 34. Tomorrow, 68 degrees. Enjoy.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
With special guests John Morgan and Shane Prophet. Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh.
Say we have a little bit of fun. Y'all ready?
You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Full details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by your local AAA travel office, Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and Broken Bow Records.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Driving a March with the GMC Canyon AT4 at Joe Ball GMC. Take up to $4,000 off or get financing as low as 3.9% or lease for $399 a month for 36 months. It's a full court press on savings. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw. JoeBallGM.com.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. You want to make some extra money? This is the time to do it because the new year is here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. Blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. Log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits, spins, and much more. Come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all of your favorite slots, live dealer experiences, and classic table games. The crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Panda, make this shot and everyone gets to score big savings at Spitzer. Nothing but net.
Make a fast break to Spitzer Toyota today and drive a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 double cab from a low $275 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP 35,599. VIN TT 044098. RWD model 7186. 36 months. $39.99 due at signing through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. Zero security deposit. 10K miles per year. Ends 3/31/2026.
New jewelry might not be in this year's budget, but have you considered refurbishing or redesigning your existing jewelry at only a fraction of the cost? Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our expert craftsmen can breathe new life into an existing piece of jewelry that maybe hasn't been worn in years. Or let one of our designers help you repurpose some of your unused jewelry into exciting new creations using your diamonds and gemstones. The leftover gold can be used to offset the cost. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 44th Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace with over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Stroll through the fully furnished open concept model home by Buckhorn Showcase and explore the farm-to-table lifestyle. This weekend only, see HGTV celebrity and Emmy Award winner Ty Pennington. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
Ready to watch your favorite baseball stars play in the WBC? Get in on the action with BetMGM. Sign into your BetMGM account and enjoy a WBC odds boost token to snag even more winnings on your next bet. It's easy. Just log into the BetMGM Sportsbook app, add any WBC bet to your bet slip, and activate your odds boost token. If you win your bet with your token activated, you'll score extra winnings. 3 quick steps, and you could be on your way to extra winnings if your next WBC bet hits. The world's greatest ball players are about to duke it out on a global stage. Don't miss out on the fun. Add some extra excitement to this year's tournament by signing into your BetMGM account and grabbing your WBC odds boost token today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 122 plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Plus finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify and select units only. Offers in 3/31/26.
Hurry into Mike Camlin Hyundai today during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe. Or receive up to $4,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Texter, explosions in the ears usually are similar to ligma. What's a ligma?
You don't get the joke?
No. Is that a disease?
I have to tell you off the air, it's not.
Did I get got?
A little bit, yeah. Ligma.
Oh, Harry just told me.
I heard it. I think everybody heard that. That was very loud. Everybody heard that.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Pomp and Joe Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Westwood One Sports presents Josh Graham.
Yes, it is the Josh Graham Show, Westwood One Sports. We are in the state of North Carolina, specifically in Science Spectrum Center, the home of the Charlotte Hornets, where the ACC Championship is going to be played later tonight. Duke, the number one team in the land, clashing with the Virginia Cavaliers. In the state, a state I love, a state I grew up in, there is a name that people who spent any level of time last decade or the decade before that in North Carolina know, but nobody else will have any familiarity with. And that name is a lady by the name of Cherry Berry. Will Dalton.
I know all about it.
He's already giggling.
He told me I was going to love this segment. I am loving it.
Okay. So, if you don't know who Cherry Berry is, she was a government employee in the state of North Carolina for multiple decades. And she worked in, do we even know what department it was in?
Labor?
Yeah, the Department of Labor.
Labor, yeah.
Now, why do we care about Cherry Berry and the Department of Labor today on Westwood One and on the Josh Graham Show nationally